The strange tale world has descended upon the Grace continent. Everyone has a chance to awaken a golden phrase at the age of 18, allowing them to summon powerful warriors to help them clear strange tale dungeons. As a top student carefully nurtured by the nation, I awakened a third-level golden phrase during the awakening ceremony before the strange exam. 3,600 Taoist darts, each holds a seed root. Seeing that it was a third-level phrase, everyone thought I had awakened a useless phrase inside together. Grace continent is doomed. But as someone who has read online novels for 10 years and crossed over, I only gave a cold smile. Because only I knew the weight of end. With Xia, what strange tale dungeon can't be cleared? Then it was the turn of the noble family's young master, Xia Fei, to awaken. Seeing that I had awakened a third-level phrase, he mocked, "Trash is still trash. So what if you awakened first?" Facing the arrogant Xia Fei, I didn't say much, just gave a small smile. Xia Fei snorted coldly and walked toward the awakening platform. Watch carefully. Today, this young master will show you what real talent is. Standing on the side, Chang Lo, a disciple of a certain sage, showed a disdainful expression. A second-rate student built up with spirit stones dares to touch a top-tier golden phrase? Xia Fei walked to the stone tablet and slowly placed his hand on it. The golden phrases on the tablet sensed his energy and began spinning quickly. After about a minute, the words on the stone tablet slowly settled. Heavenly slaughter of 9 skies, transforms to divine thunder, majestic power of heaven, led by the sword. Seeing the golden phrase Xia Fei awakened, all the teachers and students burst into joy. Another genius has appeared on Grace continent. Quick, check which scroll this phrase is from. I was a little surprised. Didn't think this guy really awakened a golden phrase. But it made sense, considering the spirit stones Xia Fei uses each year could stack into a mountain. I glanced at the words on the stone tablet and instantly recognized the source. Heavenly slaughter of 9 skies was from Zhu Xian. Still, this phrase caught me off guard. Normally, heaven and earth are unkind. Treating all things as straw dogs is the highlight in Zhu Xian. But since this is Grace continent, the rules aren't something I can figure out right away. At that moment, an old scholar nearby raised the sheepskin scroll in his hand and shouted shakily, "Found it. It's Zhu Xian. The golden phrase from Zhu Xian." Once he spoke, the academy burst into noise again. The Xia family was so excited they started throwing ordinary spirit stones into the sky, and the students shouted and rushed to snatch them. The scene turned into chaos. You must know, on Grace continent, if the golden phrase awakened comes from an ancient scroll that contains words like immortal, then it's a big deal. Warriors summoned from these scrolls are all extraordinary people, some may even be actual immortals or divine beings. Xia Fei trembled with excitement, shouting loudly, "I, Xia Fei, will become the top man on Grace continent." Homeroom teacher Mr. Wang patted Xia Fei's shoulder. "Still you, Xia Fei. The strange exam in 3 days, we'll count on you." Xia Fei looked proud. "Don't worry. Since we're classmates, I won't let them die in the exam. I'll find a way to bring them back." Chang Lo, who had been watching, was also shocked. Didn't expect Xia Fei to really awaken a top-tier golden phrase. He couldn't stand Xia Fei acting cool anymore and shouted, "Mr. Wang, now that Xia Fei is done, it's my turn." Mr. Wang nodded. "Go ahead, Chang Lu. I wish you good luck." Chang Lu walked up to the stone tablet, closed his eyes, and slowly placed his hand on it. The next second, golden phrases on the stone tablet began to spin rapidly, dazzling the eyes. Among them appeared some phrases never seen before. At the end of the immortal road, who stands at the peak? A sword makes all vanish into emptiness. Kneeling before the devil for 3,000 years, turning back to the mortal world, I'll no longer be an immortal. Seeing this scene, the old scholar was so excited he couldn't speak clearly. Amazing. Truly amazing. Is Chang Lu a once-in-a-century peerless genius? The spinning text on the tablet slowly stopped and finally settled on, "When you're lost, ask the spring breeze." Chang Lu could barely contain his excitement and quietly waited for the old scholar to announce the ancient scroll his phrase came from. At this moment, a white-haired elder suddenly appeared with incredible speed. "Good disciple." Chang Lu shouted joyfully, "Master." The crowd exploded. "Isn't that Sage He, one of the 3 sages of Grace continent?" With the sage present, all teachers and students of Super God Academy respectfully stood at attention. Even the influential people of the Xia family didn't dare to make a sound. Sage He shouted to the old scholar, "Quick, check what scroll my disciple's golden phrase is from." The old scholar put on his glasses and searched through the sheepskin scrolls but couldn't find the matching scroll. It's a top-tier Heart Sutra phrase. I looked at the golden phrase on the tablet and thought, isn't this from Sword Comes? How do they not recognize such a famous golden phrase? Seichi laughed loudly. "Good disciple, let's go." Without caring about anyone from the Super God Academy, Seichi was ready to leave with Chang Lu. At that moment, the Dean of Politics and Religion rushed forward. "Seichi, Chang Lu is still a student of our academy. Shouldn't he finish the strange exam first?" Seichi glanced at him with disdain. "What are you? When did you get to speak here? Even your principal doesn't dare act wild in front of me. If I, he beyond, want to leave, who dares stop me?" The director looked awkward and quickly said, Seichi misunderstood. "It's just that Chang Lu hasn't completed the exam. He's not officially a summoner yet." Chang Lu forcefully calmed his excitement, respectfully saluted Seichi, then turned to face the crowd and said loudly, "For the Grace continent, I, Chang Lu, am willing to take part in the exam 3 days from now." Upon hearing this, the crowd grew wildly excited. With Xiaofei and Chang Lo, both top-tier Golden Phrase Awakeners, this strange exam was locked in. Grace Continent would surely gain 1 point in luck. In recent years, due to constant failure of examinees, the luck value of Grace Continent had dropped continuously. The human body has already declined to 70% of its original strength. If the luck value is not increased soon, the consequences will be unimaginable. Now with Xiaofei and Chang Lo, 2 top-level Gold Term Awakeners assisting, they will surely earn a point of luck value for the Divine Grace Continent. Linny revealed a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. This master and apprentice truly have good tactics, one plays the villain while the other plays the hero. With this, everyone will surely be grateful to them, earning a wave of prestige. Sure enough. The crowd praised Chang Lo for his chivalrous heart after he agreed to take the exam. Unknowingly, Chang Li's prestige has already far surpassed Xiaofei's. Xiaofei's face turned various shades of blue and purple, looking quite unpleasant. Originally, he had awakened a top-level gold term, but he didn't expect Chang Lo to directly awaken a top-level new gold term, stealing his spotlight sharply. Now, he feels quite uncomfortable inside. However, no matter how rich or powerful the Xia family is, they do not dare to offend Master Yi. He can only silently swallow his grievances. The class teacher, Mr. Wang, glanced at Linny and said, "The awakening ceremony has not yet ended. Linny, now is your time to perform well." Linny, recalling his memory, also knew that next was the second tier of gold terms. He nodded and said, "Mr. Wang, I will do my best." About an hour after the steel dimmed, it brightened again. Finally, the second wave of gold terms has arrived. On it, dazzling gold terms appeared. "Heaven did not give birth to me, Li Chungan, the sword way lasts like the long night. Senior brother Lin Dong, please strengthen our Dao sect. I am the Heavenly Emperor, here to suppress all enemies in the world." Linny searched for a long time, yet he still did not see the gold term of 10 days of end. What is going on? Could it be that 10 days of end can't even make it into the second tier? This is impossible. Linny was not willing to give up, and searched again, still not finding the gold term of 10 days of end. Mr. Wang looked at Linny. "Linny, perform well this time." All the teachers cast encouraging glances at him. After all, even if Linny could awaken these second-tier gold terms, it would be very impressive, unlike the monstrous existence that was Xiaofei and Chang Lu. Linny gently nodded and slowly walked up to the stage. His hands touched the steel. The gold terms above seemed to respond, spinning wildly. Just when everyone thought Linny was going to awaken a gold term, the steel suddenly dimmed, and all the gold terms disappeared. Failed to awaken again. At this moment, all the teachers and students felt disappointed. They never expected that the once brilliant Linny could not even awaken a secondary gold term. Mr. Wang sighed, his face full of loss. At this point, there was no hope left for Super God Academy. After Xiaofei and Chang Le finished the exam, they would surely leave Super God Academy. Their Super God Academy was like helping others work for nothing. However, if this time Xiaofei and Chang Lu can achieve passing marks on their exam, adding a point of luck value to the Divine Grace Continent would be a consolation. Linny wasn't too surprised. Originally, his hand was on the steel, almost all the gold terms had responded. It's just that he chose to give up because he couldn't awaken the gold term of 10 days of end. There is still one last chance. Next was the third wave of gold terms. If even the third wave of gold terms does not resonate, then he would have no hope of awakening gold terms for his whole life. Everyone no longer had much hope for Linny. Because the gold terms of the third tier were weak to the point of being inexcusable. Generally speaking, the first tier of gold terms can summon powerful beings like gods or immortals. The second tier can summon extraordinary cultivators and martial artists. And the third tier only summons ordinary people with slight special abilities. Even if Linny were to be lucky enough to awaken a third tier gold term, he would still face failure in that terrifying and mysterious exam. This was also the reason why the luck value of the Divine Grace Continent has been decreasing in recent years. Most people can only awaken the golden entry of the third tier. About an hour later, the stone tablet lit up again. This is the golden entry of the third tier, and also the last golden entry. If there is still no response, then this life will have no connection to summoners. Linny placed his hands on the stone tablet, continuously reciting the golden entry of 10 days of end. Suddenly, the stone tablet erupted with dazzling white light. So bright that people could not open their eyes. What's happening? How can the golden entry of the third tier cause such a huge phenomenon? Is there a mistake? Is this really the golden entry of the third tier? Oh my, the stone tablet isn't broken, is it? People used their hands to shield their eyes from the blinding white light, finally able to see the words on the stone tablet. There are 3,600 doors to the Tao, everyone holds a single sprout. Chapter 4, Strange Test. Once the white light gradually faded, everyone finally came to their senses. What just happened?
How could a golden entry from the third tier react so strongly? Quick, check which ancient scroll this golden entry belongs to.
The old scholar quickly searched through the parchment.
But after a long time, he couldn't find it. Could it be a new golden entry?
The old scholar suddenly remembered something and turned the parchment over. It is said that the back of the parchment records some special ancient scrolls.
Could it be?
The old scholar bit his finger and made a gentle cut.
Finally. 4 big characters appeared. 10 days of end. Seeing the old scholar's shocked expression, everyone asked, "What is it? What is it? Quickly tell us."
The old scholar adjusted his glasses and read the introduction out loud. 10 days of end, third tier golden entry, the abilities of the summon warrior are unknown.
Unknown level?
When everyone heard it was a third tier golden entry, they all looked dejected.
So it turns out to be just a third tier golden entry. Really?
I was excited for nothing. A third tier golden entry, the best summoned will only be an ordinary person who knows a bit about fighting.
What a waste of expression, I thought we were going to soar. Some people were still unwilling and asked the old scholar again, "Are you sure it's really a third tier golden entry?"
The old scholar adjusted his glasses. "Absolutely, plus, this is the golden entry that only appeared after the stone tablet shown for the third time, it can't be wrong."
In this moment, the last bit of hope everyone held on to was completely shattered.
Lin Yi was no longer reliable.
To pass the exam, they still had to rely on Xia Fei and Chang Lu.
Originally, Xia Fei thought such a phenomenon meant Lin Yi had awakened some special powerful golden entry. After getting confirmation, Xia Fei completely relaxed. Just a useless third-tier golden entry, no matter how special, it can't change the fact.
Seeing such a phenomenon, Sage Crane had been ready to kill. He absolutely would not allow someone's golden entry to be stronger than his disciples.
However, after confirming with the old scholar, he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Though he was a sage now, making a rash move in public wouldn't look good.
But to be safe, he still used his unique sage method to verify it. After confirming it was indeed a third-tier golden entry, he finally felt at ease. Lin Yi saw that he had finally awakened the golden entry of 10 days of end, and the heavy stone in his heart also fell. Others might not know the value of 10 days of end. But as a traverser, Lin Yi was more than familiar with it.
With Qi Xia, what dungeon can't be conquered?
Lin Yi learned from memories that the so-called exam is to be transported into a strange world by a special power. There, various rules exist, touching them means death, commonly called rule weird tales.
Also known as strange exam.
However, if one can analyze the rules and fully utilize them, there can be a chance to win the exam, and the rewards are quite generous.
Danger and opportunity coexist.
Lin Yi silently stepped back. Class teacher Wang soothingly comforted, "Lin Yi, don't be discouraged. A level 3 golden item is a little lacking, but you still awakened a golden item." Other teachers said nothing, but their disappointment was clear on their faces. Once a brilliant genius, he had only awakened a level 3 golden item.
Perhaps, this is a real-life version of Shang Zhongyong.
As the awakening ceremony drew to a close, the political education director stepped out.
"First, let us give a warm round of applause to congratulate the 3 students." Thunderous applause erupted, but everyone's gaze was on Xia Fei and Chang Lu. As for Lin Yi, he had been completely ignored by the crowd. With a level 3 golden item, would he even last 3 minutes in the exam scenario?
Hopefully, Xia Fei and Chang Lu would remember their classmate and lend him a hand in a critical moment. That would be a stroke of luck. The political education director bowed to the Holy Crane, greeted the Xia family, and addressed the 3 brightly. "The awakening ceremony has concluded, the bazaar exam will commence in 3 days, please prepare yourselves, candidates. If the 3 of you can earn a point of luck for the Divine Grace Continent in this bazaar exam, then all the people of the Divine Grace Continent will never forget you. Good luck to you." This awakening ceremony was not attended only by the students of the Super God Academy, but also by many citizens of the Divine Grace Continent. They all wanted to witness a miracle happening. Because for nearly 10 consecutive years, no one had awakened a top-level golden item. The slightly better ones had only awakened level 2 golden items. Even if the candidates put forth their best efforts in the bazaar exam, they still ended in failure. With every failure, the luck value of the Divine Grace Continent decreased by 1 point, and human vitality diminished by 3%. They had already failed 10 times in a row. If they failed again this time, the vitality would drop below 70%. Some had studied this, and 70% was a critical threshold if vitality fell below 70%. Then forget about cultivation, even normal life would become difficult. Various illnesses would spring up, severe cases could lead to physical disabilities. A middle-aged man looked at the ground humbly, "I can only last 3 minutes now when I used to last 30.
If the vitality dropped further, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that point, they might have to count in seconds."
The decline in human vitality brought more than just that.
those with already poor health would suffer even more. Thus, the population of the Divine Grace continent had been sharply decreasing in recent years. If luck values were not increased soon, they could expect only extinction. Consequently, this awakening ceremony was particularly important. The school was filled with people. If there wasn't enough space inside, they stood outside. All to see a savior who could awaken a top-level golden item. Yes. Exactly. A savior. For the citizens of the Divine Grace continent, anyone who could enhance their vitality was a savior. When they heard about Lin Yi's awakening failure, more than half the people nearly fainted. Fortunately, when they learned that Xia Fei had awakened a top-level golden item, the gloom lifted from everyone's hearts. Several older people even shed tears of excitement. When they heard that Chang La had awakened a new top-level golden item, the crowd exploded with cheers. Heaven does not fail those who strive, their savior had finally appeared. 2 top-level golden items and a deadweight, this bizarre exam must succeed. Cheers, screams, and countless flowers were thrown towards the three. Chapter 5, The Yellow Springs Station. 3 days later. As 3 dazzling purple lights descended, their bizarre exam finally arrived. Under the shining of the purple light, the 3 disappeared from the spot. When Lin Yi returned to his senses, he found himself in another world. Welcome to the world of ghost stories. With a metallic electronic sound, Lin Yi and his 2 companions' live broadcast image appeared directly on the stone tablet. All the citizens of Shinan continent gathered in the square to witness the examination process of the 3. The exam has finally begun, hope our candidates can achieve success. This time, out of the 3 candidates, at least one should pass, right? Look, our Xia Fei seems to have found a clue. Xia Fei arrived at an abandoned bus station. Behind him was an old, broken bus. Welcome to Hell's bus station. This time the dungeon lasts 72 hours. Task 1, candidates can choose the identity of the bus driver and, within the time limit, drive the bus to the destination. Task 2, candidates can choose the identity of a passenger, riding the bus to the destination without getting off during the journey. Note, since this bus has no ticket seller, if the candidate chooses Task 2, they must act as the ticket seller. Please choose. As soon as Xia Fei landed, he received the task prompt. At the same time, the stone tablet also displayed Xia Fei's dungeon information. Everyone looked at the information on the stone tablet and began to discuss. It's actually a dungeon where you can choose your identity. This time, Xia Fei should be fine. It doesn't seem that difficult. Besides, our Xia Fei has top-tier golden attributes to summon. Stop bragging. If it were you, would you choose to be the driver or the passenger? No kidding, of course, I choose to be the passenger, I can't drive a bus. In front of the stone tablet, many elites from the Xia family had gathered. They were evaluating and calculating Xia Fei's dungeon experience. Unfortunately, once inside the dungeon, candidates are unable to receive any information, everything relies on their own judgment. However, records still needed to be kept, and analyses still needed to be made. Before long, several elites from the Xia family presented their calculations to the family head. They believed that Task 2 was easier than Task 1. Because from the video, it was clear that this bus was way too old, even starting it was a problem, let alone driving it unharmed to the end. Moreover, choosing to be the bus driver would involve issues like deviation and obstacles. So, based on the known information, being a passenger was far better than being a driver. The head of the Xia family slightly nodded. I hope this child Xia Fei can deliver a satisfactory answer for us. As soon as Xia Fei entered the dungeon, he felt a wave of ominous energy hit him. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. For this eerie exam, he had prepared well. Moreover, those who could enter the advanced class of the Super God Academy were not ordinary people. Soon, Xia Fei made his choice. I choose Task 2. Ding! Task choice successful, candidate identity has been bound, the driver is on the way, please prepare to board. Note, for this trip, candidates need to take on the role of ticket seller. As the mechanical voice faded, a limping driver slowly pushed the door and entered the bus station. Xia Fei took one glance and felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest. The limping driver had only half a face, the other half was a bloody mess. His right eyeball was missing, and one ear. This is not a ghost, it looks more like a zombie. You know what? Is it possible that this driver died in a car accident, which is why he looks like this now? Summer Fei calmed his heart and slowly followed the bus driver. He couldn't help but doubt, this driver is wounded and limping, can he even hit the brakes properly? This can't be a hearse, right? The driver moved with difficulty into the driver's seat, his expression drowsy as he rasped out a voice. The vehicle is about to start, please, passengers who have not boarded, hurry, on board. That hoarse voice made it hard to tell where it actually came from. Summer Fei pulled the rusty door, and it slowly creaked open. At this point, there was no turning back. Quickly, Summer Fei climbed onto the bus and shut the door.
Please, passengers, sit tight, the vehicle is in motion, do not stretch hands or heads out of the window. With the driver's reminders, the bus rumbled to life. Summer Faye quickly thought about the possible changes that might occur next. What if the bus goes too slow and doesn't reach the destination on time? Who will be responsible? This bus is old and rusty, it can't really break down, can it? Thinking of this, Summer Faye hurriedly asked, "Driver, may I ask?" Before he could finish, the bus shot off like an arrow. Surrounding scenery flashed by like a movie. This speed was even faster than a high-speed train. The driver just monotonously repeated a phrase. Please, sit tight, do not stick hands or heads out of the window. After the bus traveled a distance, it flew directly into the air. Witnessing this shocking scene, the audience screamed in fright. What the hell, is this a roller coaster? Thank goodness Summer Faye didn't choose to drive, otherwise, he wouldn't have such skilled driving skills. This old bus may be old, but how is it going so fast? Inside the bus, Summer Faye felt as if he was floating. Rather than saying the bus was moving forward, it felt like the scenery around him was retreating. This terrifying speed allowed him to see only fleeting shadows outside the window. Desolate, dark red, broken. Is this the world of horror stories? They knew very little about the world of horror stories, and there were not many records. This bus ride would allow everyone a glimpse into the appearance of the horror world. Summer Faye remembered the task requirements. No matter what happened, he must not get off the bus. As long as he could hold on, he could definitely get to the end. Come on, Summer Faye. Chapter 6, Summer Faye's Test. The bus sped through the sky, like a ghostly train. Summer Faye held his breath and concentrated, ready for what was to come. Now he was in the world of horror stories, reaching the destination wouldn't be so easy. In this mysterious and dangerous horror world, one wrong move could lead to being trapped here forever. Therefore, Summer Faye was highly focused, always ready to summon a golden phrase. Based on information from previous exams, each student only had one chance to summon a golden phrase during the exam. So, unless absolutely necessary, students would not easily use their chance. Only in dire situations, when there was no other option, would students use this trump card. Suddenly, the speed of the bus changed from fast to slow, landing on the ground. Slowly, it stopped at the front of a bus stop. Summer Faye looked closely at the sign. It had 3 big characters, Chrysanthemum Village. An elderly woman hunched over, slowly walked out from behind the stop. The bus today is really slow, making this old lady wait a while. As she spoke, the old woman showed a mouthful of sparse teeth, which looked quite scary. Her gaze swept over Summer Faye on the bus, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Young man, how much is the ticket today? Ticket price? Summer Faye suddenly startled. He remembered he also had to act as a ticket seller. Please wait a moment. Xia Fei said, hurriedly searching for the fare information on the bus. Usually, buses have information about stops and fares displayed. But this bus only showed the stops, without mentioning the fare. What should I do? The old lady urged. Are you done, young man? I can't wait any longer. Seeing this scene, the viewers watching the live stream all began to put themselves in Xia Fei's shoes. What is the bus fare? Who knows? It's not written on the bus, how would I know? But usually, bus fares are 2 yuan, maybe just guess 2. But this is a world of bizarre tales, can it be the same as ours? Xia Fei quickly thought, this must be the first difficulty of the exam. Now the old lady was urging him urgently, and he had little time left. As for the golden phrase, Xia Fei didn't want to use it right away. But he searched the entire bus and still couldn't find any fare information. Xia Fei had a sudden idea and asked the old lady, Granny, do you usually take this bus? Of course, young man, I'm a regular passenger. It's ridiculous that you're making me wait so long. Xia Fei asked again, then how much is the fare when you usually take this bus? Hearing Xia Fei's question, the viewers watching the live stream slapped their foreheads. Yeah, why didn't I think to ask the old lady? The old lady frequently takes the bus, she must know the fare information. The viewers all praised Xia Fei's cleverness, even the head of the Xia family nodded secretly. The old lady chuckled a few times. You're quite clever, this can't stump you. The fare is always 2 yuan for this bus. Hearing it was 2 yuan, Xia Fei let out a secret sigh of relief, as it matched his guess about the fare. The audience watching the live stream also felt relieved. Xia Fei steadied himself. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Something's not right. Since the old lady knows the fare is 2 yuan, why does she still ask me? This is a trap. Moreover, the old lady specifically emphasized the words today. Could it be that the fare changes every day? That was close, I almost fell into the trap. Xia Fei hurriedly made himself calm down. If he stumbled at the beginning, he wouldn't have any face left later. Yet he searched the entire bus and found no fare information. Could it be?
Xia Fei shifted his gaze to the zombie-like bus driver.
Previously, Xia Fei had tried to talk to him several times, but he never responded.
Would he tell Xia Fei the answer? With an anxious heart, Xia Fei asked the bus driver, "Sir, what is the fare today?" 3 yuan, the bus driver replied.
Hearing this, the audience in front of the live stream exploded with comments.
Wait, this old man can talk? Earlier, when he spoke to you, why didn't you respond?
Xia Fei finally let out a long breath, at least he didn't stumble right from the start. After getting the driver's answer, Xia Fei hurriedly told the old lady, "The fare today is 3 yuan. The old lady, seeing that she didn't trick Xia Fei, was not angry, but instead muttered to herself, "When you get older, you always forget things."
I clearly remember it was 2 yuan, how did it go up?
Xia Fei snorted softly, "You old lady, you nearly got me in trouble right from the start." At this moment, the bus emitted a beeping warning, indicating that the stop time was almost up.
Are you getting on the bus or not?
Xia Fei's tone had lost its respectful address, expressing his dissatisfaction at being deceived by the old lady.
The old lady laughed, "Of course, I'm getting on. I've waited so long here, and you ask me if I'm getting on? You truly have a sense of humor." A sense of humor?
Xia Fei never thought he was joking, this was a matter concerning his life and death in the exam. The old lady pulled out crumpled 2 yuan from her pocket.
"Oh dear, young man, I was in a hurry when I left just now. You only have 2 yuan on you, can you do me a favor and let me on the bus?" Xia Fei said coldly, "The fare is 3 yuan, pay the money to get on."
The old lady angrily said, "Hey, young man, how come you have no respect for the elderly and love for the young?
Be careful, or I will complain about you."
Although threatened by the old lady, Xia Fei would not back down. "The fare is 3 yuan, pay the money to get on." While scolding Xia Fei for lacking public morals, the old lady took out a 1 yuan bill from her pocket. She still wanted to get on the bus, this young man looked like a novice. Once on the bus, she was sure to find a chance to take advantage of this rookie. The old lady handed over 3 yuan bills, "Here." Because the old lady was quite far from Xia Fei, he almost instinctively stepped off the bus to take the money. Suddenly remembering the rules of the task, he realized he couldn't leave the bus for any reason.
Xia Fei's footsteps came to a sudden halt. "Well, you old hag, now you want to trick me."
Xia Fei pointed at the coin box, "Please get on and pay your fare." The old lady patted her lower back and said, "Young man, my legs are not well, could you please come down and help me?" Xia Fei could not take it anymore, "The bus is about to leave, if you want to get on, hurry up, if not, wait for the next one." The old lady yelled, "Why are you so rude, young man? I must file a complaint about you." Xia Fei would not even acknowledge her and simply turned his head away. Let her complain or not. Seeing she could not trick Xia Fei, the old lady finally dashed onto the bus the moment it started moving. She moved swiftly without a hint of her claimed inconvenience.
The bus set off again. Chapter 7, Pure and Innocent Student.
The old lady got on the bus and was extremely excited. She stared straight at Xia Fei, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth.
"Young man, you are so young, do you have a girlfriend?"
"If not, I can introduce you, those young girls are all very pretty, you'll definitely like them."
Xia Fei ignored her.
This is the world of ghost stories, who knows if the old lady is even human, let alone those girls she talked about. Xia Fei quietly sat in his seat, believing that as long as he did his job well, these strange things would not harm him for no reason. The bus continued on its route. Seeing Xia Fei ignoring her, the old lady began to chatter again.
"I say, young man, aren't you being rude? Earlier, I made a small request and you didn't help, and now when I talk to you, you don't respond? Is this how you serve your customers?"
"Let me tell you, young man, with this attitude of yours, even if you complete your task, it will still be judged as failing, because the experience you give to passengers is just too poor." Xia Fei was slightly startled. That's right, after completing the mission, the candidates would be evaluated based on their performance. The evaluations are fail, pass, good, perfect. Generally, candidates are just thankful to reach the passing line. Because there are too many traps in the world of ghost stories, if you are not careful, you'll fall in.
Xia Fei had to take this seriously again.
"Old lady, I have a girlfriend, thank you very much for your concern." He decided to casually chat with the old lady in hopes of increasing some favorability to improve his mission rating. Seeing Xia Fei finally spoke, the old lady showed a long-lost smile. "Young man, let me tell you, finding a girlfriend is something you must take seriously, you look quite handsome, I have a granddaughter who is about your age, if you are willing, I can introduce her to you."
"No need, thank you." No matter what the old lady said, Xia Fei politely and firmly declined her offer. The bus continued its journey and finally stopped at the station ahead.
Xuanqiao village has arrived.
"Passengers getting off, please take your belongings and prepare to get off." Xia Fei noticed a female student wearing a dress standing at the Xuanqiao village station.
The girl had a pretty face, wearing a dress on her lower half and a school uniform on her upper half. She also had a student ID hanging around her neck. When the bus stopped, the girl politely bowed to the bus. Seeing such a beautiful and sweet girl, Xiaofei finally sighed in relief. Finally, there was someone who looked like a normal person. Xiaofei said, "The fare is 3 yuan, we leave as soon as you board." Upon hearing this, the girl immediately changed her expression. She pulled out 2 yuan and 50 cents from her backpack. "Brother, can you let me on the bus? My mom only gave me this much money." Xiaofei coldly replied, "No, the ticket is 3 yuan, not a penny less." The girl began to cry on the spot. "Wah, brother. I usually pay 250 for the bus, you're charging me an extra 50 cents today, I really have no more money." Xiaofei sneered in his heart, "Well, you just keep acting." This acting could be textbook level, it was a shame the country hadn't awarded you the best acting award. Xiaofei continued to repeat, "The fare is 3 yuan, we leave as soon as you board." The girl sniffled, pointing at the bus driver, "Brother, I'm a student, it has always been 250 for me, if you don't believe me, you can ask him." Xiaofei was startled, students indeed seem to have discounts. In the real world, many students took the bus for half fare or even free. This put Xiaofei in a difficult position. Looking at the girl's outfit, she did appear to be a student, and she even had a campus ID around her neck. Should he let her on the bus or not? Sure enough, this test was not as easy as it seemed. Xiaofei asked the driver, "Master, this student only has 250, should she be allowed on?" This time, the driver didn't speak, instead staring blankly ahead. Xiaofei felt a bit of a headache, unsure whether to let her on. Not just Xiaofei, the viewers before the livestream were also feeling uneasy. Why is there suddenly a schoolgirl appearing? She looks so pure and lovely, she shouldn't be lying, right? It is true that students usually have some discounts for riding. Seeing Xiaofei hesitate, the girl timidly spoke, "Brother, if you don't let me on, I will be in trouble. I have to walk to school, and on the way, there's often an uncle watching me. If he knows I am walking to school, Wah-ah." With her pitiful appearance, Xiaofei felt his heart soften. However, this was a world of strange tales, and he must not be misled by appearances. As Xiaofei hesitated, the bus emitted a series of warning beeps, indicating it was time to leave. A decision had to be made immediately. Xiaofei made up his mind and gently said, "Come on board." Was it just 50 cents? If it really came down to it, he could wait a bit and help her cover the fare. If he denied her ride, that mistake would be irreparable. "Thank you, brother." The girl excitedly shouted and quickly boarded the bus. She skillfully tossed in the coins and found a seat. Xiaofei noticed her legs were very fair, and she wore a pair of fluffy sports shoes. Seeing Xiaofei looking at her legs, the girl not only didn't get angry but even sweetly smiled at him. The prettier the thing, the more dangerous it is. Xiaofei reminded himself quietly and began to look at the student ID around the girl's neck. Name, Linlin. Gender, female. Student ID, 0002. Class, Senior 3 Class 6. School, Haiban Senior High School. After the bus had traveled for a while, Linlin suddenly looked nervously out the window. Her expression also grew tense, and her hands rubbed the edges of her clothing restlessly. Xiaofei hurriedly looked outside as well, only to see a bald uncle with exposed upper body standing by the roadside. He was watching the bus and grinning lecherously. While laughing, he patted his round belly and provocatively whistled. No doubt, seeing the frightened look on the female student's face, it was clear that the uncle's lewd actions were aimed at her. Xiaofei was somewhat relieved that the female student got on the bus, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It seems the female student was telling the truth, and Xiaofei felt a little bit of affection for her. When the bus finally drove far enough and the bald uncle was out of sight, the female student patted her chest and sighed deeply. She thanks Xiaofei again, "Thank you, brother." Chapter 8, Zhang Xiaofan. Now, with the female student on the bus, Xiaofei didn't have to face the annoying old lady alone. The old lady and the female student exchanged a glance, and both silently agreed not to speak. The bus continued its journey. It passed through a bumpy area, jolting violently for a moment. Xiaofei was worried that the bus might fall apart. After all, this bus was extremely old and worn out. Fortunately, though the bus was dilapidated, it didn't seem to be falling apart. Soon, the bus stopped again at an intersection. "We've arrived at Changhong West Road intersection. Passengers getting off, please take your belongings and prepare to alight." The old lady and the female student had no intention of getting off, obviously, they had not yet reached their destination. A woman holding a child ran up to the bus. The bus finally came, I was about to die waiting. Without asking, the woman pushed her way onto the bus while holding her child. Xiaofei hurriedly said, "The fare is 3 yuan. The woman glanced at Xiaofei,
duh, I know the fare is 3 yuan. Xiaofei looked at the child in the woman's arms, a little boy who seemed to be only about 3 years old. Should he charge the child a fare? Normally, such a young child would ride the bus for free. But this is the world of strange tales, where nothing follows normal logic. Xiaofei tentatively said, the fare for this child. As soon as the woman heard this, her face turned pale with anger. What did you say? Are you crazy? You want to charge for a child this young? At the same time, the surrounding air grew cold. This was a sign the woman was about to explode in anger. Xiaofei hurriedly changed his tone. I didn't mean that. What I meant was, this child is so cute. Such a cute child, how could he possibly need a ticket? Free, kids are free. The woman calmed down upon hearing this, and the cold air around her gradually disappeared. You know what's good. Xiaofei took a deep breath. No, this wasn't going to work. He couldn't continue acting purely on instinct. It worked the first time, but what about the second and third times? It was time to summon the golden ticket. He secretly decided, if the next passenger was unsure, he would summon the golden ticket. The bus continued on and arrived at a station called Shanghai Bay. A wealthy woman, dressed in extravagant clothes, staggered onto the bus. As soon as she stepped onto the bus, she muttered in disgust, it stinks. If my Audi hadn't been taken by my husband, I wouldn't have to squeeze onto this damn bus. Xiaofei quickly said, the fare is 3 yuan, please insert the coin, thank you. The rich lady took a 100 yuan bill out of her elegant purse and handed it to Xiaofei. I don't have change, please give me the change. Xiaofei was shocked. Change? What was she talking about? He didn't have any such money. The money here wasn't even like the currency from their world. It looked more like spirit money. He didn't have any of that money. How could he give her change? A new problem had appeared. Xiaofei smiled and said, sorry, I can't give change, please try to find a solution yourself. The rich lady immediately got angry. What did you say? Can't give change? Then what use are you as a ticket collector? Xiaofei, in a polite tone, replied, sorry, I really can't give change. The noblewoman greedily glanced at Xiaofei and smiled, oh, little handsome boy, I see you're delicate and tender. Are you interested in spending some time with me? Xiaofei calmly said, sorry, please insert a coin. Without hesitation, the noblewoman directly stuffed a 100 yuan bill into Xiaofei's hand, then smiled wickedly. Little handsome boy, I've already given you the money. Whether you can handle it or not, it's up to you. Xiaofei held the bill, as if holding a hot potato. Damn it, what should I do now? The noblewoman laughed darkly, revealing her true nature. Her eyes turned blood red, and sharp fangs grew from her mouth. She licked her lips and said, little handsome boy, if you can't handle it, you can use your organs to repay the debt. You look so tender, your meat must be very delicious. At this moment, the woman who had been holding the child earlier, the child in her arms suddenly poked its head out. Mom! Meat! I want to eat meat too. Be good, let this big sister eat first. After she's done, we'll eat the leftovers. As she finished speaking, both the woman and the child transformed. They grew fangs and greedily stared at Xiaofei. The elderly woman who had gotten on the bus earlier also stopped pretending. She opened her mouth wide, touching her toothless gums, and said, don't fight with me. I want to eat his head and give myself a set of teeth. Xiaofei looked towards the female student for help. He thought that since the female student looked so pure, she wouldn't have any bad intentions. But unexpectedly, the female student tore off her red scarf and messed up her hair. When I go to bars with my classmates, I love to eat raw whip sashimi. Leave that whip for me. Well, now all the passengers on the bus wanted to eat him. Xiaofei finally turned his pleading gaze towards the driver. Master, what should I do now? The driver still said nothing, focused on driving the bus. Xiaofei held on to the last bit of hope. I'm the ticket collector, they're the passengers. There shouldn't be any reason to be eaten by the passengers on the bus. However, the noblewoman had already made her move. She grew 4 or 5 hands, firmly gripping Xiaofei. Then, I'll take the first bite. Saying that, she opened her bloody mouth wide and lunged at Xiaofei's neck. Xiaofei tried to struggle, but his body was held tightly, unable to move at all. Having entered this strange world, all his magical powers disappeared, and he was no different from an ordinary person. Now, caught in this bizarre grip, he had no strength to resist. The audience watching this scene all broke into a cold sweat for Xiaofei. Good grief, lucky it wasn't me. The noblewoman looked somewhat good at first, but how did she turn into a tentacle monster? And that female student, she tricked me so badly. I really thought she was a pure high school girl. Sigh. Don't even talk about it. In this strange world, there's not a single normal person. Just as the noblewoman's bloody mouth was about to bite into him, Xia Fei couldn't care about anything anymore. He shouted loudly, "Nine heavens Xianxia, transform into divine thunder. Glorious heavenly might, lead it with the sword." Boom! A thunderous roar struck down, shaking all the monsters away. A small figure emerged from the thunder. The figure appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, rubbing his eyes in surprise and saying, "Where is this? Who are you? Where is Jingyu? This is bad. It's Zhang Xiaofan as a child." Right now, Zhang Xiaofan hadn't learned any magic. How could he help Xia Fei escape? Xia Fei had studied his golden entry and knew the protagonist of Zhu Xian was Zhang Xiaofan. But he never expected that the one summoned would be Zhang Xiaofan as a child. This is really a disaster. Now everything is ruined. Chapter 9, Chen Ping'an of Mud Bottle Alley. The strange beings saw Zhang Xiaofan appear, first startled. But when they saw it was just a child, they all began to feel relieved. "I'm so scared, sister." The noblewoman patted her chest and said, "Since another delivery has come, let's eat together." After saying that, 5 or 6 tentacles directly pinned Zhang Xiaofan down. Seeing this scene, the audience in front of the live stream exploded. Isn't this the top-tier golden item? How could such a weak child be summoned? He can't even take one attack, what is there to play with? It's over. We're going to fail this exam again, and our physical condition is going to drop. Xia Fei also looked ashen. He thought the golden item with the word immortal could summon powerful beings like gods. Unexpectedly, it only summoned an 8-year-old child. And this child had absolutely no martial arts skills. Is this really a top-tier golden item? It's even worse than some third-tier golden items. This was a complete disaster. Xia Fei quickly thought of a way to escape, but the pressure of power kept him from moving at all. The schoolgirl said with a smile, "Sister, you hold him down, let me bite off his whip." Xia Fei's heart sank. What a vicious girl. He regretted not charging her more money for getting into the car. If this schoolgirl really succeeded, then he wouldn't have a life left to live. "Zhang Xiaofan, help me!" Xia Fei shouted desperately, clinging to the last bit of hope. But Zhang Xiaofan couldn't even protect himself, so how could he care about Xia Fei? "Let me go!" Zhang Xiaofan shouted helplessly. The car was filled with eerie, creepy laughter, rushing toward the two. Xia Fei was helpless, a cold glare flashed in his eyes, and he had to use his last card. He moved his throat, swallowing something unknown. Suddenly, a chill radiated from him, bouncing off the strange beings that held him. He frantically lunged for the car door, wanting to escape. Right now, he didn't care about any rules, he just wanted to survive. If he really got bitten off, it would be over for him. However, no matter how he pulled, the door wouldn't budge. The bus continued to race through the sky. The eerie old woman chuckled, "Young man, stop struggling. The more you struggle, the more excited they become. I think you should obediently let us eat you." The 3-year-old strange boy pointed at Xia Fei, drooling. "Meat, mommy, meat." Xia Fei had already used the last card the Xia family gave him and still couldn't escape this predicament. Was he really going to die here today? The viewers watching the live stream all felt hopeless. What's going on? How can even a top-tier golden item not work? What does this strange exam require to win? Ah! No one can survive in these creepy tales, this is God's punishment for us. Just when Xia Fei was about to be eaten by the eerie beings, Zhang Xiaofan finally activated the great wisdom within him. A beam of Buddha light shot out from Zhang Xiaofan's body, pushing all the strange beings away. Xia Fei's heart soared, "I'm not dead yet." With his potential unleashed, Zhang Xiaofan, relying on the great wisdom, forced the eerie beings to retreat repeatedly. The schoolgirl pleaded continuously, "I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't dare do it again." The noblewoman also begged, "Let's just play a joke, don't take it so seriously." The eerie old woman returned to her pitiful state, "Ouch. Young friend, you hurt me. Didn't your teacher tell you to respect the elders and love the young?" The pair of mother and child holding a baby quickly begged, "Brother, we were wrong. Please don't hit us, it's tough for us as orphans." And the strange little boy suddenly began to cry out, his voice full of sorrow. Zhang Xiaofan, with a child's heart, softened upon seeing them begging and quickly withdrew his powers. Xia Fei urged, "No. If you let them go now, they'll turn against us." Zhang Xiaofan replied, "Look at them, they shouldn't harm us anymore." Xia Fei sighed secretly. Even though it was a top-tier golden item. But the young Zhang Xiaofan was still too weak. At this moment, the bus driver wore a cold smile, and he scratched at his rotting eye before stomping on the gas pedal. The bus suddenly accelerated and dove underground. This was a place with an extremely heavy presence of yin energy, and strange abilities here could increase several levels. The few strange creatures on the bus that were begging for mercy seemed to have realized the driver's intent.
When the Yin energy reached its peak, all the strange creatures moved at once. They moved with incredible speed, quickly countering Zhang Xiaofan and Xiafei. The student girl disregarded everything and lunged toward Xiafei's groin, biting fiercely. Damn it! Xiafei yelled, desperately dodging. In the face of this desperate situation, he really did break free from the restraints. He quickly retreated, but it was too late. Although she missed his private parts, Xiafei's 2 fingers were already gone. The pain made him scream loudly. The student girl chewed on his fingers, snapping and crunching with evident pleasure. Zhang Xiaofan saw Xiafei get injured and tried to cast another spell. But the strange creatures were no fools, they knew to deal with the stronger one first. All the strange creatures worked together, pinning Zhang Xiaofan down tightly. Xiafei, in so much pain he couldn't speak, knew that injuries in the world of strange tales directly affected the real world. If one died in the world of strange tales, they would die in the real world too. Now, it wasn't just a matter of finger pain, whether they could survive was another question. Worthless Zhang Xiaofan, you've doomed me! Xiafei cursed inwardly. The viewers watching the live stream hung their heads in disappointment. Still too weak. This kind of strange tale instance can't be cleared by normal people. Heaven is abandoning the divine grace continent. However, someone quickly realized. Wait. We haven't completely failed yet. We still have 2 more candidates. They hurriedly searched for Chang Li's scene on the steel. But Chang Li's situation was no different from Xiafei's. Chang Lo had entered an instance called Borrowed Spirit Tunnel. Facing the man-eating creatures, Chang Lu also recited a golden phrase. But what he summoned was actually Chen Pingon from Mud Bottle Alley. My god, look quickly, what's Chen Pingon doing? He's collapsed in Mud Bottle Alley, unsure if he'll survive the winter. Let alone come to help Chang Lu. All of this could only be blamed on the authors of these masterpieces, who made the protagonists too weak at the beginning. Could it be the fate of the divine grace continent? Just when everyone was feeling disheartened, someone suddenly shouted, wait, we haven't completely failed. We still have 1 more candidate. That's right. They had 3 candidates in total. But even the 2 top-level golden phrases couldn't complete the exam. Could Lin Yi, with a 3rd-level golden phrase, turn things around? Chapter 10, Shi Xia appears. When Lin Yi woke up from the world of strange tales, the first thing he saw was a little boy. Brother, you're awake. Lin Yi quickly sat up and realized he was lying on a large bed. At the head of the bed, there was a large family photo. In the photo, there were 4 people, a middle-aged man, a middle-aged woman, Lin Yi, and the little boy. Lin Yi was slightly surprised. This instance was so realistic that even his own photo had been clearly generated. Brother, I made you some herbal soup. Drink it while it's hot. The little boy pointed to a bowl of black, sticky soup on the bedside table and sincerely said. Lin Yi glanced at the bowl of soup. It was sticky, and there were several black insects wriggling inside. What a joke! If he drank that, would he even have a life left? At the same time, a metallic voice rang in Lin Yi's mind. Welcome to the Lie Game. The game duration is 72 hours. Instance task, kill the liar, non-human. Instance setting, the deceased cannot kill the murderer. Instance hint, you live in a warm family of 4. The family is harmonious, and your parents love each other. Your younger brother admires you deeply and follows your every command. Perhaps. What clues can you find from your younger brother, maybe? After reading the instance introduction, Lin Yi's head felt a little confused. What is all this nonsense? Professional matters should still be left to professionals. He didn't hesitate at all and immediately recited the golden phrase of 10 days of the end. The next moment, a tall figure seemed to cross the void and appeared in front of Lin Yi. It was none other than Shi Xia. She quickly glanced around the surroundings, and her eyes fell on Lin Yi. Where is this? Lin Yi was instantly a bit excited. He didn't expect to really summon Shi Xia. He hurriedly explained, this is the world of ghost stories. Shi Xia raised her eyebrows in a teasing manner, the world of ghost stories? Lin Yi quickly shared the instance information with Shi Xia. Oh? A game of lies. After reading the instance information, Shi Xia said calmly, you mean, I can only exist for 3 hours? The countdown appeared at the moment Shi Xia appeared. Exactly 3 hours. Lin Yi asked worriedly, will 3 hours be enough to complete this instance? Originally, the instance's time limit was 3 days, but Shi Xia could only exist for 3 hours, which made Lin Yi unsure. Not needed. 3 simple words, like heavenly music. This extreme confidence made Lin Yi exclaim that he had made the right choice with the golden phrase. The audience watching the live stream saw Lin Yi use the golden phrase as soon as he entered the instance and started to curse. What the heck, is this guy an idiot? Using the golden phrase as soon as he enters the instance?
The golden phrase is supposed to be used at a crucial moment. Linny just used it at the start. Is he just waiting to die? Has he never studied golden phrases? Why is he so reckless? It's over. I thought that this time, with 3 participants, we'd see something new, but it's still the same old story. Sigh. Xiaofei and Shanglo, 2 top-tier golden phrases, are stuck in the instance, and what use does a level 3 golden phrase have? Just to watch the show. Doubts, curses, frustrations. Mostly, there were voices of concern. They were all worried about what to do after this eerie exam failure. Their physical condition had been weakening, and they couldn't take it anymore. Actually, it wasn't just a physical issue, their luck had been terrible these years too. All of this was related to the declining national fortune. Some people, seeing the 3 participants so disappointing, fainted right on the spot in their panic. Since the moment Qi Xia appeared, the family photo hanging by the bed also started to change. From a family of 4, it turned into a family of 5. Clearly, Qi Xia's appearance caused a subtle change in the instance. And the 4-person family in the instance's hint also turned into a 5-person family. The little boy's way of addressing people also changed. Big brother, second brother, are you awake? The big brother he referred to as Qi Xia, and the second brother was naturally Linny. The little boy pointed to a bowl of medicinal soup on the bedside table. Big brother, second brother, drink the soup quickly. I carefully made it for you. Linny glanced at the disgusting soup again, putting all his hopes on Qi Xia. Now that Qi Xia was here, everything could be left to her. Because even if he analyzed it, he wouldn't come to any conclusion. Qi Xia glanced at the bowl of dark soup and said faintly, "You say this thing can be drunk?" The little boy said angrily, "Of course it can be drunk. I carefully made it. If you 2 brothers don't like it, you have to give me a big truck." The task was already clear, either drink the soup, or find a big truck to give to this little boy. But this is the world of ghost stories, where would they find a big truck? The only solution to the task might be to endure the disgust and drink the soup. Qi Xia looked at the little boy. "Do you really like trucks?" "Of course I do," the little boy said longingly. "If you can give me a truck, I'll be very happy." Qi Xia asked again, "You said this bowl of medicinal soup was carefully made by you, right?" The little boy nodded. The next second, without any hesitation, Qi Xia picked up the bowl of soup and poured it on the little boy's head. This action shocked Linny. The audience watching the livestream was also startled. What's going on? Is this Qi Xia crazy? It's one thing not to drink the soup, but why pour it on the boy's head? He must be tired of living, right? That's an NPC from the horror world. If you anger it, even a god can't save you. Sigh. A level 3 gold tag is just a level 3 gold tag, the summon warrior is just a pure fool. Everyone step back, the next scene might be bloody. That boy will definitely eat those 2 alive. The little boy was a bit stunned by Qi Xia's move. His head was covered in that dark soup, and the black bugs inside crawled out, drilling into his nose and ears. This disgusting scene made many viewers start vomiting. Good thing they didn't drink that stuff. If it had gone into their stomachs, their intestines would probably be ripped apart. Although Linny didn't quite understand Qi Xia's action, he still had absolute trust in him. Qi Xia must have his reason for doing this. Qi Xia looked at the little boy. "Do you like it?" The little boy licked his lips excitedly, and a bug took the chance to crawl into his mouth. Like. The next moment, the little boy excitedly spat out 2 words. Ding. System message, gained brother's affection. After the dungeon ends, score will increase. Seeing this bright red message, the viewers watching the livestream were full of question marks. Viewers? Chapter 11, Fired Up. Linny knew, right now there must be many viewers watching the livestream. Among them, surely many didn't understand Qi Xia's action either. Maybe, Qi Xia could explain the logic behind it to raise his prestige among everyone. So Linny asked the question that everyone wanted to ask, why did he say he liked it after you poured the soup on him? Qi Xia didn't want to explain at first, but now there seemed to be a special connection between the 2 of them. Hearing Linny's question, Qi Xia still explained, the big truck he mentioned isn't the kind of truck we normally see, but a toy truck. A little boy at that age liking toy trucks is understandable. But even if it's a toy truck, what does that have to do with pouring soup on his head? Qi Xia continued, earlier I asked him if he liked trucks. He said yes. Then I asked him if the soup was carefully made by him. He also said yes. The key lies in the word carefully. Linny started to understand, you're saying, he used his most beloved toy truck to cook that soup for us? Qi Xia nodded, that's right. The viewers in front of the livestream started to understand after hearing the explanation. No wonder the soup looked so thick and gooey, turns out it was boiled from plastic toys. But they still couldn't quite understand why pour it on the boy's head. Qi Xia looked calm and said, pouring it on his head is much better than us drinking it, isn't it? Besides, there's no way we can find another toy truck around here anytime soon. So now, it's returned to the original owner. With this explanation, it actually made sense. In a way, pouring the soup on the boy was like giving him the truck. But still, something about it felt weird. No wonder so many people die in the horror world. You just can't understand it with normal thinking. Ordinary people who enter the horror world only think about how to stay alive. Actions like pouring soup on an NPC's head, no one would even dare to think of it. You need a calm and clear mind. It takes enough courage and determination. Before the live broadcast, the audience was in an uproar. Wait, who exactly is this Qixia? Does he analyze things or is he just guessing? He must be guessing, it's just a level 3 golden keyword, how could he consider so much? It's just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Some cheered, but more were in doubt. Xiaofei and Shanglo were both trapped in the confusion. How strong could Qixia really be if he was summoned by a level 3 golden keyword? It all came down to him having good luck. Linny had no doubts about Qixia's strength, a man who buried needles all over the end of days, and the needles he buried spanned decades. Now that the first puzzle was solved, they had to speed up the process of the instance. Because Qixia's existence only lasted 3 hours. Thinking of this, Linny shouted to the little boy, "Hey, what's next? What do we do next?" The little boy tilted his head, clearly a bit overwhelmed. Usually, candidates entering this instance spent a lot of time on the first puzzle. Some would look for painkillers or laxatives just to drink the soup. And some would obediently listen to the little boy and go find him a big truck. Some even pleaded with the little boy based on their brotherly relationship. The little boy thought for a moment and said, "Big brother, second brother, last night, I saw Dad kill Mom with my own eyes, and he hid Mom's body in the cupboard." Lin Yi's spirit lifted, this should be the second difficulty. Upon hearing this, Qixia asked a question, what tool did Dad use to kill Mom? The little boy spoke with some fear, a tie. I saw Dad strangle Mom with a tie. Oh? Qixia was somewhat skeptical, I didn't hear any commotion last night. The little boy said, "Big brother, second brother, if you don't believe me, I can take you to see, Mom's body is still hidden in the cupboard." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged woman suddenly pushed the door open. "What are you three brothers doing here? Aren't you eating dinner? Hurry up and help me in the kitchen." The little boy took 2 steps back. "My mom is dead, you are not my mom, who are you?" Everyone noticed that there was a red mark on the woman's neck, which looked like it had been choked by a tie. The live broadcast audience began to chatter. It seems the little boy is right, this woman has been strangled, and the mark on her neck is solid proof. This woman definitely has a problem, don't listen to her and go to the kitchen. Qixia glanced at the woman, without asking how she got the mark on her neck, but instead asked, "What's for dinner?" The woman's prepared speech caught in her throat. Usually, when those candidates saw the mark on her neck, they would dig deeper to clarify. Unexpectedly, Qixia asked a question that caught her off guard. It took her a while to wrap her head around it. "We're having dumplings tonight," the woman said, "but we're short on dumpling filling, you three hurry and go take the meat out of the fridge to chop it up to help me prepare the filling." Qixia signaled for Lin Yi to follow him out. Lin Yi naturally didn't refuse and quickly left the room. "Wait for me." The little boy called out and ran out after them. As soon as they stepped out the door, Qixia whispered, "I feel there's something wrong with the fridge." Lin Yi replied, "I'll follow your lead." The two hurried towards the fridge, and when they opened the door, out rolled a corpse. It was none other than the little boy's father. Qixia and Lin Yi quickly stepped back a step to avoid being hit by the body. The audience watching the live broadcast was taken aback. "Oh my god, that scared me to death. Hiding a corpse in the fridge, which genius thought of that? That woman's dumpling filling. Could it be the corpse of her husband? Ugh." A little boy followed behind Qixia and Lin Yi. Upon seeing his father's corpse, he immediately hugged himself and cried. At that moment, a woman also walked in. "Why are you crying? Your father was going to kill us four, and I stabbed him to death with a fruit knife. Hurry up and get ready, we need to prepare dumplings." My goodness. No wonder this is a world of eerie tales. This is not something a normal person would say. The woman continued, "If I hadn't taken action, we four would be dead. I did this for your sake." Just then, a loud banging came from behind. "What are you mother and son hiding in the kitchen for? Is dinner ready yet?" Qixia rushed out quickly and looked closely. The little boy's father was sitting in the hall with his legs crossed. If the little boy's father is not dead, then who is the corpse in the fridge? Qixia quickly rushed back to the kitchen and found that the corpse had disappeared. "Where's the corpse?" The woman retorted, "What corpse?" Qixia smiled, things were getting interesting. Chapter 12, Invincible Qixia.
Xia spoke slowly. Just now there was clearly a corpse here, but in the blink of an eye, it revived in the hall.
How do you explain that?
Upon hearing this, the woman appeared flustered.
He's back, he will kill us all. Hurry! You need to kill him again.
After saying that, she shoved a fruit knife into Xia's hand.
Linny watched from the side and frowned. Hey, lady, do you think I don't exist?
She clearly just pushed that corpse under the stove a moment ago. Perhaps this is a bug in the exam system, it didn't expect there would be two people here.
After Xia ran out, Linny stayed in the kitchen. He saw every little action of this woman clearly.
It seems that the NPCs here aren't very smart and have no idea how to adapt. Linny walked over to Xia and whispered, the corpse was hidden under the stove by her.
Xia gently nodded.
The woman shouted, he has already been killed by me.
He is not human anymore.
If you kill him again with the weapon you used to kill him the first time, then he will be obliterated, never able to reincarnate.
The audience watching the livestream were all confused. Didn't the mission prompt say they were a loving family?
And their relationship seemed good.
But now, the wife is so eager to kill her husband. Something is seriously wrong here. And Xia, hearing the woman's words, fell deep in thought.
He seemed to have caught an important clue. Kill him again with the weapon that killed him.
This sentence seemed to hide some clue. Xia asked, you mean I should use this fruit knife to kill your husband?
The woman shouted, of course.
He is no longer human and should not be here.
Xia took the fruit knife and walked out. Linny hurriedly followed. In the hall, the woman's husband was sitting there, shouting loudly.
Upon seeing Xia and Linny come out, he revealed a fierce look. What are you two doing in the kitchen? Have you seen your mother? I tell you, she is no longer human.
If you see her, make sure to kill her.
Interesting.
This couple both wants each other's lives.
Xia asked, what weapon do you think we should use to kill her?
A tie. Use a tie to strangle her again, and she will be obliterated.
Xia nodded lightly, seemingly understanding something.
Just then, the woman and the little boy also walked out of the kitchen. Upon seeing her husband sitting there, terror appeared on their faces.
What are you waiting for? Hurry up.
Just stab him once, and your task will be complete, the woman shouted.
Linny's current mission was to kill the liar, the non-human. So far, it seems that none of these three are human. It should be considered as non-human.
As long as we find the liar among them, and stab them to death, the mission will be complete.
But which one of these three is lying?
Or perhaps, all three of them are lying.
Could it be that the final goal of this mission is to kill all three of them? Because Lin Yi's mission has entered a critical phase. The audience shifted their attention to this side.
As for Xiafei and Changlu, they were almost done for.
However, after watching for a long time, they still couldn't make any sense of it. Some even said they didn't know anything at all.
Someone said, in my opinion, just kill this woman, and the mission will be over. Another person said, the liar must be her husband, we should kill him.
Actually, you're all wrong. Don't look at how harmless the little boy looks. Maybe he is the real liar, I think we should kill him. As for me, just kill all three of them. It will be over once and for all.
Xia walked over, placed a fruit knife in the man's hand, and said, your wife wants to kill you, chop you into dumpling filling.
Go kill her now.
The man took the fruit knife, slightly stunned.
Wait, is this person mentally unstable, or does he not understand the rules of the game? He is told to kill someone, but instead, he hands the knife to himself. What does that mean?
Xia said faintly, if I'm not mistaken, no matter who I kill with this knife among you, the mission will fail. Hearing this, the family of three exchanged glances. A trace of astonishment flashed in their eyes. The candidates who entered this mission earlier had already lost the ability to think rationally. They were highly likely to choose to kill the woman. Because so far, the probability of the woman lying is the highest. Whether it's the corpse in the fridge or the act of handing Xia the fruit knife, the woman's motives are clearly not pure.
Unfortunately, this time, they encountered Xia. The man threw away the fruit knife and said faintly, how did you know?
Xia said, the mission prompt said, you two are very loving, but now you're creating a false image of mutual killing, isn't this contradictory? The man grinned and waved at the woman. The woman obediently walked over and gently kissed the man on the neck. The couple immediately became inseparable, sweet as can be. The little boy also walked in front of them, and the three of them stared sharply at Xia and Lin Yi.
Do you think you two can complete this mission?
It turned out they were not fools, the previous clumsy appearance was just a deliberate act for Lin Yi to see. Now they revealed their cards and were ready to face off against the two. The woman patted the little boy's head lovingly and said, what a pity, your poisonous water didn't fool them. The little boy said, I even released little bugs to make it cuter.
Why didn't they like it?
The man said, next time, replace the little bugs with honey, and they'll fall for it. The little boy nodded heavily. Xia said coldly, there won't be a next time. This time, you will all die here. Upon hearing this, the family of 3 laughed. Come on, if you have the ability, come kill us, we're just standing here. Xia didn't speak, but picked up the axe beside her and chopped off the little boy's head in one strike. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and everyone was stunned. Wait, did he really chop off the little boy's head? Is this really right? Just now, they said they couldn't kill any of them, but now they've gone and chopped the little boy's head off. My brain can't keep up. It's over, now that they've killed their son, the couple will definitely try to get back at these 2. However, although the couple was angry, they didn't make a move. They only gritted their teeth chattering, wishing they could swallow Xia whole. Xia said faintly, I can kill you, but I must find the corresponding murder weapon. Am I right? Upon hearing this, the couple's faces turned pale in an instant. They stared at Xia in fear. How could you know? Chapter 13, Xia continues the exam. Xia calmly said, from the moment you entered the door, the 3 of you have been acting. First, you created the illusion of your marital discord through the little boy's words. Then, you used various excuses to lure us into the kitchen, to let us discover the corpse in the refrigerator. However, all your actions were aimed at one goal, to create the false impression that the fruit knife was the murder weapon. Then, naturally, you wanted to shove the fruit knife into my hand. After hearing this, the woman clapped her hands twice, admiringly saying, I must say, you are very clever. However, it seems you forgot where this is. The audience watching the live stream began to question. Wait, what's wrong with the fruit knife? Is there an issue with the fruit knife? Is it that a fruit knife isn't effective for killing? Should we use an axe instead? I still don't quite understand. Oh, my head itches so much, I feel like I need to grow a brain. Xia had killed the little boy with an axe, but the couple didn't seem very saddened. They remained calm and collected. Xia observed all of this quietly, pondering. In order to care for the audience's experience, Linny asked the question for them. Why is it that killing with a fruit knife is not acceptable, but an axe is? Xia answered, you're wrong. It's not that an axe can kill at will, but it's the only weapon that can kill the little boy. Pausing for a moment, Xia continued, if I'm not mistaken, the strange ones can be killed, you just need to find the corresponding murder weapon. The little boy was killed by an axe in life, now that I use the axe to kill him again, he can truly be obliterated. The audience then suddenly understood. After hearing Xia's explanation, the strange couple turned serious. This was a hidden clue concealed within the instance, they didn't expect this man to deduce it so quickly. That's right. As strange NPCs within the instance, they had the duty to remind exam takers of exam clues. One very important clue was, strangers can be killed, you just need to find the weapon that killed them in life. For example, if a person was killed by a fruit knife, then after becoming strange, they can be killed again with the same fruit knife that killed them before, only then can they truly be obliterated. To convey this clue, the couple staged a drama of mutual slaughter. Unexpectedly, this clue was easily seen through by Xia. Linny asked again, how do you know that the weapon to kill the little boy is an axe? This question caught the attention of not only the audience but also the strange couple, who perked up their ears. Xia did not answer immediately, instead, he teased them. He looked at the strange couple and calmly said, next, it's your turn. The strange wife sneered, what a joke, who do you think you are? It's already fortunate that we won't kill you, and you still want to kill us. The strange husband then solemnly spoke, his voice heavy, alright, let's stop here. You two can exit the instance now, and I may pass you. After all, you found the clues that needed to be found. Upon hearing the strange husband's words, the audience before the live stream erupted in excitement. What? Did I hear that right? They said we can pass this exam? My heavens, the sky has finally opened its eyes, and our exam taker has finally made some progress. We must carve a monument. This great feat must be remembered with a monument. What was that person's name again? Xia, right? Xia, you are my god. The square instantly erupted with joy. They had waited far too long for this day. With the national prosperity value declining for years, they could no longer endure it. This time, the clouds finally parted and the moonlight shone bright, a breakthrough had been made. The old scholar trembled as he opened the parchment, drawing a bold line on the 10 days of end. Today is definitely a day worth celebrating. The high-ranking members of the Xia family breathed a long sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. Although Xia Fei had failed, if Linny could help the Divine Grace continent earn a bit of fortune, it was still very worth celebrating. And the Crane Saint, seeing that his disciple was outdone by a Linny who had awakened a level 3 golden trait, had a flash of sharpness in his eyes. Linny heard that passing the exam was possible, which made him feel at ease. He had looked into the information of past candidates and knew how difficult it was to pass in the world of supernatural tales. Thankfully, there was Chi Xia. The creepy wife, hearing that her creepy husband was willing to pass them, showed a hint of resentment in her eyes. "Husband, they are just luckier, why should we let them go?" The creepy husband said, "No need to say more, my mind is made up." The creepy wife, though unwilling, still said, "Consider yourselves lucky." Unexpectedly, at this moment, Chi Xia suddenly sneered, "Did I say we were done?" As soon as these words came out, the creepy couple froze for a moment. Even Linny was a bit surprised. The audience in front of the stone tablet erupted. "Chi Xia! Brother Chi! That's enough. We are already very satisfied with passing. Chi Xia! I beg you, don't continue the exam. We are very satisfied with the current situation. Chi God! We surrender. You don't need to prove yourself anymore. I am willing to call you the most handsome man in the Divine Grace continent. Don't continue. We are begging you." Many of the timid ones knelt before the stone tablet, pleading with Chi Xia not to continue with the exam. If it continued and ended up with a failing grade, it would be gut-wrenching regret. Chi Xia was called out by Linny, and people begged Linny to stop Chi Xia, hoping he wouldn't continue the exam. However, Linny had absolute confidence in Chi Xia, and upon hearing Chi Xia wanted to go on, he also looked forward to Chi Xia's next performance. The creepy couple, upon hearing Chi Xia wanted to continue, first froze, then burst into laughter. "Mortal, you are seeking death. Do you know where this place is?" Chi Xia replied quietly, "No matter what this place is, today you are both doomed." Upon hearing Chi Xia's arrogant tone, the couple no longer showed weakness. "Very well, then go pay for my son's life." The couple transformed into terrifying forms and charged toward Chi Xia and Linny. Linny thought to himself that this was bad. If they really fought, it wouldn't be Chi Xia's area of expertise. Unexpectedly, Chi Xia didn't dodge, standing still without moving. Just as they were about to bite Chi Xia's head, the two suddenly came to a hard stop. "You really aren't afraid of dying?" the creepy wife asked sharply. Chi Xia said lightly, "If I'm not mistaken, you should also be restricted by the rules and cannot kill at will, correct?" An aura of absolute confidence radiated out. Everyone turned their heads in surprise. Chapter 14, The Core Secret of the Instance. Everyone watched as the creepy couple charged toward Chi Xia and Linny, their hearts were in their throats. After seeing the two unharmed, they finally sighed in relief. Little did they know, in the world of supernatural tales, the most important rule is the rules. As long as one doesn't break the rules, even the weird cannot harm others at will. Chi Xia calmly looked at Linny, "You go find the weapon that killed the creepy wife, and I will find the weapon that killed the creepy husband." Linny didn't expect Chi Xia would even assign him a task. Looking at Chi Xia's expression, it seemed he really intended to take down this whole family of three. "Is the weapon the tie?" Linny asked out of curiosity. On the surface, the creepy wife had a noticeable strangulation mark on her neck, likely caused by a tie. Chi Xia said, "Never let appearances blind your eyes." Linny nodded, ready to go search. Chi Xia reminded again, "If I'm not mistaken, the murder weapon should only be in this house, just search with confidence." With the important task assigned by Chi Xia, Linny felt a bit excited. He immediately began to rummage through the house. The ghost couple stared at each other in disbelief. They were simply too arrogant, these two people. They completely ignored them. Did they really take this place as their home? Did they think they could do whatever they wanted? Their teeth clicked together, wishing they could chew the two alive. Unfortunately, these two had not broken any rules yet, so they had no way to retaliate. The audience before the live stream sighed in admiration of Chi Xia's boldness and attention to detail. Xiaofei and Shanglo were currently overcoming challenges in the instance, while with Chi Xia's help, Linny felt at home, searching through everything. Linny dashed into the bedroom, rummaging loudly. "Scissors? It doesn't seem like it. A pillow? That doesn't seem right either. An umbrella doesn't seem to be it." Linny searched wildly, throwing things everywhere. The ghost wife let out a piercing scream, "Stop! Don't touch my lipstick." However, Linny didn't hold on properly, and the lipstick fell from his hands, breaking into two pieces. "Sorry, it's all because I got scared." The ghost wife was now at her peak of anger. These two must not escape alive today, or it wouldn't be enough to quell her rage. The viewers watching the live stream gasped in shock. Lipstick was more important to a woman than their own life. Now Linny had just broken this ghost wife's lipstick. Although they were only watching in front of the stone tablet, their hearts raced anxiously. At this moment, Chi Xia also entered the bedroom. She placed a hand on Linny's shoulder. "Don't be afraid, according to the rules, we are also part of this home, searching for things is natural." The ghost wife chuckled ominously, "Oh really? A child who breaks things in the house must be punished by the parents." Before she finished speaking, Xixia directly grabbed a nearby triangular ruler and stabbed it into the ghost wife's abdomen. The sudden scene shocked everyone.
Wait, isn't the triangular ruler a murder weapon? How can she stab without any warning? In the next moment, the ghost wife let out a wretched scream, unwillingly collapsing to the floor. Xixia glanced over and said lightly, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry."
Now the 3 ghosts had already been dealt with, 2 of them by Xixia. The ghost husband's eyes turned red, and he went berserk. He no longer cared about rules, rushing up to attack. Xixia said calmly, "Aren't you afraid of those guys above?" Upon hearing this, the ghost husband froze in place, not daring to move an inch. It seemed to be afraid of something extremely terrifying. Xixia murmured, "It seems the situation is much more complicated than I thought. Are those people above really that terrifying?" The audience saw how Xixia's words had frightened the ghost husband, all expressing confusion. He had already lost his wife and son, why wasn't he attacking? At this point, what concerns could remain? Just kill the 2 and be done with it. Q. This is their greatest assurance. Unexpectedly, this core secret was directly exposed by Xixia. The strange husband felt an unprecedented fear rising in his heart. If he died today, their family of 3 would truly disappear from the world of strange tales forever. They would never refresh this instance again. They had once faced powerful cultivators and encountered many quick-witted wise men. But there were very few who could make him feel true fear like today. This was a fear that came from the depths of the soul. The strange husband said, "That's enough. Both of you are highly skilled, I am thoroughly convinced. If you withdraw now, you can receive a good instance rating." The audience was ecstatic upon hearing they could earn a good rating. In past strange exams, those who could get a passing evaluation were already rare. A good rating was even more uncommon. Once an instance gets a good rating, it will receive extra rewards after the strange exam ends. Years ago, a senior named Feng Qingyang received a good rating. After the instance ended, the Divine Grace Continent was blessed with 3 days and nights of golden rain. Now, Lin Yi had once again achieved a good rating. He could once again earn extra benefits for the Divine Grace Continent. Xixia said, "Okay. I will ask you a question, and as long as you answer truthfully, I will end the exam." The strange husband nodded heavily. Xixia asked, "Who are they?" The strange husband was obviously stunned. "What do you mean by they? In this world, is there someone restraining you?" "I want to know who they are," Xixia said. "Nonsense. There is absolutely no one restraining us." A flash of panic crossed the strange husband's eyes, as if he remembered something terrifying. Xixia continued calmly, "You could have designed the instance to be more difficult, but you didn't. I want to know, is someone limiting the difficulty of this instance? Who are they?" The strange husband suddenly went mad. "That's not true. You killed my wife and son, this enmity is unending, come on, let me see your true ability." His expression became frenzied, ready to fight Xixia to the death. Chapter 15 Perfect Score. Xixia looked at the rampaging strange husband without making any move. Because if the strange could kill at will, they wouldn't need to design any instance, they could just eat anyone who entered the strange tale world. But since they enforced rewards and punishments through these strange exams, there must be a unique operating mode. Sure enough. The moment the strange husband's hand touched Xixia, a horrific power instantly rebounded him. Moreover, white smoke began to rise from the strange husband. Xixia silently observed, not knowing what he was pondering. The strange husband lay on the ground, clearly electrocuted. His body trembled uncontrollably. He rasped, "You can never find the..." in order to seriously injure himself. That way, perhaps he could struggle for a breath of life. Because today, this person was truly incredible, the missions they designed were child's play in his eyes. He felt a deep fear. Previously, among the candidates, killing just one of them to barely get a passing score was already quite impressive. But today, it was the first time his family's lives were threatened like this. This person was like someone using a cheat code. Xixia looked at her strange husband and said seriously, "Do you want to go outside?" The strange husband had concocted dozens of reasons in his mind to refuse taking the sleeping pills, yet he did not expect Xixia to say such a thing. The strange husband sneered, "Outside? Where to?" "To the outside world," Xixia said. The strange husband clearly paused. He had lived here for hundreds, even thousands of years, and this place was his home. Where would there be another world? Xixia continued, "In that world, there are flowers, green leaves, and warm sunshine, of course, most importantly, there, even breathing is free." The strange husband clearly froze. It seemed like some deep memory was awakening within him. In the evening, the 3 of them strolled under the sunset, with their son running freely on the green grass. What a free and harmonious scene. The strange husband snorted coldly, "Don't use sweet words, as long as I don't commit suicide, I won't die." Xixia's gaze was profound, "You underestimate them. The strange husband was startled. He had thought that injuring himself severely was already a situation that couldn't get any worse. However, listening to Qi Xia's tone, it seemed she was very confident about killing him. Seeing the strange husband wavering, Qi Xia continued, "Do you want to hear a story?" The strange husband didn't speak. "Let me try to reconstruct how your family died. While playing, your son accidentally got killed by an axe hanging in the air, and that axe was hung there by your wife. After your son was hit by the axe, he didn't die immediately but went through a transformation. After the transformation, he killed your wife with a triangular ruler. Due to guilt, you eventually took sleeping pills. So the 3 murder weapons for the deaths were the axe, the triangular ruler, and the sleeping pills." After listening, the strange husband showed an incredulous expression. Was this person seeing through him, as if he were at the scene? The strange husband sighed. "That's right, it matches what you said basically, but the axe wasn't hung by my wife, it was hung by me." That day, after his son and wife died, he received a mysterious prompt. As long as he commits suicide, his son and wife will come back to life. In his extreme grief and guilt, he didn't think much, and directly took the sleeping pills to commit suicide. Unexpectedly, after he died, they really came back to life. However, the world they woke up in was a bizarre world. Every day, the first thing when they woke up was to design missions and receive candidates. Having lived for so long, some things had become a bit unclear to them. At first, they still marveled at being granted a chance of rebirth by the gods. They worked every day with grateful hearts. But gradually, they discovered something was amiss. This place was simply like a cage. They were like workers who had been captured, laboring hard every day. Only then did they begin to have the thought of escaping. But after several attempts, the terrifying rules made them tremble with fear. They could only continue to struggle for survival. But this person in front of them actually said he could take them out. Wasn't he joking? Though he had some skills, facing them was like hitting a stone with an egg, still with no chance of winning. Qi Xia said, "Right now, there is an opportunity for your wife and son to return to the normal world. It all depends on whether you are willing to cherish it. I have absolute confidence to liberate here." The audience was baffled by Qi Xia's words, feeling somewhat dazed. What's going on? Is he actually trying to persuade a strange being? Isn't it always a life or death battle between strange beings and candidates? What happened today? Not much hope. If strange beings could be easily tricked, they wouldn't be called strange beings. The strange husband pondered for a moment, a bit hesitantly saying, "If possible, just let me suffer here. I hope my wife and son can be happy forever." Qi Xia seized the moment. "Tell me, who are they?" The strange husband chuckled twice. "It's useless. They are forever unbeatable. I admit you are strong, but..." Before it could finish, smoke started to rise from its body again. Clearly, it had violated the rules once more. Suddenly, the strange husband suddenly erupted. As it picked up the sleeping pills from the ground, it shouted loudly, "Remember what you said, Qi Xia. And, they are the heavens." Before the words were finished, it instantly turned into a charred lump. Fortunately, in the moment of its death, it finally swallowed some sleeping pills. This could be considered the greatest gift for Qi Xia and Lin Yi. Ding! The instance is about to end. This instance lasted 1 hour and 5 minutes. The instance rating is perfect. Chapter 16 Qi Xia's explanation. Looking at the perfect rating on the stone tablet, all the audience rubbed their eyes in disbelief. My god, I am not seeing things. Is it really the legendary perfect rating? Quick, give me a punch, let me see if I'm dreaming. A 72-hour instance, and he finished it in over an hour? I know, the instance was supposed to continue, but maybe because all the NPCs inside died, it ended early. This is absolutely amazing. Was that last strange husband swayed by him? Lin Yi knew Qi Xia was strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. In just over an hour he completed the instance. Lin Yi knew that the audience must be watching him take the exam in front of the stone tablet. Therefore, he asked out many of the doubts in their hearts. Qi Xia, can you explain how you found those corresponding murder weapons? Qi Xia raised his head. Is it important? The instance is already over. It's very important. Oh? Qi Xia showed interest. Lin Yi, unsure how to explain, could only say, there are many audience eagerly awaiting your explanation. Speaking of audience, Lin Yi suddenly thought of the audience in Chen Ling's mind from I Am Not a Drama God. Come to think of it, the people of the Divine Grace Continent are just like the audience in Chen Ling's mind, right? Qi Xia nodded gently and said, strange beings fear the weapons that killed them in life. So that was it. No wonder Qi Xia found them so quickly and accurately. Humans have the instinct to seek good and avoid evil, strange beings are the same. Qi Xia explained, that little boy, whether intentionally or not, always avoided that axe, such subtle movements perhaps even he himself did not notice. Understood. After Qi Xia's explanation, everyone finally realized.
However, in that kind of environment, who would pay attention to those subtle actions and micro-expressions? Only by maintaining a high level of focus and a calm, clear mind could one do so. Xixia looked up at the sky and continued, in fact, this instance has a hidden hard rule, which is, no lies allowed. If a candidate lies in the instance, they will be instantly killed. So that's why. No wonder these three strange beings couldn't attack the two for a long time, it turns out they hadn't triggered the death condition. But why did Xixia know the death condition? Before Linny could speak, Xixia continued, this instance is a game of lies, it reminds me of that interview room. In the interview room, the liar game with the sheep person had a similar essence to this game of lies. The liar game had everyone lying. And now, this game of lies requires them to not lie. Xixia's gaze paused briefly, then continued explaining, this quest has two interpretations, the first, to kill the lying non-humans, the second, to kill the liars and the non-humans. Linny didn't expect that this quest actually had two interpretations. He immediately perked up his ears to listen further. The little boy starts by lying. He says he saw his dad kill his mom. Let's assume it's the first situation, kill the lying non-humans. Then, this quest should end as soon as I kill the little boy, but it doesn't. So, it must be the second situation, where we kill both the liars and the non-humans. The entire family is non-humans, and the little boy is also a liar. If killing them all would end the game, then the quest should have simply asked to kill the non-humans, no need for the extra step to kill the liars. This means that the quest to kill the liars might actually be theirs. As long as we lie in the quest, we become the liars, which triggers the death condition. They can then kill us. Therefore, the way to complete this quest is to find the right weapon and kill the three non-humans, without lying in the process. Linny didn't expect that Xixia had thought of so much in such a short time. He even predicted both possibilities. The viewers before the livestream were stunned after hearing Xixia's explanation. Wait, did you guys understand what he just said? I don't really understand, but it sounds impressive. Who cares if we understand or not, it's amazing anyway. Xixia. Amazing. Xixia. Amazing. The square echoed with deafening shouts. According to the records, this was the first time anyone had received a perfect score in the world of ghost stories. How could they not be excited? Moreover, after receiving a perfect score, the Divine Blessing Continent would receive an epic reward, but they had no idea what this reward would be. In the crowd, a timid voice shouted, I want to grow 3 centimeters. Ha! No future. A proud female voice shouted, I want to lose 50 pounds. Many other voices chimed in, I want to go out and pick up money. I want to live 30 more years. I want to find a girlfriend. Usually, after completing a quest, players would experience some kind of physical or luck-based enhancement. But no one knew if the perfect score would be different this time. After finishing his explanation, Xixia looked at Linny. Now it's your turn to explain. Linny was stunned. Explain what? The world of ghost stories. Linny was momentarily confused, unsure how to explain since it was his first time entering the world of ghost stories. He only knew that this world was full of rules. Seeing Linny's expression, Xixia understood what was going on. Let's go. Xixia softly said 2 words and was about to push the door open. Where to? Linny quickly asked. To explore this world of ghost stories. Xixia replied lightly. Isn't that risky? What if they step out and fall into those strange rules again? Xixia said, I know I only have 3 hours, so I have to make every second count. No wonder the quest ended so quickly, Xixia had calculated time into the equation. At the same time, Linny felt a bit puzzled. Normally, once the quest ended, they should have been teleported back to the Divine Blessing Continent. But why were they still in the quest world? Was it because of the golden attribute? Or had they triggered some hidden mission? Linny felt a bit anxious. Xixia didn't have much time left. It would be best to avoid getting involved in any other quests. Otherwise, what if Xixia leaves and he's left alone in the quest? That would be a disaster. But soon, Lin Yi's doubts were cleared. Because he received a task prompt. Ding! System prompt, Summer Fei and Chang Lu are in danger. Do you wish to go assist them? Chapter 17, The Soft-Hearted Xixia. Xixia also received the assistance task, but he calmly said, we don't need to care about the lives or deaths of others. Linny said, after all, we are classmates. If we can help, we should help as much as we can. Xixia's voice was calm, if it's just the bond of classmates, there's no need to take such a big risk. You must know, this is a life or death exam, and it might cost both our lives. Linny said, aren't you interested in exploring the world of strange tales? This might be a good opportunity. Xixia said, having a task or not, it's a completely different mindset. Then it's up to you. The simple 3 words made Xixia involuntarily look up. In the current situation, Qi Xia was summoned by Lin Yi. Even if Lin Yi asked Qi Xia to do something unwilling, he couldn't refuse. And Lin Yi just said 3 words, then it's up to you. This made Qi Xia look at him with a slight side eye. The audience watching the live stream were all getting anxious. No, 2 big brothers, Summer Fei and Chang Lu, are about to collapse, and you two still have time to chat here? Lin Yi, don't be ungrateful, Summer Fei said before that if possible, he would help his classmates. You are classmates, are you really going to watch them die without helping? The head of the Xia family said in a deep voice, if you two can rescue Summer Fei, my Xia family will treat you as honored guests. The resources of the Xia family will be at your disposal. The crane saint's eyes were sharp like a vulture. Lin Yi, if you don't bring Chang Lu back, I will kill you. Qi Xia asked, didn't you say they are your classmates, why now? Lin Yi smiled, compared to you, their weight is still lighter. Boring. Qi Xia uttered 2 words and had already pressed the button to agree to assist. Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly. You little brat, I still can't handle you. Sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Saying some words with a sting, but doing warm-hearted actions. After Lin Yi also agreed to the assistance task, the two were transported into the dungeon where Chang Lu was, by a terrifying force. After a brief moment of dizziness, Lin Yi and Qi Xia appeared together in a dark, narrow tunnel. Dungeon name, Soul-Slipping Tunnel. Dungeon description, an unfinished tunnel, only clean souls can reach the end. Those who are dirty and unworthy will sink here forever. Besides a description filled with religious rituals, there was no other information. As Lin Yi and Qi Xia arrived in the tunnel, 2 faint candles slowly lit up, as if to welcome these 2 guests. 2 thin, long shadows were cast ahead, stretching very far. Seeing the light, a terrified voice hurriedly called for help, help, help me. Lin Yi blocked the candlelight with his hand, finally seeing the disheveled figure clearly. It wasn't Chang Lu, who could it be? But now his mental state seemed to have significant problems. The whole person looked a little mad, probably due to excessive shock. Chang Lu? Hearing Lin Yi's voice, the figure in the dim light seemed to grasp the glimmer of hope. Lin Yi. Lin God. You finally came. Save me. Please save me. While speaking, he crawled towards them. Lin Yi stepped forward and helped him up. Are you all right? Chang Lu seemed to remember something terrifying. There are ghosts. This place has ghosts. Lin Yi was a bit speechless. Wasn't it normal for there to be something strange? This was originally the world of strange tales, so it was not surprising at all to encounter some bizarre occurrences. Earlier, they easily killed 3 strange creatures, it was nothing remarkable. Chang Lu, as a top student, had extraordinary courage and insight. How could he be so frightened? Moreover, there were no obvious wounds on his body, which made Lin Yi a bit confused. At this moment, Chang Lu also noticed Qi Xia standing beside him and hurriedly asked, who is this big brother? My name is Qi Xia. What did you see? Ghosts. A lot of ghosts. Chang Lu shouted in panic. Qi Xia's question was clear, no unnecessary chatter, directly asking about what he saw and heard. Unexpectedly, Chang Li's answer was so singular. Besides the ghosts, what else? Qi Xia asked again. There's. I don't know. I really don't know. No, buddy, you are a top student and a peak talent awakener, why are you so scared? Lin Yi suppressed his doubts and asked, I see you aren't hurt, you should be fine, right? Chang Li tightly held onto the jade pendant in front of him, saying, this was left to me by Qin Pingan. Without this jade pendant, I would have nowhere to rest in death. Qi Xia raised an eyebrow, Qin Pingan? Oh. Just like you, he was summoned out as a protagonist, we collectively called him warriors, Lin Yi hurriedly explained. Protagonist? Qi Xia asked again. After speaking, he seemed to realize something and showed an expression of I see now. Chang Li trembled as he said, this place is full of ghosts. A lot of ghosts. Without this jade pendant, I would have already been torn apart by them. Lin Yi asked, what about the ghostly presence? Why haven't we seen it? Chang Lu replied, it's the jade pendant that's working. Without it, the 3 of us would have been torn apart by ghosts. Qi Xia said, try putting down the jade pendant. Hearing this, Chang Lu exploded, are you crazy? You want me to put down the pendant? I don't want to die. Lin Yi and Qi Xia exchanged glances, this guy was clearly just scaring himself. However, what surprised Lin Yi even more was that this jade pendant was clearly something Qin Pingan's mother left for him to use when marrying a daughter-in-law. How did it end up in Chang Li's hands? If memory serves, this jade pendant was given to Ning Yao by Qin Pingan. Now, with Chang Lu holding it, Lin Yi worried about what Qin Pingan would do in the future. At present, it seemed that Qin Pingan couldn't solve Chang Li's dilemma and had to leave the protective jade pendant to him before leaving the dungeon. Qi Xia looked ahead and said, let's go, we don't have much time.
Usually, in this kind of tunnel dungeon, as long as you reach the end, you should clear the dungeon. Linny nodded and took down the 2 burning candles beside him for lighting.
Perhaps these 2 candles were extra rewards from the dungeon. Hearing that the 2 wanted to move forward, Changla turned pale. You want to go forward? Ahead is a haunted house.
Chi Xia ignored him and strode forward.
Linny hurried to catch up, handing a candle to Chi Xia. Changla let out a strange cry and hurried after them. Wait for me.
After walking a short distance, they saw a pair of red embroidered shoes quietly placed ahead.
Chapter 18, The Woman Evoking Sympathy.
Seeing the embroidered shoes, Changli's face turned white. Here she comes, she has followed us.
Chi Xia stared at the red shoes, silent. Linny asked, what do you mean, she is coming?
Changla said in terror, those shoes were over there before, but now they are here.
She definitely has latched onto us.
Oh, Chi Xia softly said, seems like an important clue. With that, he walked towards the embroidered shoes. After examining them carefully, Chi Xia said to Changlu, pick it up.
Changlu was startled and stepped back. Are you kidding? You want me to pick up such a cursed object?
Chi Xia said flatly, this is actually your personal dungeon, we are just assisting.
Changlo looked at Linny for help. Lin God, is he reliable? Can we not touch such things? Linny smiled and said, he has helped me easily clear the dungeon, and now there's still time to help you. Do you think he's reliable?
If you want to live, just obediently listen to him. Changla gritted his teeth, silently resolving to bet it all, and turned to walk towards the embroidered shoes.
Chi Xia, I'm counting on you to keep me safe.
However, just as his hand was about to touch the embroidered shoes, they had already moved, appearing 10 steps ahead of them.
Changlu was so scared that he cried out, look.
I told you not to touch this thing.
It can teleport.
Chi Xia was also surprised, not expecting the shoes to move on their own.
Could this be sending them some kind of message? Stop it. Chi Xia commanded, quickly moving towards the embroidered shoes.
Linny heard this and also rushed to encircle the shoes.
The embroidered shoes kept teleporting away from them, and their steps grew more determined.
They were already nearing the center of the tunnel. It seemed they had reached their destination when the embroidered shoes suddenly leaped, vanishing from view. At that moment, a melodious song began to drift through the tunnel.
Tunnel song.
And judging by the voice, it was a woman's voice. Who wouldn't be creeped out by that?
The audience watching the livestream began to complain one by one. I can't take it. I can't take it. What kind of instance is this? It's so oppressive.
I have a phobia of closed spaces like tunnels. Watching this is making it hard for me to breathe.
Not just oppressive, but look at those embroidered shoes. Don't they exude an eerie, thrilling aura? Everyone, don't panic.
I believe in Chi Xia because his performance is truly outstanding. I hope Chi Xia can pull off another perfect score for us. Chi Xia and his companions focused ahead, where a woman in red was suddenly sitting, crying with her face covered. When Changla saw her, he stuttered, pointing at the woman in red, WW woman ghost. As soon as the woman appeared, the singing stopped. The enchanting song must have come from her mouth. Linny gently raised the candle and finally saw the woman's face clearly. It was a pretty face, looking delicate and sorrowful, as if she had just been caught in a rainstorm.
Chi Xia asked, what are you doing here? The woman stopped sobbing, lifted her head, and whispered, did you see my shoes?
Before Chi Xia could speak, Changla shouted from the side, yes, we saw them. They were a pair of red embroidered shoes, right? Now he was very glad that following the embroidered shoes had led them to see an NPC, triggering the quest. One of the biggest characteristics of the tunnel was that it was easy to lose direction, and coupled with his immense psychological pressure, he had been going around in circles. Now encountering the woman in red made him think they were finally making progress and could begin the quest, so he hurriedly answered. Chi Xia thought to himself that this was bad and couldn't help but look back at Chen Lu.
Is this person usually this reckless? Feeling Chi Xia's gaze, Changla shrank his neck, retreating behind the other two. Sure enough. The next second, the woman in red joyfully said, wonderful. You saw my shoes. Can you help me find them so I can put them on? Without shoes, I can't go anywhere.
After saying this, she moved her snowy white little feet.
Hiss. You can't say it, but those little feet are quite sexy.
But this is a world of strange tales, who knows what kind of illusion might be at play. Perhaps on the surface, they are a pair of snow-white little feet, but in reality, they could be a pile of maggots and rotting flesh.
Chi Xia calmly said, what shoes? We haven't seen any shoes. The woman giggled, oh. Handsome boy, it seems like you're their leader?
Chi Xia did look older than Linny and Changla, and the woman unconsciously placed her focus on him.
I'm not the leader, Chi Xia replied, these two are my friends. Can you show them the way out?
After hearing this, the woman smiled sweetly, I can send you out, but without my shoes, I can't walk.
I'm also helpless. Oh, you mean you know the way out? Chi Xia asked. Anyway, if you find my shoes. Everything is negotiable, but if I can't find the shoes, I can't help you. As the woman spoke, she put on a pitiful expression that made people's hearts flutter. Chi Xia raised an eyebrow. What if we can't find them? The woman chuckled softly. Can't find them? Can't find them, then I'll use your skin to make a pair. Upon hearing her words, the audience gasped in shock. Because once an NPC in the instance triggers a task, they must do everything they can to complete it. If they fail, they might lose points, or worse, lose their lives. And one that directly demands their skin is clearly giving a deadly order. Complete the task, or be skinned alive to make shoes. But that pair of embroidered shoes can teleport, it's hard to catch and now we don't know where it's hiding. How should we search for it? Chi Xia, upon hearing the woman's words, calmly replied, it's just a dead program. Changlo, anxious on the side, quietly asked Linny, she said she wants our skins to make shoes, aren't you scared? Linny confidently said, please trust Chi Xia. Changlo felt somewhat skeptical, could this seemingly ordinary Chi Xia really do it? Unexpectedly, the next second, Chi Xia turned to Changlu, you, carry her. Changlu was stunned, what? You want me to carry her, carry a girl ghost? The woman and Linny were also momentarily stunned. Clearly, they did not expect Chi Xia to make such a decision. Chi Xia said, earlier you said you knew the way out, but without shoes, you can't walk, right? The woman recalled, it seemed to be true. Now, I let him carry you, so you don't have to walk, just focus on guiding us. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? The woman was momentarily speechless, choked by the situation. Her intention was to force these people to help her find shoes to proceed to the next task. She never expected this person to find a loophole in her words. If she disagreed, it would be a violation of the rules. But if she agreed, wouldn't that be giving these pesky kids a free ride? The audience before the livestream was suddenly in an uproar. What? There's such a tactic? Chapter 19, The Rules of the Rulemaking Tale. The instances in the rulemaking tale roughly fall into three types. One is role-playing like Xia Fei. This type generally requires a full understanding of the rules and proper roleplay. Another type is like what Linny encountered, where the rules are given at the start, requiring players to explore continuously to eventually complete tasks. The last type is like what Changla faced, where no clues or tasks are given at the start, necessitating players to decode little by little during exploration. If there are no hint clues, the next task cannot be unlocked. These instances test the player's wisdom and adaptability even more. And at this moment, Chi Xia asking Changla to carry this woman directly skipped the first phase, opening up the second phase of the task. The woman snorted, what a joke, until I find the shoes, I will not leave with you. Chi Xia said, we never said we wouldn't help you find the shoes. We will definitely help you find them later, but now, please guide us. The woman became anxious, there's no such rule, if you dare to mess around, I won't hesitate to kill you. Chi Xia smiled, I wasn't sure before, but now I am. We haven't triggered the death condition, so you can't harm us. You? The woman was so furious she trembled, are you trying to deceive me? Not a deception, I'm just acting according to the rules, Chi Xia said. Generally, people have fixed thinking, believing that things must progress step by step, completing one task before moving to the next, not realizing that they have fallen right into your trap. As long as we do not violate the rules, we are absolutely safe, right? The woman's teeth chattered, but she could only swallow her anger. Just wait, they are just a few mortals, don't believe you won't break the rules. Seeing this, Chi Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that until just now, he had been testing the woman. Chi Xia made such a judgment because the last lie game had given him too many insights. That wicked woman was gritting her teeth in hatred, but could only rage helplessly. Everything was because they had not broken the rules, and acted within the rules. That is why Chi Xia came to the conclusion of absolute safety. Changlo listened to Chi Xia's explanation, and his whole being was excited as if he had been injected with energy. So that's it. So, I'm safe now, no one can kill me? After saying that, he rushed over, ready to hug the woman. The woman was startled by his action. What are you doing? Changla grinned, I came to carry you. Get lost. I hate being touched by you stinky men the most. If you touch me, I will definitely bite you to death. Hearing this, Changla glanced at Chi Xia with some guilt. The latter gave him an encouraging look. The next moment, Changla no longer hesitated, directly carrying the woman on his back. The viewers before the live stream exclaimed in amazement. Did he just carry a soft and fragrant beauty? Wow. If I'd known she wouldn't resist, I would have done it too. Bro, calm down, that's a female ghost. So what if it's a female ghost? A beautiful female ghost like this, I'd love her even if she's dead. You weren't saying that before, scared of ghosts, how come your attitude has changed? However, all of this was based on the premise that the female ghost wouldn't harm them. If Xia hadn't deduced that the female ghost wouldn't harm them for the time being, they wouldn't even dare to approach, let alone carry the female ghost. The woman let out an angry voice as she was carried on Chang Li's back. "Let me go." But Chang Lu would not oblige her, shaking her a bit, and asked, "Where to next?" The female ghost, unable to lie in the hint clues, had to reluctantly say, "To the left." Linny watched with envy nearby. Xia seemed to see what Linny was thinking. "What's wrong? Are you envious?" To be honest, if there was such a beautiful woman carrying him in reality, it would indeed make people envious. Xia said lightly, "Remember, never be deceived by appearances." Linny was taken aback. Could it be that the ghost could transform? But after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of the female ghost transforming. She still had that hot and eye-catching figure. Chang Lu, hearing the female ghost's directions, couldn't help but look to the left. But the left side was clearly a thick wall. Where was the way? Xia strode towards the left wall, gently pushing it, and the wall moved back, revealing a hidden door. This was the only way to the lower level. If they couldn't find the way, they would be trapped here forever, turning into a pile of bones. Chang Lu mumbled as he walked, "No wonder I kept going in circles, turns out there was a hidden door." The three continued down through the hidden door, and Xia's frown became tighter and tighter. Nervously passing through the hidden door, they re-entered a tunnel. This tunnel seemed even darker and creepier. And the woman, once arriving at this place, had long lost the anger on her face, replaced by a faint smile. Xia suddenly asked, "Where are you from?" Changla thought Xia was asking him and hurriedly replied, "I am from the God's Grace continent. Why?" "Not asking you, I am asking her." The female ghost smiled and said, "Oh. Little handsome guy, are you checking my household registration? Don't tell me you want to invite me to dinner?" Xia said, "Just tell me honestly, maybe I can help you." Upon hearing this, the playful smile on the female ghost's face instantly disappeared, and then she said seriously, "I am from Hunan, what's wrong?" Hearing this, Linny was suddenly shocked. Hunan. She was not from the God's Grace continent. It is not from her world before the time travel. Upon hearing this, Xia slightly nodded. It seemed that her guess was correct. If the woman had said she came from the Divine Grace continent, then something would have truly been wrong. But the woman said she came from Hunan. Xia suddenly spoke, "Hunan is great, I am from Shandong." The woman scoffed, "It's just a useless place name, what's so great about it?" "You are from Shandong, he is from Guangzhou, we all come from different parts of the world, nothing special." Linny, seeing Xia in deep thought, couldn't help but ask, "What did you discover?" Xia said, "Nothing." Then, he turned his gaze to the woman, "Tell me, what is your wish?" The woman thought for a long time but couldn't figure out why Xia would ask such a meaningless question. My wish, of course, is to kill you all, then slowly peel your skin and pull out your bones, turning you into my cosmetics." Xia suddenly said, "How about this, I'll ask a different question. Who are they?" Chapter 20, A Broken 10,000 Laws. When the woman heard Xia mention they, she pretended not to know and giggled, "Little handsome guy, I don't know what you're talking about, now, you will face an even more severe test." Xia did not let it go, saying, "They are Tian, right?" This was the information he had gotten from that strange husband before his death, and now he wanted to verify it with this woman. Sure enough. Upon hearing Tian, the woman's face changed instantly. "For this challenge, you need to find the next exit within 10 minutes, or else the oxygen will run out, and you will suffocate to death." After saying that, the woman jumped down from Chang Li's back and threw them 3 electronic watches. At this moment, she seemed confident, her strength seemingly having reached a higher level. Linny thought, could it be that this woman gets stronger the deeper she goes? The 3 of them took the electronic watches and found that besides a big 0, there was nothing on them. Xia glanced at the electronic watch, then at the woman, and said, "There isn't much time left." That's right, Xia could only exist for 3 hours, having gone through Linny's copy and now wasting time in this tunnel, his remaining time was very limited. Moreover, this woman's task seemed like an old granny's foot wraps, never knowing how many more layers there were. If this continued, they would certainly fail. With that thought, Xia turned his gaze to Chang Lu. "Chang Lu, right?" Chang Lu nodded madly. "What advice does Chi God have?" Xia said, "I can help you pass the exam, but the price is for you to hand over the jade pendant in your hand, would you be willing?" Upon hearing that Xia wanted his jade pendant, Chang Lu looked unwilling. "No way, Chi God, why would you want such a small jade pendant? This is the only token left to me by Qin Pingan." Lin Yi, hearing that Xia wanted the jade pendant, was also a little curious. But Xia must have his reasons for doing so. So, Lin Yi shouted at Chang Lu, "Hey! Chang classmate, a jade pendant for passing a copy, it's a good deal." Chang Lu, reluctantly holding the jade pendant, said, "No, you all do good deeds to the end, help me just this once." He didn't want to hand over the jade pendant but also wanted to pass the copy. The key idea was wanting to take advantage without paying. Qixia said, "My time is very tight." Shangla gritted his teeth, "Okay, but I want to know, what do you want my jade pendant for?" Qixia glanced at the woman beside him and said, "I think I may have found the core secret of this place. Next time we meet, I'll tell you all about it. Now, I need this jade pendant for further verification." Changlo, hearing this, explained, "God, I think you must be mistaken. If all goes well, we shouldn't meet again. This kind of exam only happens once a year, and the next time, we might not be chosen again." "Once a year?" Qixia furrowed his brows. Linny nodded, "That's right. According to the rules of previous exams, there really is only one chance each year to enter the ghost story world. Every year, the strange exam is linked to the fortune of the nation, and everyone regards it as the most important test." Qixia pondered while touching her chin. The audience before the livestream heard that Qixia already knew the core secret of this place, and they all became excited. Especially those teachers from the Super God Academy. They were so anxious that they pulled their hair in frustration. Two idiots quickly asked Qixia what the core secret is. If they knew the core secret of the strange exam, then the Divine Grace Continent would welcome a prosperous era. They could fully utilize the exam to benefit the Divine Grace Continent. A few teachers were so anxious that their blood boiled and stood up directly. Even if they could only get a vague idea, that would be good, they would at least know the direction. Unfortunately, Linny and Shangla didn't seem to plan to dig deeper. Hearing Qixia say she would tell them the core secret next time, both seemed to tacitly agree. The old scholar was so anxious that he stamped his feet. "Two fools, you're a disgrace to the Super God Academy. Golden opportunities are wasted with every use. How can you not cherish such a great chance?" Just as the three were lost in their thoughts, the woman beside them suddenly chuckled. "There are 3 minutes left. If you can't find the exit in 3 minutes." Shanglu was so scared that he shivered and immediately handed the jade pendant to Qixia. "Great God, Qi, I beg you." Qixia picked up the jade pendant, took a look, and gently placed it in her bosom. 3 minutes, it's enough." The woman snorted coldly. She had seen plenty of confident people, but she had never seen someone so overly confident as today. This was no longer called confidence, it was sheer arrogance. Because the exit on this level was extremely concealed, let alone 3 minutes, even 30 minutes wouldn't guarantee they could find it. She even imagined the scene of this somewhat arrogant man begging her for mercy if they couldn't find the exit. The thought of it was simply delightful. Qixia glanced at the electronic watch in her hand, took 2 steps, and the numbers jumped accordingly. If she guessed correctly, this wasn't a watch at all, it was a pedometer. Seeing Qixia's calm demeanor, Changlu became increasingly anxious. If the exit was far from them, then 3 minutes might not be enough to sprint to the exit, right? The audience before the livestream was even more anxious than them. This Qixia, so clever all along, she won't flip over here, will she? 3 minutes, why is my heart so anxious? I really don't know what she has come up with. Could it be that when the time is up, the exit will automatically open? She wouldn't give up on Changlo, would she? By rights, this was Chang Li's exclusive dungeon. Linny and Qixia were merely assistants. Even if the dungeon failed, only Changlo would be punished. And Linny would be sent back to the Divine Grace Continent, Qixia would return to her original place. At this moment, Changlu, seeing that Qixia had not yet moved, became really anxious. Great God Qi, why are you not looking for the exit? You wouldn't be thinking of giving up on me, would you? Great God Qi, I've given you my jade pendant, I sincerely ask you to help me. Qixia took out a round ball from her bosom and tossed it over. Swallow it. Changla caught it and asked, what is this, a magic pill? A Dao, Qixia replied, a break 10,000 laws. Linny felt delighted upon hearing it was break 10,000 laws. If break 10,000 laws could take effect here, then truly nothing could trap them. Changlo, upon hearing Qixia ask him to swallow the Dao, without any hesitation, gulped it down. Then, in the distance, an incredibly loud bell began to resonate. Dong! A mighty and authoritative sound echoed in the air. Oh no! Don't cheat! Chapter 21, the exam was terminated by Qixia. As this dominating sound rang out, the entire examination scene began to gradually turn into dust. Seeing this incredible scene, the woman's mouth dropped wide open, revealing an expression of disbelief. You are heaven? In the woman's understanding, only those above, the heaven, could easily rewrite and establish rules. But the people in front of her, aren't they candidates? How do they also have the ability to change the exam rules? Qixia had been observing the woman's reaction, and upon hearing her words, his brow furrowed deeper. It seems the situation is more complicated than I thought. Changlo was shaking with excitement upon seeing the small ball that Qixia casually tossed, which had such great power. Great God! Do you have more of these small balls? Can you give me a few more? In his eyes, something so powerful must be a treasure like an elixir. Now, if he could get a few more, wouldn't he be set for life? With the activation of breaking all laws, all the clues became clear. He saw the pair of embroidered shoes needed for the task, quietly hanging at the woman's waist. It turns out that answer had been hidden on her all along. Because of instincts, inherent thinking, biases, and fears, normal people wouldn't think to search this strange woman at first. Unless someone was an extremely desperate pervert, thinking of having something happen with the strange woman, perhaps they could find the embroidered shoes on her. At this moment, under the effect of breaking all laws, the entire space began to distort and become illusory. Ding! Special abilities detected interfering with the exam rules. This exam will not count. Exam terminated, about to exit the instance. Exam terminated, about to exit the instance. Exam terminated, about to exit the instance. 3 times in a row, bright red words appeared on the stone tablet, shocking the audience. No way, he directly broke the exam system? Oh my god, does this damn strange exam end today? Our bodies haven't recovered yet? Come back, give me back my body. Give me back my luck. As the space was about to collapse, Shi Xia quickly approached Linny and said in a deep voice, "Find a way to enter the second round of the exam, I will uncover all the secrets next time." Linny nodded, okay. Shi Xia didn't expect Linny to agree so readily. A simple okay contained so many hardships, he naturally understood. The strange woman beside them saw the space beginning to collapse, becoming extremely excited, rambling nonsensically. I'm free. I'm finally free, from the cage that trapped me for 1,000 years, today I am finally liberated, ha! She was so excited she cried and laughed, unconsciously bursting into song. Thank you, heaven, thank you, earth. I cannot move you. Changlu saw the instant's hint and his expression fell. What do you mean, the exam doesn't count? He had been scared by ghosts for so long, and they were telling him it wouldn't count? Wasn't this nonsense? And besides, he neither cheated nor broke the rules, how could his score just not count? It's like sitting for an exam and the teacher just comes and confiscates your paper without saying a word. Who could take that? However, the next second, Changla saw the compensation rewards and started to smile again. Given that the organizer's blunder caused candidates to have a bad exam experience, the following compensation will be made. First, each candidate will receive 1 exam token, which can be used to enter the Bizarre Talk world at will. Second, each candidate will receive 100 years of lifespan value, which will be credited to each candidate later. Third, all exam fees for this round will be refunded. Note, candidates who have completed the exam are not included in this compensation. Seeing these 3 compensations, Changla finally had a slight smile on his face. Especially the second compensation, which made his blood surge. 100 years of lifespan value. To live 100 years longer than an ordinary person, what does that concept even mean? On the other side, Xiafei, who was being eaten by the bazaar, knelt on the ground in excitement upon hearing the instant's hint. And those strange beings that were gnawing at him instantly disappeared without a trace. Thank you for giving me a new life. His voice was hoarse as he knelt down devoutly on the ground. His hands, feet, and other limbs started to slowly recover. This was the effect of the third compensation. Refund the examination fee. For Xiafei, nothing was more important than this. A complete body was an invaluable treasure. He collapsed onto the ground, making muffled sounds. He actually began to cry. No one could understand the cruelty of this exam, as the person involved, Xiafei, never wanted to come to this hellish place again. Although he didn't know what caused the termination of the exam, for Xiafei, this was salvation. It was heaven's salvation. As the announcement of exam rewards came to an end, for words directly raised the audience's hearts to their throats. Exam punishment. Due to a candidate using special means during the exam, severely affecting the examination, the following punishment is enacted to serve as a warning. The exam interval will be changed from once a year to once a month. Next, the organizers will strengthen the examination system, maintain fairness and justice in exams, leaving no traces for those who seek to take advantage. Seeing this exam punishment, the audience erupted. What joke is this? Once a month? Who can stand that? It's already a miracle if we can nurture an excellent candidate in a year, and now it's been moved to a month. What will we do? Well, it used to be a drop in physical condition once a year, and now it's once a month. My life is over. It's all that Lin Yi's fault. If he hadn't summoned Xixia, none of this would have happened. Exactly, it's all Lin Yi's fault, he must pay for this. All the audience was filled with righteous indignation, clamoring to demand an explanation from Lin Yi. In the instance. Looking at the collapsing, illusory instance, Xixia hurriedly took out the jade pendant. The jade pendant remained unchanged, its luster as bright as ever. So that's how it is. Xixia revealed a look of realization, as if he had confirmed something very important. Chang Li's eyes turned, and he quickly asked Xixia for something. "Gee God, do you have any more of those little balls? Can you give me a few more?" Naturally, Chang Li wouldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was quite common for a summoner to ask for things from a warrior. Because such opportunities could not be sought after, they could only be met by chance. However, it seemed he had forgotten one thing: Qi Xia was not summoned by him at all. Qi Xia ignored Chang Lo and looked at Lin Yi. Do you need Dao? Lin Yi said, if you need it more than I do, then it's not necessary. Qi Xia nodded gently. I really need it more right now. Then forget it. Chapter 22, Heavenly Rain. The audience was shocked when they heard Lin Yi refuse to take anything. They all cursed him for being crazy. No way, is this person's brain broken? He actually doesn't want anything for such a good opportunity? Those little balls Qi Xia brought out must be something special. Getting a few would mean no worries about food and clothing in the future. So foolish, I've never seen someone so stupid. Lin Yi naturally understood the importance of Dao. However, he wasn't clear about which stage Qi Xia was in at the moment. Acquiring a Dao could likely require participating in a cruel game at the end of days. Especially for this Dao with specified skills, its importance was certainly self-evident. Maybe Qi Xia needed these Dao even more than he did. Qi Xia put away the jade pendant and Dao, glanced at the now crazy female monster beside him, and finally gave a gentle nod to Lin Yi. In the next moment, his figure became illusory, and he suddenly vanished from the spot. His summoning time had come, and all questions could only be answered in the second round of the exam. As for Lin Yi, Xiafei, and Chang Lo, they were pulled by a terrifying force and instantly transported back to the Divine Grace Continent. The first round of the exam is over. A gentle breeze swept over the grassy field, bringing waves of floral fragrance. The three of them stretched their stiff bodies and slowly opened their eyes. In this exam, aside from Lin Yi receiving a perfect score, Xiafei and Chang Li's exam results don't count. However, for them, being able to safely reclaim their lives is already quite good. Especially for Xiafei, who personally experienced the eerie scene of being devoured. It was like a nightmare. Every time he recalls it, his heart races. It was simply too terrifying. Now that he can fully regain his body, he thanks heaven and earth. Moreover, they did not come back empty-handed. A token that allows free entry into the world of strange tales and a lifespan of 100 years is a good reward. Xiafei moved his fingers and joyfully exclaimed, I'm back. I've finally returned. I'm fine. I'm really fine. His mood was beyond description. Chang Lu also stood up joyfully. This world is far more comfortable than the world of strange tales. He greedily inhaled the fresh air, unwilling to relax for a long time. Meanwhile, Lin Yi kept thinking about Qi Xia's words, telling him he must enter the world of strange tales in the next round of exams. At that time, Qi Xia would reveal all the secrets. What is this secret? Just when the three were lost in various thoughts, 3 tokens fell in front of them. These are strip-shaped black iron tokens, similar to the Xuanhua order, each engraved with the names of Lin Yi, Xiafei, and Chang Lu. Lin Yi suddenly realized. This is the exam reward. 3 tokens that allow free entry into the world of strange tales. Then, a burst of yellow light lit up around the 3 of them, and Lin Yi felt a refreshing sensation, as if he had eaten some special nourishing supplement. His spirit, strength, and all aspects of his body improved significantly. Is this a lifespan of 100 years? The 3 exchanged glances, unable to hide the smile in their eyes. At this moment, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted from the stone tablet, making it hard to open one's eyes. A line of brilliant characters appeared on the stone tablet. The exam for this round is over. The national fortune value of the Divine Grace Continent increases by 1 point. Due to a candidate scoring perfect in the instance, heavenly rain is about to fall. Seeing the words on the tablet, all the spectators cheered. We won. We finally won. Great. After decades, we've finally turned the tide. I'm not hallucinating, and I'm not dreaming. Ha ha ha, we really increased the national fortune value. Quick, pinch me to see if this is a hallucination. No, buddy, you really should pinch me. Why are you pinching my thigh? Didn't you ask me to pinch? But you can't pinch my thigh. Sorry, I got too excited and lost control. Some elders from the Xia family and some special forces focused on the last 4 characters. Heavenly rain. Get ready, heavenly rain is about to fall. Our Xia family must not embarrass ourselves during this heavenly rain, the head of the Xia family commanded. Yes. Head of the family, if a real fight breaks out, our Xia family will never fall behind. The head nodded. Send someone to bring Xiafei back. Also, Lin Yi and Chang Lu can also be invited appropriately. I don't need to explain the details, right? Understood. We understand. Several elders responded and quickly walked out of the secret chamber. These people shimmered with light, walking with vigor. Their strength, needless to say, is terrifyingly strong. This heavenly rain appears to be a benefit for all. However, the intricacies within are not something that can be explained in just a few words. It's like if a country suddenly announces it will rain money from the sky, then how much money do you think those ordinary people can pick up?
Institutions and forces will undoubtedly take the lion's share, with only a few pennies reaching the hands of common folks.
That is drizzling rain.
And the Xia family must be part of an organization, a force, never just ordinary common people.
Boom!
With a loud thunder crashing, the whole sky began to drizzle. This rain is very small, landing on the body soft and fluffy.
It's raining! It's really raining! Many people exclaimed, trying to find a place to take shelter from the rain. However, the next moment, bursts of exclamations came from within the rain. Why, I can talk now, I'm not mute anymore? Ah! My eyes! My eyes can see the light.
So this world is colorful.
Wait! Why don't my legs hurt anymore? Ouch! My old back seems better too. Ha ha ha! I can walk normally. I'm not lame. I'm really not lame.
An old farmer with a straw hat was working in the field, after getting drenched in this rain. Suddenly he coughed out a large pool of black blood. He was wondering if his illness had worsened.
But the next second, he was astonished to find that his tuberculosis had miraculously healed. This is a miracle?
An ant with a lump on her neck was going to fetch water by the pond when she suddenly touched her neck and exclaimed,
Hey dear, the lump on my neck is gone.
A student wearing glasses looked up at the sky, accidentally dropping his glasses onto the ground. Just as he was about to bend down to pick them up, he suddenly found that his severe nearsightedness had actually healed.
Why am I not nearsighted anymore? Why pick up a pair of glasses? He cheered and ran away with his backpack. Chapter 23, Carnival. Everyone was immersed in this grand carnival. Some people took off their clothes and ran wildly in the rain. Some simply fell to the ground, rolling in the rain. Even those high-ranking law enforcers couldn't help but rush into the rain, letting the raindrops wash over them, enjoying this long-lost joy.
How many years has it been? They have always faced a decline in national fortune. Today, national fortune not only increased but also came with heavenly blessings. Everyone's emotions were released at this moment. This gentle drizzle could not only dispel disasters and cure illnesses, but also had the power to brighten vision and strengthen the body.
Throughout history, only this time. All of this was brought to them by Qi Xia. I love Qi Xia. Qi Xia is amazing.
The old scholar tremblingly extended his legs into the rain, letting the rain fall on his thighs. After a moment, his chronic old cold miraculously healed. The old scholar couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. According to historical records, many years ago, a candidate named Feng Qingyang had received a good rating in an examination, bringing about a shower of blessings.
However, that time, the effect was far less powerful than today.
That time's shower only made flowers bloom brighter, the land more fertile, and the air fresher. Something like today, that could eliminate disasters and cure chronic diseases, had never been seen before. The old scholar grew more excited, simply rushing into the rain to celebrate with the people. Previously, people were still complaining that Lin Yi and Qi Xia had broken the exam rules.
But at this moment, all darkness was cleared away. They even imagined, if this kind of cleansing could happen every month, how wonderful that would be.
Many clever people had already realized that this gentle drizzle was extraordinary, and began to find pots and pans, wanting to collect some rainwater to store.
But soon,
they found out that this rainwater only had a one-time effect.
After one healing, no matter how much rain one gets soaked in, it won't work anymore. Some were skeptical, starting to collect a lot of rainwater to drink, water plants, and even take baths.
But the results were the same.
Only a single healing effect. Even if they collected more rainwater, it was useless. It completely turned into ordinary rainwater.
The elders of the Xia family experimented several times, getting the same results. They had no choice but to give up and join in the celebration.
Class teacher Mr. Wang excitedly walked toward the three. Good work, three of you. This time, your outstanding performance will certainly earn praise from the principal. Hearing that they could receive praise from the principal, Xiafei and Chang Li's eyes were filled with excitement.
The principal of the Super God Academy is known to be elusive, rarely showing up.
His identity has always been a mystery.
Only in the event of something particularly significant would the principal likely appear. Now, Lin Yi has achieved a perfect score, which might just bring the principal out.
Mr. Wang, will the principal really show up? Xia Fei asked excitedly. Mr. Wang nodded.
Chang Lu also looked up with longing, filled with respect.
Lin Yi was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the principal to hold such weight in their hearts.
Since he had crossed over into this body, he had not received any information about the principal. Mr. Wang smiled and said, "This time, you have made a great contribution to the Divine Grace continent. Please come back to the school with me to discuss countermeasures."
No need.
Before Mr. Wang finished speaking, several elders from the Xia family had already come over. The leading elder wore a purple robe, indicating his high status in the Xia family. From now on, Xia Fei will return to the Xia family and have nothing to do with the Super God Academy, the purple-robed elder said calmly. Mr. Wang looked a bit awkward and said, after all, Xia Fei is a student of the Super God Academy. Now that he has just returned from the exam, he should still go back to the academy for a registration. However, the elders from the Xia family showed no respect to Mr. Wang and took Xia Fei away. Xia Fei looked back at Mr. Wang reluctantly, but in the end said nothing and obediently followed the elders away. At that moment, a sudden voice rang out not far away. Good disciple, let's go. The newcomer could only be the crane sage. Master. Changlu obediently called out master and followed behind the crane sage. The crane sage's sharp eyes continuously assessed Linny, and finally snorted coldly, taking Changlu away. Now Linny had won a point of national fortune for the Divine Grace Continent. If he were to be killed recklessly, he would surely become a target for everyone. Even if he is a sage, he cannot bear such consequences. Moreover, the exam rules have changed from annual assessments to monthly assessments. It's best to observe for now. Mr. Wang looked at the departing figures of the crane sage and Chang Lu and cleared his throat. These people came and went as they pleased, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. However, he was already used to it. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Although he is the class teacher, one is from the Xia family, and the other is a sage, these are not people he can afford to offend. Mr. Wang coughed and said, Linny, what are your plans next? Linny replied, Mr. Wang, I will return to the Super God Academy with you. Mr. Wang finally showed a slight smile, very good. This time, you have made a great contribution, I will do my best to let you meet the principal. Linny asked, Mr. Wang, doesn't the principal usually stay at the Super God Academy? The principal is a person of high status, his actions are not something you and I can speculate on. Let's hurry, Mr. Wang said. Linny nodded and followed Mr. Wang towards the Super God Academy. The political education director, the old scholar, and many teachers were already waiting at the school gate, expecting Linny and the others to return. Seeing only Linny return as the sole examinee, they could easily guess what had happened. The old scholar trembled as he took out a parchment, ready to record at any moment. Linny, I ask you, do you know about the end in 10 days? Also, how could that Qixia be so effortless when he is just an ordinary person? The political education director coughed and said, Alright, Linny, let's discuss this back at the academy. The old scholar, realizing he had lost his composure, quickly adjusted himself. Right. Linny, please enter the academy quickly. Now that Linny was shining brightly, many forces would surely be plotting against him in secret. However, as long as he was inside the gates of the Super God Academy, he would at least be temporarily safe. This is the deterrent power brought by the principal. No matter how powerful the forces are, they must give the principal some respect. Even though Linny received a perfect score on the dungeon, he remained polite to every teacher. Victory does not make one arrogant, and defeat does not cause one to lose heart. He was like a humble student. This made all the teachers breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. The Super God Academy has successors. Chapter 24, The Big Yellow Pill. Linny was surrounded by many teachers, questioned for 3 days and 3 nights. Aside from some routine inquiries, the most asked about was naturally the information regarding the end of 10 days and Qixia. This level 3 gold word summoned Qixia, far stronger than those top-level gold words. Truly a celestial being. The old scholar reached this conclusion in the end. He even specifically recorded a volume just for the end of 10 days. In all of history, this was the only instance of a perfect score, no one would forget it. The director of education said with some regret, I have already contacted the principal, but he has important matters and cannot return to school for now. Upon hearing this, Linny was even more surprised. Who exactly is this principal? Such a big event and he doesn't show up. Teacher Wang said somewhat unwillingly, with Linny's great achievement, the principal can't spare any time? The education director nodded, I have relayed everything to the principal word for word, but he truly cannot free himself. However, Lin Yi's achievements are witnessed by the world, he is now an outstanding summoner. According to the Super God Academy's regulations, becoming a summoner is equivalent to graduating. Lin Yi can now freely choose. Either stay at the Super God Academy and become one of its members. If he wishes, he can even become a teacher and recruit students. Or, take his diploma, leave the Super God Academy, and start his own path. The director of education aimed to inquire about Lin Yi's intentions on staying or leaving. Lin Yi spoke, I am willing to stay at the Super God Academy. As soon as these words were spoken, all the teachers felt a great sense of pride. Their talented student had not forgotten his roots. He was willing to contribute to the Super God Academy. It turns out that in this world, things are somewhat different from the real world. In this world, various forces are deeply rooted and fiercely competitive. academies, villas, families, sects, and so on. And the Super God Academy is naturally one of those forces. Xiafei and Shang Lu behind them also belong to one of the forces. Their joining the Super God Academy is like being appointed. Once the term is over, they must leave. They can never truly become members of the Super God Academy, let alone serve it. Yet Linny, after achieving such results, still wishes to stay at the Super God Academy, which excited the teachers. Now if Linny were to leave the Super God Academy, many forces would definitely rush to recruit and vigorously train him. But he ultimately chose the Super God Academy, which made the teachers very happy. The director of education said, "Since the principal is not here, I will temporarily handle all school matters." Now that Linny has officially become a part of the Super God Academy, he should enjoy its privileges. As he spoke, a small card was handed to Linny. Linny focused his gaze, and saw it resembled an employee card, with the words Super God Academy written on it. The education director said, "Now all you need to do is write your name on it, and you'll truly become a member of the Super God Academy." Linny did not hesitate, pricked his finger, dipped it in a bit of blood, and neatly wrote his name on the card. After finishing writing, the card flashed, as if a contract had been signed. The education director said proudly, "Although our Super God Academy's salary and benefits are a bit lower, the perks are still very generous. With this card, you can withstand one lethal attack." Linny was slightly surprised. There is actually such a treasure? Isn't it an extra life? With such a treasure, why didn't you take it out earlier for the exam candidates to use in the world of bizarre tales? But upon reflection, it is understandable. For someone like Xiafei or Chang Lu, giving it to them would be a complete waste, wouldn't it? Moreover, the forces behind them would not allow them to truly join the Super God Academy. Naturally, they couldn't sign a contract. Seeing Linny formally sign the contract, the director of political education finally spoke. "Linny, what do you think about the changes in the examination rules?" The examination rules had changed from annual to monthly tests, and the difficulty had noticeably increased. Linny remembered Xia's reminder to make sure to participate in the second round of the exam because in the next exam, Xia had a huge secret to reveal. "So, without a second thought," he said, "I am willing to participate in the next round of the exam." Hearing Lin Yi's answer, several teachers exchanged glances. Teacher Wang said, "Linny, now that you have officially become a part of the Super God Academy, it is our duty to protect the rights of every staff member. You have already experienced an exam, so even if you don't participate, no one will force you." In their impression, entering the world of bizarre tales often meant a near-death experience. Now that he had become a formal member of the Super God Academy, there was no need to take such risks. Lin Yi's gaze was calm. "I believe in Xia." Teacher Wang still felt uneasy and advised, "Linny, though Xia is powerful, is there a chance it was just luck? Maybe the future won't be so fortunate. He will definitely succeed." The 5 powerful words stirred something deep within Teacher Wang's heart. In truth, Teacher Wang was not just a simple teacher, he was only using the title at the Super God Academy as a cover. His true identity was known to very few in the land of divine grace. Hearing Lin Yi's determined words, he surprisingly felt a desire to pass on his legacy. Among those present, the most excited was an old scholar. This person was in charge of managing the Academy's books, documents, and archives. Now that he had witnessed the power of the 10 Days of Doom gold entry, he eagerly wished to have a lengthy discussion with Lin Yi. He planned to create a separate book for the 10 Days of Doom, so that the people of divine grace could recite it overnight. To that end, he was always prepared to take notes, hoping to gather more information about 10 Days of Doom and Xia from Lin Yi. Just as he was about to speak, the director of political education spoke again. "Lin Yi, have you figured out the effects of that token?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi took out the token. A long black token with Lin Yi's name written on it. It was said that with this token, one could freely enter the world of bizarre tales. Everyone's gaze focused on the token, and the old scholar cautiously began to take notes. This token was also a rare treasure for him. It was worthy of being documented in its own volume. According to the introduction, it only says that you can enter the world of bizarre tales with the token, but it didn't say anything about being able to come out freely. "I think it's better to be cautious," spoke a bespectacled female teacher. Everyone gathered together to discuss it carefully. On the other side, as soon as Xiafei returned to the Xia family, the family had asked him to take out the token. Then, with a serious heart, he said, "Xiafei, from now on, all the hopes of the Xia family rest on you." Xiafei was shocked, hurriedly saying, "Family head, I will never go to such an exam again." "Nonsense. As the exam seat of the Xia family, how can you say such foolish things?" "Family head. No need to say more. From now on, you will undergo comprehensive training. By the way, did you bring anything from the world of bizarre tales?" Xiafei didn't dare to hide anything and took out a pill the size of a soybean from his pocket. Zhang Xiaofan said, "This is the big yellow pill his master left for him, which has extraordinary effects." "Hand it over."
Human nature is like this. Changlu returned to the sect with his master, and wisely handed over the token he had received. Master, this is the reward from the exam. Please accept it, honored elder. The crane sage glanced at the token and casually said, Good disciple, this reward is yours, how could the master take yours? Changlu guessed that since this token bore his name, it could only be used by him. So he generously said, Master, what you say is not right. My things are naturally your things. Only then did the crane sage nod in satisfaction. Then he glanced at Changlu and asked, I heard you gained 100 years of lifespan? Changlu was startled, could this old guy be coveting his lifespan? However, he still smiled and said, I was lucky to gain 100 years of lifespan, but unfortunately, I can't honor you with this lifespan. It's truly a pity. The crane sage snorted, Your filial heart is enough. Changlu muttered in his heart, Don't I know what this old immortal is plotting? You accept me as your direct disciple, just to one day seize my body and extend your old life. But Changlu still kept a poker face, pretending to know nothing. The crane sage's eagle-like eyes scanned Changlu twice and asked, What do you think of Linny? Changlu respectfully replied, I am not as good as him. After a pause, he added, To be precise, my golden token is not as good as his. The crane sage inquired, Is it about that Chi Xia? Changlu nodded, That's right. That Chi Xia is simply an exceptional person. I deliberately hid my strengths, pretending to be a rookie, tricking most of the audience. It's a pity. I fear. You mean, Chi Xia saw through your disguise? Exactly. Changlu nodded sincerely, before him, all my disguises felt futile, he seems to see through them at a glance. The crane sage said, Just a third-level golden token, how could he be so powerful? I don't know, but his ability is definitely beyond the third-level golden token and may even surpass mine. This was truly Chang Li's genuine thought, he had personally witnessed Chi Xiao's skills. Such a person is by no means an ordinary third-level warrior. In the future, there will definitely be unexpected breakthroughs. It turns out that during the previous exam, Changlu had been acting crazy, pretending to be an inexperienced beginner. The goal was to hide his true strength. Xiafei had already been bizarrely devoured in the Strange Tales world, while Changlu remained unharmed. All of this was no coincidence. It showed that Chang Li's strength far exceeded Xiafei's. To make his act more convincing, he even gave up the jade pendant gifted to him by Qin Pingan. Such demeanor and breadth of mind are not possessed by ordinary people. All sorts of circumstances indicate that this person has a very deep mind. The crane sage said coldly, I don't care who he is, anyone who blocks my disciple and me must die. After saying this, he suddenly struck out a palm to the side. The area affected directly froze over. Changlu was slightly startled in his heart, but still said nonchalantly, What I'm afraid of now is that Linny. He may have already joined the Super Divine Academy, which means he is under the Academy's protection. Humph. What bullshit Super Divine Academy? When my senior brother Lu Zhenko arrives, we brothers will join forces, God's blocking will be killed, and Buddha's blocking will be killed. Changlu hurriedly flattered, I've long heard of Master Uncle's fame. I have always wanted to see it for myself. Upon hearing this, the crane sage was somewhat pleased, one day, you will see it. By the way, what do you plan to do next? I decide to continue participating in the upcoming strange exams and uncover Chi Xiao's secret. Very good. The crane sage praised, however, according to the rules, one can only enter the Strange Tales world on their 18th birthday. I'm afraid you. No problem. Changlu said, now that the exam rules have been disrupted, besides, I also have the token. I will definitely be able to enter the exam again. He Shangren nodded in satisfaction. Good disciple. If you can find the secret to rejuvenation for your master in the world of Strange Tales, your master will surely reward you. Linny finally gained some understanding of this world after days of study. The Divine Grace continent is like an outer world, while the world of Strange Tales is like an inner world. The rise and fall of glory experienced in the world of Strange Tales will to some extent affect the outer world. And the most direct reflection of this change is the national fortune value. If the national fortune value increases, the Divine Grace continent flourishes. If the national fortune value decreases, the Divine Grace continent declines. Linny couldn't help but recall Chi Xiao's words, urging him to enter the world of Strange Tales next time. Could this also be related to this matter? After all, Chi Xiao's thinking is not something ordinary people can keep up with. Perhaps he has already discovered something, too. Linny was even a bit excited about the upcoming strange exam. As soon as Xiafei heard about the world of Strange Tales, he instinctively felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Physiologically, he had already formed an automatic defense. Every time he recalled the scenes of being devoured by the bazaar, he would shiver uncontrollably. However, he currently had no right to act on his own. Under the pressure of the Xia family, Xiafei studied strange tale knowledge every day. He hoped to shine in the next exam and bring glory to the Xia family. The large yellow pill he got from Zhang Xiaofan had long been handed over, belonging to the Xia family. If it weren't for the token and lifespan being irreplaceable, perhaps Xia Fei wouldn't even be able to keep a single hair. The citizens of the Divine Grace continent, after experiencing heavenly dew, became uncontrollable. They constantly fantasized about the scene of the national fortune value increasing next. Where is Lin Yi? Why is he hiding in the Super God Academy? Come out quickly. He wouldn't be giving up on the exam, would he? What? Giving up? The lives of countless people are in your hands, and you say you will give up? A large crowd began to gather outside the Super God Academy, clamoring. There was a faint hint of a palace coup. If Lin Yi were to give up on the exam, he would definitely be labeled as a heinous criminal. The old scholar couldn't bear to watch any longer, stepping into the crowd and earnestly shouting, "You can't do this. Lin Yi is a hero. Have you all forgotten who made it possible for you to enjoy heavenly dew?" Someone shouted, "If Lin Yi continues the exam, we will naturally see him as a great hero. But if Lin Yi gives up, it means disregarding millions of lives." Lin Yi stood on the teaching building, coldly watching all of this. He wasn't particularly angry, for human nature was like this. Now he just hoped that time would pass a little faster. Once he enters the world of strange tales, he will know the secret that Qi Xia mentioned. Chapter 26, Second Strange Exam, Meeting Qi Xia Again. Time flies swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. On this day, a young girl was walking down the street, wanting to buy a bouquet of flowers from the flower shop to celebrate her 18th birthday. Suddenly, a beam of purple light poured down from the sky, enveloping the young girl. In an instant, the young girl disappeared from her spot. When she opened her eyes, she had already arrived in the world of strange tales. The second round of strange exams had begun. At the same time, young boys and girls around the world, all just past 18, were also transported into the world of strange tales. This time, the number of participants was vast, not just those who had awakened the golden words. Even ordinary people were not exempt. A young boy who had just entered the world of strange tales was instantly scared into wetting his pants. Why was I chosen? I don't have golden words? But the only answer he received was a sinister and terrifying laughter. He arrived at a rundown hospital. Just seeing this scene, he felt his pants slightly wet. He let out a strange cry and ran down the stairs without looking back. He. A faint laugh followed closely behind. Lin Yi finally waited for the arrival of this day, and he had no hesitation at all. He took out the token and infused it with spiritual energy. Finally, the token reacted. Identity verification successful, heading to the world of strange tales. Then, surrounded by a burst of purple light, Lin Yi was once again transported to the world of strange tales. At the same time, the stone tablet lit up again, live streaming the real-time footage of the candidates. Thank heavens! Lin Yi finally didn't let us down, he participated in the exam. Hope Qi Xia can surprise us once more. Please give us another perfect score. Quick, switch to Lin Yi's footage, put the others on hold for now. Lin Yi came to his senses and found himself in a barren land. All around were abandoned buildings, and only one masked person wearing a horse head mask stood respectfully there. Long time no see. The horse-faced masked person said excitedly. Seeing this guy dressed like this, Lin Yi was surprised and said, "Are you the Zodiac?" The horse-faced masked person chuckled, "Zodiac? What is that?" Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi found that this horse-faced masked person was wearing a neat and clean suit, standing respectfully by the reception desk like a responsible security guard. Lin Yi dared not be careless, quickly reciting the golden words from 10 days until the end. The next moment, Qi Xia seemed to cross through the void and appeared beside Lin Yi out of nowhere. "We meet again, Qi Xia," Lin Yi said. Qi Xia nodded, beginning to assess the surrounding environment. "It seems this time, it's worse than last time," Qi Xia said. "Everyone believes in you," Lin Yi encouraged. Qi Xia raised her head, looking at the horse-faced masked person beside her. "Centaur?" The horse-faced masked person laughed. "This brother really knows how to joke. Look at my appearance, how could I be a lowly creature like a centaur? If you call me the wrong name again, don't blame me for being rude." At this moment, almost all the viewers were watching Qi Xia's livestream. Seeing the horse-faced masked person so arrogant, people started to boo. "Beat him, Qi Xia. This is too arrogant, it would be unreasonable not to hit him. Show him some color, just like last time when you angrily took down that little boy." The audience in front of the live stream became more and more excited, continuously suggesting ideas to Qi Xia. However, at this moment, Qi Xia closed her mouth and stopped speaking. Seeing Qi Xia not say anything, Lin Yi naturally also obediently shut his mouth. The horse-faced masked person found it dull to see both of them silent. "I say, you two, at least respect me a little.
To tell you the truth, this area of dozens of miles is under my jurisdiction. After saying this, he pointed at the large area of ruins behind him.
Linny was taken aback and said, "You mean, you are the security guard of this area?" The horse-faced masked person was instantly left speechless. "No, buddy. I said I am the ruler of this area, and you actually called me the security guard? Don't you have any discernment? Can't you speak properly?"
The horse-faced masked person thought secretly about how to punish this kid severely later. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Xia also spoke. "From your description, it indeed sounds like a security guard."
Ha ha. The horse-faced masked person was directly enraged to laughter.
These two today, if they didn't teach them a good lesson, he simply could not keep his face. "Very well, are you two ready to accept my test?" the horse-faced masked person asked.
Xia acted as if she hadn't heard, turning to chat with Linny. "I believe you've discovered something."
Linny nodded, wanting to tell Xia about his discoveries of the outer world and the inner world.
Unexpectedly, Xia pointed out the key. "You and I come from different worlds, and these two worlds will merge with each other, right?" Linny nodded.
As expected of Xia, he hadn't even said it yet, and she had already guessed it. The horse-faced masked person's face turned red with anger. "I say, you two.
Didn't you hear me speak?
These two have such guts. When other candidates see me, they all behave like obedient lambs.
But these two actually ignore me and continue talking to each other?
If I don't take this opportunity to vent my anger today, I might as well forget about staying in this field." "Very well," said the man with the horse-like mask. "You two have ignored my words, which means you've given up on my hints. According to the rules, I will now impose the corresponding punishment on you both." As soon as his words fell, Xia pointed at the man with the horse mask and said to Linny, "Quick!
Go give him a punch now."
The man with the horse mask froze for a moment, and Linny was also stunned.
"A punch? Isn't that a bit inappropriate?"
The man with the horse mask burst into laughter. "Very well. Two little ants, if you have the guts, come over here. I'll stand right here and watch if you have the courage to lay a hand on me." Linny cracked his fingers and slowly walked over to the man with the horse mask. Xia said from the side, "If I'm not mistaken, he cannot leave the reception area."
"You just go ahead and punch him."
"Got it."
Linny responded and quickly walked forward.
The man with the horse mask was slightly surprised. This person has excellent observation skills, he even knows he can't leave the reception area. It looks like he's met someone tough this time, but he wasn't worried at all.
As long as they dared to make a move, they would be breaking the rules.
At that point, he could tear them to pieces. And Xia, at this moment, had also gathered the information she wanted.
So this person's identity is actually that of an examiner.
Just as Linny was about to strike, Xia grabbed his fist.
"It was just a joke, no need to actually punch him."
Linny said reluctantly, "If you hadn't stopped me, I would have definitely knocked his mask off."
Xia replied, "I've seen many people wearing masks. It's not the right time to strike him yet.
There will be plenty of chances later."
Only then did Linny reluctantly give up.
"Start the test,"
Xia said calmly.
The man with the horse mask grinned. He had seen arrogance before, but never this level of arrogance.
If he didn't crush these two today, he might as well quit. "Very well, you two.
Allow me to introduce myself properly. This place is called the Land of the Lost Gods. I am the 87th administrator here, and also the main examiner for your test this time. If you pass my test, you will have the right to enter and seek the guidance of the gods."
"The Land of the Lost Gods?"
Linny and Xia exchanged a glance, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes.
This test seems to be way off from the usual.
According to the rules of the previous test, they would only need to complete some subtask missions. But this time, they were directly entering the Land of the Lost Gods.
Linny asked, "Do you mean, I also have to take the test?"
"Of course. Everyone who enters the Land of the Lost Gods must pass my test." Linny felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He had thought everything would be handled by Xia, and he could relax and watch. But from the way the man with the horse mask spoke, it seemed like even he was included in this.
Linny asked, "What if I fail the test?"
The man with the horse mask laughed loudly. "If you fail the test, that's a great pity." As he spoke, his gaze inevitably fell on the rows of bones nearby. These bones were neatly arranged, clearly treated in some special way.
Xia's gaze was as calm as water as she said faintly, "We still have a second option, right?"
The man with the horse mask nodded seriously. "Yes, you can choose to give up entering the Land of the Lost Gods. If you do that, it means you give up the protection of the test rules.
As for how you get back, that's none of my business."
After hearing the man's words, Linny seemed to have thought of something. It was said that Senior Feng Qingyan was forever stuck in the world of strange tales. Could it be that he chose another path?
he has likely encountered misfortune.
This means that another path seems difficult to tread.
Xia spoke, go on, what is your trial?
The horse-faced masked man said excitedly, let's do this, both of you are protected by the exam rules, so let's play a very simple game. After saying this, he took off his white gloves, revealing 10 long fingers.
The name of this game is Guess the Finger. In a moment, I will randomly gesture a number, one of you will be the hint giver, and the other will be the guesser.
The guesser must accurately guess the number I gesture based on the clues given by the hint giver, and the game side wins. There are a total of 6 rounds, if you guess correctly in all 6 rounds, you win, otherwise, I win.
Linny asked, so you mean we have to guess right all 6 times to win?
Duh. Since this game is too simple, I have to use this method, said the horse-faced masked man. Of course, the hint giver cannot directly say the number, otherwise it's considered a violation. As soon as Xia heard this, he directly said, I think we should take another path.
After saying that, he pretended to leave.
The horse-faced masked man immediately panicked. No, brothers, let's talk nicely.
Do you think the game is too difficult?
Xia said, the probability of guessing 6 times in a row is lower than winning the lottery, we would rather take another path. The horse-faced masked man flattered, it's not like that, you can give hints, and besides, the numbers are small, not complicated at all, you won't find a simpler game than this. Xia looked at the anxious horse-faced masked man and said lightly, then let's begin. The words of the horse-faced masked man got stuck in his throat. This person just rejected, and in the next moment, he wanted him to start the game quickly.
This left him dumbfounded. You agreed? Good, who will be the hint giver and who will be the guesser? Xia said, I will be the hint giver.
Linny felt a bit overwhelmed.
No, is this really going to work? He and Xia hardly knew each other, how could they have any tacit understanding?
The audience in the live broadcast felt tense seeing this scene.
No, is this really going to work? One is a summoner and the other a warrior?
I feel like they fell into the trap of this masked man, look how happy the masked man is.
It feels like it's over.
This kind of game is similar to Guess What I Draw, it would be better to play with twins who have telepathy. Everyone noticed that since Xia agreed to play the game, the horse-faced masked man was beaming with joy. He seemed very confident in winning the game. Linny felt a bit overwhelmed, he was not very good at intelligence, how should he cooperate with Xia? Besides, he might not even understand Xiao's hints, what to do? Unexpectedly, this time, he had to participate in the game himself. In a moment of difficulty, he saw Xia nodding at him.
Linny immediately relaxed. No, with Xia here, why worry about anything? Just do it. Thinking of this, Linny suddenly became cheerful.
The horse-faced masked man said loudly, since you're ready, I will start now. He gleefully walked down from the podium, comfortably stretching lazily. Then he twisted a few times on the spot, becoming both excited and thrilled.
Linny and Xia exchanged glances, did agreeing to participate in his game allow him to move freely?
No wonder he kept asking both of them to join the game earlier. It was to gain this moment of freedom. The horse-faced masked man twisted his body into a twisty shape, finally slowly stretching out. Linny and Xia looked at each other. This was not a shape that a human body could twist into, this horse-faced masked man did not seem to be a human at all. After finishing his stretching exercises, the man with the horse-shaped mask finally began to give instructions, you two, stand in the right positions, the game has started. He handed Xia a blank sheet of paper and a pen, then positioned Linny where he could not see his gestures. After I make my gestures, you will have 1 minute to give hints and guesses. Remember, you must never write the numbers directly. After saying that, he stood behind Linny and stretched out 4 fingers toward Xia. Without any hesitation, Xia quickly sketched a pattern on the blank paper. When Linny turned around and Xia showed him the paper, he was completely stunned.
There was a square drawn on the blank sheet.
But the 4 sides of the square were not connected to each other.
With just one glance, Linny immediately said the word 4. It's 4. Chapter 28 Xia appears to face a crisis.
Linny was able to correctly say 4 all thanks to Xia. Because his hint was extremely obvious. The entire sheet of paper had only 4 lines drawn, apart from the word 4, it was impossible to think of any other number. No wonder Xia was so confident and urged Linny to guess, he had already figured everything out.
Linny even suspected that this game might be too simple.
The man with the horse-shaped mask saw that Linny guessed the correct answer and was not angry at all, instead, he gave a thumbs up and praised, you see, such a simple game, yet you found it difficult. Where in this world can you find a good person like me? Hearing the words of the man with the horse-shaped mask, Xia remained unflustered.
Continue.
The man with the horse-shaped mask chuckled and said, okay, next, please switch identities.
Switch identities?
Not only Linny and Xia were surprised, but even the audience watching the livestream held their breath for them.
Switching identities made the outcome uncertain. The man with the horse-shaped mask laughed. Switching identities makes the outcome the fairest, doesn't it? After saying that, regardless of whether the two agreed, he began to hand Linny a blank sheet of paper and a pen. Meanwhile, Qixia switched to the identity of the guesser. So, the second round begins now. The man with the horse-shaped mask said and held out 3 fingers in front of Linny. 3. Linny did not hesitate and thought of drawing 3 horizontal lines on the paper. Wait. His hand suddenly stopped. No. No. This can't be that easy. Last time it was 4, this time it's 3, it definitely won't be that simple. Linny's hand holding the pen trembled slightly. There was definitely a pitfall here, but what exactly was it? Time was passing second by second, and Linny did not dare to move his pen. What if Qixia couldn't understand his meaning? That would be terrible. But how should he convey the message of 3 to Qixia? Should he draw 3 horizontal lines directly? Or should he draw 3 vertical lines? There are only 30 seconds left, the man with the horse-shaped mask reminded kindly from the side. Linny calmed down and finally remembered where the pitfall was. The man with the horse-shaped mask repeatedly emphasized that numbers or even homophones could not be used for hints. If he really drew 3 horizontal lines, wouldn't that be the Chinese character 43? That would violate the rule of not using numbers for hints. That was close. He almost fell for the trick of that man with the horse mask. No wonder this guy would set such a simple question, there were pitfalls everywhere. After realizing this, Linny also did not dare to draw 3 vertical lines, because the paper could be rotated. What if this guy flipped the paper over and insisted he wrote the Chinese character 43? That would be the end. But how exactly should he convey the message of 3 to Qixia? There are only 20 seconds left, the man with the horse-shaped mask reminded again. Linny had no time to think, he wrote the character Earth directly on the blank paper. 2 horizontal lines and 1 vertical line, that was the most intuitive way to convey the message. He used Qixia's thinking method, directly using strokes as the answer, just to see if Qixia could understand it. After writing the answer, Linny eagerly showed it to Qixia. Because they had to finish the answer in 1 minute and guess it. Qixia stared at the blank paper for 2 seconds, not immediately giving an answer. The audience before the live broadcast didn't dare to breathe a word. It was as if they were the ones involved. Nervous enough to hear their own heartbeat. Because Qixia was just too smart, fearing that his cleverness might backfire. What if Qixia thought too deeply? That would be the end. Stroke. It's stroke. Everyone was silently shouting in their hearts, cheering for Qixia. They wished they could relay the answer directly to Qixia. The man in the mask with a horse face saw Qixia pondering and cheerfully said, "Looks like this answer is challenging." The audience before the live broadcast wished they could jump in and kick him twice. This guy was just too annoying, still talking and disturbing Qixia's thoughts at this time. Linny was also a bit nervous. Qixia had not given an answer for so long, was he really overthinking? Or was it that his hint was not adequate? With Qixia's intelligence, he should guess it quickly. But why was he taking so long to speak? Was he conveying some information? Come on, think like Qixia. However, just before the countdown ended, Qixia surprisingly uttered that one word. 3. Hearing this, the audience clutched their chests. Oh my gosh, I almost died. I thought Qixia was going to give up. Next time, can we not have such a close call? My heart can't take it. I told you Qixia wouldn't be stumped, right? Now both of them are sharing information through strokes, the next part is stable. Looks like there's hope for a perfect score. Go, Qixia. Go, Linny. The man in the mask with a horse face became even more excited upon hearing that Qixia guessed the correct answer. I told you, with your wisdom, it's hard for me to trick you. Look, you won again. Qixia looked up at the man in the mask with a horse face, his expression becoming serious. Something was very wrong. The man in the mask with a horse face had clearly lost 2 rounds consecutively, but why was he acting as if nothing happened, even a bit excited? What hidden scheme was there in this? Linny also breathed a sigh of relief when Qixia guessed the correct answer. Since Qixia understood his meaning, things would be easier, they could smoothly pass based on the number of strokes. The man in the mask with a horse face said, "Now let's begin the 3rd round, please switch roles." This time, it was Qixia's turn to write, and Linny's turn to guess. The man in the mask with a horse face smiled slyly and slowly extended a fist. No fingers at all, just 0. Seeing this scene, the audience before the live broadcast erupted. This old sly guy isn't showing anything? If he shows nothing, it's 0, but how will Qixia convey that information? Right, none? But none has 4 strokes, right? Will Linny guess it as 4? Ah, I feel my head is going to explode.
They finally reached a stroke agreement, only to be heavily tripped by this masked man.
Do you think there's a possibility that all the previous moves were intentionally set up by the horse-faced man? The goal was to lead them to reach a stroke count and end up making a mistake?
Darn it, this old sly guy, I'm going to compete with him. Stop shouting, let's see how Chi Xia will handle this.
If he can really convey zero, I'm willing to become his fan. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chi Xia's mouth. Finally, it has come. If it were just some ordinary methods, he would actually feel uneasy.
At this moment, seeing the masked man's scheme come to fruition, he became even more spirited.
Chapter 29, Half a Finger.
Chi Xia pondered slightly, already having a strategy in mind. He picked up the pen and swiftly wrote the word none and not on the blank paper.
2 words. The audience gasped at this scene. Wow! I can't believe there's such a move, why didn't I think of it?
The characters Wu and Mei both express the idea of absence, and together these two characters have more than 10 strokes. Chi Xia is truly clever.
It must be Chi Xia. If it were me, I would have been tied up by this masked person. Just now, I was still wondering if there were any characters with 0 strokes.
The hint is already very clear, now we just need to see if Linny can grasp it. Linny looked at the 2 characters on the white paper, slightly stunned. He quickly calculated, one character had 4 strokes, the other had 7, adding up to 11. Just now, the masked man had taken off his white gloves, displaying his 10 long fingers. Now, with the stroke count exceeding 10, it meant there was definitely a change.
The stroke count could no longer be used. Linny thought quickly.
The characters Wu and Mei both mean absence.
What Chi Xia wanted to express should be the information of 0. 0. Linny exclaimed.
Hearing this word, all the viewers in front of the live stream breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank goodness, they finally guessed it. It still feels a bit easy, I could do it too. Nonsense.
The tough bones were all chewed up by Chi Xia.
If you went up, could you write out the 2 hint words? Hee, don't say that, I really had that plan.
Lin Yi's ability to guess the correct answer didn't surprise the masked man at all. From the moment he saw the hint words written by Chi Xia, he had already concluded that he would lose this round again.
He watched the 2 with great interest and asked, "May I ask what brings you 2 here?"
Chi Xia replied casually, "You still don't realize our origins?" The masked man chuckled awkwardly twice. "To be honest, I've seen many people, but I've never seen anyone as bold as you two. Generally speaking, ordinary people who come to this place are usually suspicious and then extremely cautious. But these two seem to not fear him at all.
It's like participating in an ordinary game. Could it be that they don't realize the punishment for failing the game?"
It seems he had to emphasize this again. "I must say, you two might not realize how serious the consequences of failing the game can be."
Chi Xia said, "I am in a hurry."
The meaning was clear, no more nonsense, hurry up and give the question. The masked man felt choked, his words stuck in his throat. He glared at Chi Xia angrily and said, "That was my mistake for not clearly explaining the rules. Now let me emphasize, only one hint word is allowed."
Chi Xia replied, "As far as I know, there shouldn't be any temporary rule changes, right?"
"I didn't temporarily change the rules, I just emphasized the unspoken rules. According to the true rules, you have already violated them. However, considering my own mistake, I won't pursue it further. From now on, only one hint word is allowed on the white paper, otherwise, it will be considered a violation." After saying this, without caring about the reactions of the two, he directly shoved the white paper into Lin Yi's hands. This round, it was Lin Yi's turn to draw, and Chi Xia guessed. Chi Xia simply closed her eyes, quietly contemplating the upcoming changes. Meanwhile, Lin Yi stared closely at the masked man, wanting to see what trick he was playing. He saw the masked man smile cunningly, taking out a pair of scissors from who knows where.
He aimed it at his index finger and with a snap, cut it off. Half a finger.
The viewers in front of the live stream all jumped in shock.
Wow, this masked man is indeed ruthless, he directly cut off his finger? Heavens, there's such a move?
No wonder this guy looks calm and composed, it turns out it was all planned.
Earlier I said I could also do it, I take back what I said.
Everyone, let's focus on whether Chi Xia can guess it. Half a finger directly shattered all their previous understanding.
Who would have thought this guy would actually cut off his own finger?
However, when he cut off his finger, it didn't create a bloody scene, but looked more like slicing off half a bar of soap. From how he twisted his body into a braid before, one could suspect something.
This guy has already transcended the realm of humanity, and cannot be viewed with normal eyes.
Lin Yi looked at the half finger in distress.
How should he hint to Chi Xia?
Right now, only one hint word is allowed.
If he writes half, would it confuse Chi Xia?
Because the word half has 5 strokes, if Chi Xia misunderstands and guesses 5, then everything will be over.
One must admit, this horse-faced masked man's approach is truly sinister.
It seems the previous parts were all set up, now is the real main event. Looking at the half finger, Linny didn't have time to think more and directly wrote the character half on the white paper. Time was tight, and he really couldn't afford to think too much. Besides, no matter how much he thought, Qixia might not understand his meaning. After writing the character, Linny couldn't wait to show it to Qixia. Qixia glanced at it but still didn't provide any answer. The horse-faced masked man urged, "Aren't you in a hurry? Hurry up and guess." It seems this guy really holds grudges, remembering Qixia's previous words, "I'm in a hurry." Qixia looked at the character half on the white paper, then at Linny, and then spoke without hesitation. "It's half a finger." Upon hearing this, the audience was instantly in an uproar. Wait. He just took a glance, and gave the answer directly? This is too exaggerated, right? Didn't he even think? Strange, why didn't he guess 5? As expected of Chi God is amazing. Linny was also a bit stunned upon hearing Qixia's answer. That was too fast. It was as if he had X-ray vision. He knew Qixia was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. The horse-faced masked man could no longer remain calm. He pointed at Qixia with his shortened finger, his expression filled with disbelief, and said, How did you guess that? You have already lost, why bother with the process? Qixia countered. The horse-faced masked man hurriedly said, No. This is more important to me than life itself. Qixia replied, It's clearly written in black and white, half means half a finger, right? But the character half has 5 strokes, why didn't you guess 5? There are so many characters to express 5, why did he specifically write half? The horse-faced masked man looked incredulous, This is too absurd, I can't be convinced. In any case, you lost again, didn't you? Chapter 30, The 11th Finger. The horse-faced masked man grumbled, seemingly unwilling to accept this outcome. However, he had not completely lost yet. There were still 2 chances left. Next, it was Qixia's turn to draw, and Linny guessed. After both prepared, the horse-faced masked man circled around Qixia slightly. Then, he extended both hands towards Qixia. 10 slender and long fingers were displayed in front of Qixia. The half finger that he had cut off earlier had now regrown. Could it be that this time the result is 10? The audience gasped in surprise. Suddenly, the horse-faced masked man slyly grinned, and the 5 fingers on his right hand moved quickly. Then, between the index and middle fingers, a finger slowly began to grow. The 11th finger. Seeing this scene, the audience could no longer remain calm. This is too ridiculous. How can he grow a finger out of nowhere? Oh no, he had intentionally shown his 10 fingers in front of Linny. Linny definitely couldn't have expected he would grow an 11th finger out of thin air. How ridiculous. This is so unfair. I previously said this guessing game was simple. My friend and I can also play, but I didn't expect it to be so unfair. There's no way to survive this. This strange world is not something us ordinary people can enter. Qixia, even though experienced, looked serious facing such a strange scene. This is a 2-person game, and personal wisdom alone cannot solve it. The current problem is how to convey the information 11 to Linny. And also, to make Linny believe that the horse-faced masked man has 11 fingers. This is too difficult. Because in Linny's subconscious, he has already assumed that the horse-faced masked man has only 10 fingers. Making Linny guess the 11th finger is like climbing to the heavens. Unless, the subconscious of Linny can be changed. However, changing the subconscious is not something that can be done overnight. Even the top psychologists can only sigh in despair. Linny noticed that Qixia was taking too long to show the white paper and guessed that he must have encountered a tricky situation. But he truly could not figure out what this tricky situation was. Qixia looked at the horse-faced masked man's 11 fingers, his deep eyes moved quickly. Then, he quickly wrote a character on the white paper. Just as everyone thought he would show it to Linny, Qixia folded the white paper and held it tightly in his hand. Why isn't he showing the white paper? How can Linny guess without it? Could it be that he is going to give up? No, this time is difficult, but random guessing is still better than giving up. This time is really too hard. Even if they can't guess it, it's not their fault. But, it's really a bit unwilling. The audience before the live broadcast didn't dare to breathe, their mood tense to the extreme. They had finally enjoyed the benefits brought by the increase in national luck. They were truly unwilling to see Qixia and Linny fail. A little girl turned her head away, wow. I can't bear to watch, call me when they fail. Sigh. I thought this time was easier than last time. Who knew it was all a trap? Linny was also feeling nervous as Qixia still didn't show the white paper. They only had 1 minute, and if he didn't show it soon, they'd run out of time. And the horse-faced masked man was already laughing at this scene. It turned out that everything was in his plan.
From the earlier performance of the two, the truly smart one was Xia. As long as he could hold Xia back and leave the truly difficult round for Lin Yi, he would win. Even if Lin Yi racked his brain, he would never guess that he had 11 fingers. The horse-faced masked man was so excited he could almost jump up. When he wins later, he must dance a waltz to celebrate this great moment. Time passed second by second, yet Xia still hadn't shown the white paper to Lin Yi. No one knew what he had written. He couldn't use numbers or homophones to give a direct hint. And he needed to make Lin Yi believe he had an 11th finger. What exactly should he write to achieve this? The horse-faced masked man cleared his throat and shouted, "Only 20 seconds left." Xia still didn't move. Only 15 seconds left. Xia still didn't move. 10, 9, 8. The horse-faced masked man even began counting down. In his view, seeing these two fall was a very celebratory event. The countdown he was announcing right now was actually the countdown to their death. Life is truly lonely as snow. The horse-faced masked man thought, this batch of candidates really can't handle it, they are about to depart so soon. What a pity. After this game ends, he would still have to return to his podium, unable to move an inch. Silently waiting for the next batch of candidates to arrive. 6, 5. When the horse-faced masked man counted to 5, Xia suddenly flipped open the white paper in his hand, revealing it to Lin Yi. The white paper prominently displayed the character false. Lin Yi's brain suddenly went blank, and he unconsciously began to count the strokes of this character. 11 strokes. How could it be 11 strokes? Lin Yi, for a moment, was flustered. The horse-faced masked man clearly had only 10 fingers, but why did Xia write an 11-stroke character? No, this is wrong. This time, it must not be the stroke count. What is the answer? 3, 2. But the horse-faced masked man's countdown sounded in his ears, leaving Lin Yi no time to think. Lin Yi tried to read Xia's expression, but she still stood calmly, showing no signs of disturbance. It's over, time is running out. Lin Yi was anxious and desperate, but still couldn't think of a good idea. 11 must be wrong, he clearly has only 10 fingers. But why would Xia write a character with 11 strokes? Lin Yi's mind was filled with images of adventuring with Xia in the dungeon. He was summoned by me, he has never lied to me. 1. As the horse-faced masked man finished saying 1, Lin Yi hurriedly shouted. 11. It's 11. At this moment, he had no time to think about anything else. He could only blurt out this wrong number. As soon as he said it, Lin Yi felt a wave of regret in his heart. No, knowing that 11 is the wrong answer, how could I still blurt out the wrong answer? Now I'm really done for. If I had a little more time to think, I would surely come up with the right answer. The horse-faced masked man was taken aback by Lin Yi's words. And the audience in front of the live stream burst into cheers. Wait, how did he guess that? This is absurd. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't dare to guess like this. Oh my god. If that's the case, did we win this round again? Cheaters. You must be cheating. The horse-faced masked man yelled angrily. The calm demeanor he had earlier had long since vanished. What replaced it was disbelief and rage. Xia looked calmly at the horse-faced masked man, showing no surprise at the result. The horse-faced masked man shouted defiantly, if you can't provide a reasonable explanation, you will still be judged as cheating. You are too arrogant, Xia said calmly. You think you can win just because you have a flexible body. Little do you know, you have flaws all over. I have flaws all over? The horse-faced masked man laughed angrily. Ha ha, no one has ever questioned me like this. Xia looked peacefully at the horse-faced masked man and said, the human brain cannot think too much in a short time. I chose to reveal my key words in the last 5 seconds to prevent him from overthinking. Once everyone heard Xia's explanation, they all suddenly understood. So that was the reason he delayed showing the white paper in his hand. Lin Yi scratched his head awkwardly. In those last few seconds, he could only think of 11, and in desperation, he randomly said 11. Little did he know that everything was already calculated by Xia. What kind of monster are you? The horse-faced masked man shouted at Xia. Monster? I am just an ordinary person. A person like you shouldn't exist in this dimension. May I ask how old are you this year? The horse-faced masked man asked sincerely. 26, Xia replied. Hearing Xia's words, the horse-faced masked man showed an expression of realization. So it's you, no wonder since it's you, then everything makes sense. Xia frowned. What do you mean by it makes sense? Do you know me? The horse-faced masked man collected his thoughts and said, Xia, haven't you realized the truth? Why are they all 18 years old, but you are 26? As soon as those words came out, Xia's expression became serious again. What do you mean?
The horse-faced masked man seemed unwilling to explain further, but said, "Come on. There's one last round, if you win against me. You can now enter the forgotten land of the gods." After saying this, he ignored Qixia and Lin Yi, handing over the pen and blank paper to Lin Yi, preparing for the final round of the game. Lin Yi still felt a bit dazed, as if he hadn't recovered from the previous scene. Seeing the paper and pen in his hands, he managed to pull himself together. There was one last round of the game. Winning this round would truly mean victory. In this round, it was his turn to draw, while Qixia would guess, and he couldn't let anything go wrong again. Previously, the person with the horse-face mask had taken advantage of the ability to change their body at will to create tricky problems. This last question was surely going to be extremely odd and challenging. Thinking of this, Lin Yi hurriedly focused his mind. However, unexpectedly, this time, the horse-face mask person did not pull any tricks, but straightforwardly extended a finger towards Lin Yi. A finger that was unaltered, perfectly normal. The viewers before the livestream rubbed their eyes, fearing they had seen it wrong. What's going on? Just one normal finger? This can't be right, right? For the last question, it should be extremely difficult. If it were me, I would cut off a third or a quarter of it so he couldn't guess. Isn't one finger too simple? Simple? To me, he is taking advantage of Qixia's smartness, trying to catch her off guard. Wow. If that's what you think, it really might be true. Qixia is so clever, she will definitely fall into deep thought. I don't know what to say now. Let's cheer for Qixia. Go, Qixia. Go, Qixia. Lin Yi looked at the finger extended by the horse-face mask person, feeling somewhat incredulous. Rubbing his eyes, he found it really was just one finger, and he fell into hesitation for a moment. In this kind of game, not only was the guesser under great psychological pressure, but the one giving hints was under pressure too. One finger. How should I hint it to Qixia? If he drew a horizontal line, it might directly suggest a number. If he drew a vertical line, it would become the Arabic numeral 1. Drawing a circle would become 0. He couldn't write 1 in homophone or pun form. Lin Yi felt a bit overwhelmed. After pondering, the only thing he could do was to emphasize a single dot on the blank paper. He hoped Qixia could understand his good intentions and guess this one. After finishing that dot, Lin Yi eagerly presented the white paper to Qixia. This way, Qixia had ample time to think, plenty of seconds to spare. However, that single dot could lead to many interpretations. And the horse-face mask person remained calm upon seeing Lin Yi's answer. All the viewers were holding their breath for Qixia. The smarter the person, the more they thought. In this final moment, could Qixia dismiss unnecessary thoughts and see the essence of the matter? Qixia looked at the dot on the white paper and quickly gave her answer. 1. Simple, clear, and straightforward. Without any hesitation at all. Upon hearing this answer, the audience finally relaxed their tight muscles. As expected of Qixia. It's still Qixia. Thanks to Qixia. Good thing it was Qixia. The horse-face mask person saw Qixia's answer and felt no surprise, but instead said readily, "You two have passed my test, you can now go in." Lin Yi asked, "The exam is over, shouldn't we be leaving the world of strange tales?" "Over," the horse-face mask person replied, "this is merely an appetizer." "Since you have one, hurry in, will you?" Qixia looked at the horse-face mask person and said, "Wait. Since we won, what about the reward?" The horse-face mask person smiled slightly, "The reward is 2 unrestricted tickets. You two should hurry inside, I need to take my post now." After saying this, he ignored the two and returned to his post at the reception. This time, who knows how long he would have to remain standing there before he could step down. Qixia glanced at the forgotten land of the gods and spoke to Lin Yi, "Let's go." Lin Yi hurriedly asked, "Qixia, you said this exam will reveal a huge secret. Can you tell me what this secret is now?" Qixia replied, "Before, I wasn't sure, but now it's almost certain. Let's go in, and everything will be clear." Lin Yi looked at the ruins and thought, why is this place, called the Land of the Divine, so broken? Such a place doesn't deserve to be called the Land of the Divine? However, thinking is one thing. The two of them still stepped one after the other into this mysterious Land of the Divine. Chapter 32, Qixia reveals the huge secret. Lin Yi followed Qixia, one after the other, stepping into the Land of the Divine. In this Land of the Divine, young boys and girls were seen busily working everywhere. Some were in hospitals, some in hotels, some in manors, some in schools. They were all busy, taking exams. Lin Yi and Qixia could clearly see every scene, even every corner. "God's perspective?" Lin Yi exclaimed. "What on earth is going on?" The buildings inside looked like miniature scenes, clearly displayed before their eyes. Lin Yi and Qixia seemed like two adults, freely inspecting everything. Could it be because of the game they played earlier?
Could the two smooth tickets mentioned by the horse-faced masked man refer to this? Linny asked, what is going on here? Qixia said seriously, this world is fake. Linny was stunned, thinking, no way, has Qixia also watched Beast Maze City? However, what Qixia did next completely stunned Linny. Qixia pointed casually at a scene, pulled over a young man, and asked, what is your name? The young man, focused on the exam, looked confused as he was pulled out by Qixia. You, who are you? Qixia asked again, what is your name? I am Chen Qingyuan. After getting the answer, Qixia threw the young man back into the scene. Then Qixia continued walking forward, randomly pulling someone else from the scene, and asked, what is your name? This time, the person pulled out was a young girl. Seeing Qixia and Linny, she was both surprised and scared. I am Xiami. Qixia again threw the girl back into the scene. Next, Qixia pulled out another person. What is your name? This time, the one pulled out was a young man with a handsome face. He seemed to have remarkable skills. I am Lu Yun. Without saying a word, Qixia threw Lu Yun back into the scene. Then, Qixia asked Linny, what did you notice? Linny thought for a moment and asked, is it that their names have problems? Qixia only asked for their names, so it must be that their names are peculiar. But Qixia didn't answer right away. Instead, she turned to look at Linny. Didn't you notice that your name has a problem too? Linny was taken aback. What problem could his name have? It's just an ordinary name. However, what Qixia said next dropped Linny's jaw. If I am not mistaken, everyone here are all protagonists. All protagonists? Wait, this isn't right? Isn't it said that only those summoned are the protagonists? Like Qixia, Zhang Xiaofan, Chen Pingon, and so on. But Qixia said, even Linny is a protagonist. Isn't this crazy? Protagonists summoning other protagonists? Qixia continued, the people I just pulled out are all protagonists from novels. The last ones in the scene, Xiaofei and Changlo, are naturally also protagonists from novels. Linny was stunned by Qixia's words and couldn't speak. This is ridiculous. How can that be? If that's the case, then I am not traversing at all, but suddenly gaining consciousness as a protagonist in a novel. I am a virtual character? No. To be precise, everyone here is a virtual character. This is too absurd. Linny simply couldn't believe everything in front of him. Qixia's reaction to Linny seemed to have been anticipated long ago. He continued, if I'm not mistaken, only the main character can enter the world of ghost stories. Linny paused and asked, is this the secret you mentioned? Exactly. I already guessed it during the last instance, but there was no substantial evidence, so I had to take Chang Li's jade pendant to further verify. After researching for these past days, and combined with what the masked man just said, I could confirm it. Linny asked again, then what about the Divine Grace continent where I am? Qixia said, you need to think about this. Is there anything unusual? Unusual? It seemed like there was nothing odd at all. It was a world of high martial arts, where everyone had the chance to awaken a golden attribute on their 18th birthday. Qixia reminded, or rather, do the powerful figures in the Divine Grace continent have any special names? Names? Linny recalled, there are 3 great saints in the Divine Grace continent, namely Hebai Wang and Lu Zhangku. At this point, Linny was dumbfounded. What did you discover? Linny spoke slowly, if I remember correctly, Hebai Wang and Lu Zhangku are side characters in The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber? Side characters? Now it was Qixia's turn to be confused. Linny quickly explained, The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber is also a novel, but it has surpassed the category of a novel and become a classic. Oh? Qixia was somewhat surprised. Linny murmured, I didn't expect people like Hebai Wang and Lu Zhangku could become saints. They are just 2 side characters who are commonly known as the 2 elders of Xianming and once injured Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji? Oh, Zhang Wuji is the main character of the novel. After hearing this, Qixia fell into deep thought. Linny also needed time to digest this information and began to think deeply. It was simply a huge joke, they were all virtual characters who suddenly gained consciousness. Everything felt like a fantasy. So unreal. If they were all virtual characters, where would they go from here? Linny was still a bit unable to accept this fact. Qixia, could you be mistaken? Impossible. Qixia's gaze was firm. He pointed to the young men and women taking exams around them and said, this place of divine relics is the best proof. Linny didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only continue walking forward with Qixia. Qixia suddenly stopped and asked, since you can summon me, there must be something special about you. Think carefully. Something special? Wait. Linny suddenly realized something. If he was the main character of a novel, which novel was it? Got it. Linny had a flash of inspiration. There was indeed a novel named Linny. Moreover, this novel had transcended time and was still being serialized. Its name was The School Bell's Bodyguard. Linny stood frozen in place. I am the main character of The School Bell's Bodyguard. I have my own consciousness. I am alive. Chapter 33, Xianyuan Dragon Control Technique. Linny took a long time to recover from the shock. Since he was also a main character, what was his superpower? Almost every main character in a novel had their own unique superpower. Xia, what is my superpower? Linny instinctively blurted out. Xia gently nodded. Earlier, when I asked you to punch the masked man, it was to test your superpower. Linny was stunned. Did this punch also fall into Xia's plan? Xia seemed a bit disappointed. Unfortunately, from your performance at that time, you don't seem to have any special skills yet, which is why I had to stop you in time. So that was it. But, this was too ridiculous, right? Every word Xia said, even every action, seemed to have been meticulously calculated. Linny exclaimed, was all of this within your calculations? Xia replied, this is the world of ghost stories, I can only be extremely careful. Who? I'm convinced. Completely convinced. Xia's series of actions utterly captivated the audience watching the livestream. Wang Defa, is this something a normal person can come up with? I know Xia is strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Has he already calculated this step from the very beginning? Incredible. Is this really a warrior summoned by a level 3 gold title? Don't say anything else, I am willing to call him the strongest. Xia looked at the dazed Linny and asked again, now, can you feel what superpower you have inside you? Linny moved a bit and felt his body was ordinary, with neither mystical powers nor any enhancement of strength. So he shook his head. Xia murmured, this shouldn't be, since this is the land of divine inheritance, logically, your superpower should have been activated long ago. Linny suddenly remembered something. Wait. Since I am the protagonist of The School Beauty's Bodyguard, then I indeed possess a world-shattering skill. If I remember correctly, this extraordinary skill is called the Xianyuan Dragon Taming Method. Thinking of this, Linny immediately became excited. Xia, I know what my superpower is. It's the extraordinary divine skill Xianyuan Dragon Taming Method. Ha ha ha. Xia asked, what is special about this skill? Linny stammered and couldn't find the words. He only knew that in the novel, after cultivating this skill, Linny was invincible in the world. But he couldn't quite remember what effects this skill had. Seeing this, Xia understood. It seems your superpower includes a part of the seer. The seer? How does that come into play? Xia explained, since you know Zhang Wuji and can identify the extraordinary skill within your body, isn't that what being a seer is? Linny was stunned. He didn't expect Xia to remember Zhang Wuji. He had casually mentioned it, yet Xia had committed it to memory. So to say, the information I know is because of my seer ability and effect? Let me catch my breath. Let me catch my breath. My name is Linny, a youth from the world of 21. Due to an accident, I crossed over to the Divine Grace continent. I not only have the consciousness of a modern person but have also read the final chapter of the 10 Days of Apocalypse and various online novels, like Intentional Pursuit of the Wind, Legends of the Seven Realms, Shu Xian, Swordcoming, and so on. Of course, there are also some timeless classics that have surpassed the realm of novels, such as The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Return of the Condor Heroes, The Peerless Twins, Little Flying Dagger, etc. However, now I am being told that all of this is just a false memory. Only my seer ability is playing its role. Is this correct? Xia pointed at the busy boys and girls around and said, facts surpass everything, this is the real world. Don't let those strange thoughts interfere with you. Linny exhaled deeply, this is too absurd. There's nothing absurd about it, maybe it's just because the Xianyuan Dragon Taming Method in your body is too domineering. Linny steadied himself and asked, what should we do next? Xia said, think carefully, does the Xianyuan Dragon Taming Method have any other effects? Linny recalled, I only remember that every year during the Dragon Boat Festival, the stone gate opens wide. Dragon Boat Festival? Xia continued to ask, then what? I don't remember. Xia nodded and said, let's go. Where to? Our exam hasn't ended yet, perhaps once we reach the end of the road, we will know. The end of the road? Linny looked up and saw that in this divine inheritance land, there was indeed a winding path. All around the path, boys and girls can be seen taking exams. They all looked nervous, clearly facing some particularly tricky issues. A very beautiful girl was currently being chased by a giant python. Linny watched in shock. He asked, should we help her?
In the image, the girl had been driven to desperation by the giant python, with nowhere to retreat. One more step back and it would be the bottomless abyss. Xia asked, "Do you want to save her?" "Yes." But Xia said, "Let's wait and see." Once the girl was cornered, she seemed to have made a decision. She bit her lip tightly, and in the next moment, without hesitation, she turned and jumped into the cliff. Linny was shocked and was about to rescue her when he saw a fire silk suddenly appear beneath the girl's feet, lifting her high into the sky. Xia said, "Don't worry. They are the main characters of the story, they won't die so easily. These desperate situations are just their sharpening stones. The more dangerous it is, the more it can awaken their potential." Only then did Linny suddenly understand. However, he had clearly entered with Xia, so why did Xia seem to know everything, like a master of this place? The two continued onward, passing through these thrilling and stimulating scenes, finally arriving at the end of the road. At the end of the road stood a creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a man. Upon seeing Linny and Xia approach, a smile appeared on his face. "It's been a while, you two. How does it feel to experience the perspective of heaven?" Linny and Xia stood still. "Who are you?" Linny asked. And Xia, upon seeing this creature, gritted her teeth, as if holding a deep-seated grudge against him. The dragon-headed man laughed heartily. "I am Heaven Dragon, waiting for you two for a long time." "Heaven Dragon?" Linny said in surprise. "You are Heaven Dragon?" Heaven Dragon looked slightly surprised. "Oh, you've heard my name?" Xia said hatefully, "So it was all you're doing." Heaven Dragon said, "Are you ready for your examination?" Linny replied, "Didn't we just take a test? That horse-faced masked man already made us play a game of guess the finger, but..." "You mean the little horse," Heaven Dragon said, "he was just the touchstone for you to meet me. Now, your real trial officially begins." Chapter 34, Audience Expectation. Xia suddenly thought of something and looked at Heaven Dragon with a smile. "Heaven Dragon, you're doomed." Heaven Dragon also smiled. "You coming here means you're the one who is doomed." Xia said, "Have you ever heard of Xuanyuan's dragon taming technique? You are the dragon, and he is the tamer, that is your destiny." "Ha!" Heaven Dragon scoffed, "What nonsense is Xuanyuan's dragon taming technique?" "Xia, it seems you are seriously ill." "The one who is ill is you, Heaven Dragon." Heaven Dragon suddenly laughed strangely. "Xia, since you've come here, do you think you can leave alive today?" "Oh?" Xia suddenly became spirited. "Heaven Dragon, if you really could make a move, why haven't you acted yet? Everything proves that you're just bluffing." Heaven Dragon fell silent. In this contest, it seemed Xia had the upper hand. Heaven Dragon wanted to say something more, but then he heard a faint sound of laughter, seemingly coming from afar. Heaven Dragon immediately turned serious, waving his hand, "Go. If you can survive this examination, that would truly be impressive." Xia and Linny were instantly pulled into the instance by a strange force. When Xia and Linny woke up, they found themselves wearing blue and white striped patient clothes. The walls were white, and the bed sheets were wrinkled. There was also a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. "Is this a hospital?" Xia and Linny exchanged glances and glanced at the door sign. On the sign were written some big words. "Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. How did we end up in a mental hospital?" Before they could react, a broadcast voice suddenly echoed from a loudspeaker. "Welcome to Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, this is your second round examination ground. The hospital rules have been distributed to your pockets, please check. Good luck to everyone." Linny felt his pockets. Sure enough, I found a small note inside. Xia touched her pocket and took out a small note. The two checked and found that the content on the notes was exactly the same. Hospital rules. 1. There are only 50 patients in the hospital. If there are more people, please immediately hide in the cabinet and call the management department. 2. There are only blue and white patient gowns in the hospital. If you see other colors, please immediately call the management department. 3. The management department is evil, please do not trust them. 4. You are a mental patient, and you will always be a mental patient. 5. Everyone will have a number, please remember this number. 6. Everyone has a number, please ignore the number. 7. This is a legitimate hospital and will not illegally imprison patients who are not sick. 8. Our director is very mysterious, no one has seen him so far. 9. Without using drugs, one will see a series of hallucinations. This is the real world, but please make sure you haven't accidentally consumed drugs. 10. Everyone is friendly. Copy requirements: survive in the hospital for 10 days to clear the level. Successfully find the director of Qingshan Mental Hospital to receive a good rating. Discover the hidden truth of Qingshan Mental Hospital to receive a perfect rating. After reading the hospital rules, Ling Yi's heart skipped a beat. This time, it was a real tale of bizarre rules. Xia read through these rules with little change on her face.
Instead, she asked some unrelated questions. When the dragon made its move, did you hear any strange laughter? Linny nodded, I did. At that moment, he indeed heard a strange giggling sound. Xia pondered, it seems heaven is not the limit, there are things here that even heaven fears. Linny recalled the 10 rules on the note and felt goosebumps, asking, so what should we do now? Xia said, these 10 rules should be the key to this exam. However, many rules on here are incorrect. Oh? Linny perked up. Xia continued, the 5th and 6th rules are contradictory in meaning. Look at the 3rd and 10th rules, one of them must be wrong. If the management department is evil, then that contradicts everyone is friendly. Linny looked closely and realized it was indeed the case. Seeing Xia still very focused, Linny hurriedly asked, can you look for more rules that are problematic? Xia said, so far, all these rules have significant issues. Linny nodded, hoping to rely on Xia to clear the level quickly. At that moment, there was a commotion in the corridor outside. It seemed someone had run into the hallway. Linny and Xia opened the door and saw dozens of patients standing in the hallway. Their eyes were filled with fear. A girl was tearing at her patient gown, shouting loudly, what kind of place is this? Another male patient hurried to stop her, calm down. Don't you remember what the note said? There are only blue and white gowns here, if you tear your clothes, you will definitely face punishment. The girl laughed manically, it's all fake, all of it. What note? What rules? Just shackles that imprison us. Several male patients hurriedly joined forces to restrain her, fearing she would cause a ruckus. Linny then noticed these friends all looked very young, no more than 17 or 18. He was startled and asked, are you all candidates? Hearing Lin Yi's words, everyone's gaze turned to him. Upon seeing Lin Yi's appearance, everyone became excited. You are Lin Yi? Great. We are all from the Divine Grace Continent. It turned out they were all candidates from the Divine Grace Continent. Someone quickly recognized Xia. Ah. Isn't that Xia? It really is Xia, the great god Qi. It seems we have hope this time. Lord Qi, please. We have personally witnessed your bravery in the first round of exams. This is wonderful. I didn't expect to meet Lord Qi here. After the instance ends, could you give me an autograph? Xia scanned the youthful faces and slowly spoke. Among us, there is a spy. Hearing this, everyone froze in shock. What does this mean? A spy? Xia continued, according to the first rule, there are only 50 patients in the hospital, but there are 51 patients here, which means someone is disguised, infiltrating among us. The crowd counted carefully, and sure enough, there were 51 patients. This made everyone's nerves tense. There was something strange among them. At that moment, everyone began to scream in pain, clutching their heads. What is this? It feels like something has been added to my brain. Ah. Me too. They seem to be audiences? Linny felt a wave of dizziness, and when he recovered, he found rows of black audiences in his head. These audiences sat neatly below the stage, their faces obscured. Xia rubbed his forehead, realizing that he too had rows of audiences in his mind. They were sitting neatly below, like spectators, eagerly awaiting the show to begin. A message flashed through everyone's minds. Current audience expectation level is 30%. There is an interactive season for sign-ups. If the author needs to reply with likes, please leave a message. Chapter 35, The Spy. Everyone clutched their heads and began to wail in agony. What the hell is this? Get out, don't stay in my head. Is this a curse? Have we been cursed by someone? A boy, unable to endure the bizarre situation, slammed his head against the wall. Blood flowed down his forehead, staining the white wall red. This shocked everyone. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? No, dude, there's no need to go this far. Calm down, bro, life is the most important thing. At that moment, the boy who was banging his head against the wall suddenly realized that the audience expectation level in his mind had increased all of a sudden. Audience expectation level +5. Current audience expectation level is 35%. Could this self-harming act actually increase the audience's expectation level? But soon, the boy suddenly laughed. I understand now, these so-called audiences are here to watch our jokes, their goal is to make us die here. The viewers watching the live broadcast couldn't see the audiences in their minds, nor could they see the audience expectation level. They found the boy's actions very puzzling. What's going on? Are our contestants this weak? They just banged their heads against the ground at the slightest disagreement. Pairing with Xia and Linny in an instance isn't just waiting to be carried. Why is he banging his head against the wall? The pressure resistance of this year's students is really too poor. It seems they need to strengthen training in this area.
And Chi Xia kept observing the reactions of these contestants. There were a total of 51 contestants, and he wanted to take this opportunity to identify the extra contestant. However, their various performances showed no flaws, and even Chi Xia couldn't identify who the extra one was at that moment. Someone raised a question, Lord Chi, according to the instance requirements, surviving in there for 10 days counts as victory. If I do nothing, just hide in bed without eating or drinking for 10 days, wouldn't that mean I win? After saying that, he was ready to return to his room, cover himself with the blanket, and end it all. Chi Xia said, it's not that simple. Even if no strange interference occurs, can you lie in bed for 10 days without eating or drinking? That person had a mournful expression. What should I do then? I didn't awaken a golden property, I will die. Chi Xia said, the current urgent matter is to find out the spy hidden among us. After this was said, everyone looked at each other, suspecting who the spy could be. But everyone was wearing the same hospital uniform, making it impossible to tell who the spy was from the outside. Although everyone came from the Divine Grace continent, most of them still didn't know each other. In this way, it became very difficult to accurately identify that spy. Someone suggested, why don't we introduce ourselves? My name is Qin Nuo, and I just turned 18 this year. I'm Ning Fan. I'm Lin Du. Many people eagerly agreed. As long as Chi Xia nodded, they would reveal their true identities. However, Chi Xia remained calm. It's useless, since everyone doesn't know each other. Even if you lie about your names, no one will know. Then what do we do? Chi Xia scanned the room and said, are you hungry? Come on, follow me to the cafeteria for a meal. Eat. Can anything from this bizarre world really be eaten? But Chi Xia had already taken the lead and went out first. Linny hurriedly followed. He had to stick close to this strong ally. The hospital building was still a bit far from the cafeteria. A large group of people rushed out from the building, which was still somewhat intimidating. Because their current identity was that of mental patients. At this moment, their blue and white clothes were particularly eye-catching. The group hurriedly reached the cafeteria and found that there was indeed a twist. On the tables, there were boxes of pastries. Someone exclaimed happily, are these pastries our food? They opened a box and found that it contained tempting flaky pastries. Even a test could have such good treatment? With these pastries, they could surely last 10 days. Of course, provided nothing unexpected happened. Someone shouted, Shidishin, how did you know there was food in the cafeteria? Chi Xia replied, according to the mission information, surviving in there for 10 days means completing the challenge, so the cafeteria must have something strange. That's amazing. If I had come alone, let alone the cafeteria, I wouldn't even have the courage to step out of the ward. Everyone was excitedly chatting and started sharing the pastries on the table. Linny and Chi Xia also sat down and began to carefully examine the pastries. These looked tempting, but whether they were safe to eat was still uncertain. But soon, loud arguments broke out from behind. Get up! I clearly found this spot first, how dare you snatch it? Get lost! What I grab is mine. I sat down here first, which means the things on the table belong to me. You're being unreasonable. Get lost! I saw these pastries first. Two male classmates argued red-faced, almost ready to throw punches. It turned out that there were only 50 seats and only 50 boxes of pastries. Now there was one extra person. Naturally, there weren't enough seats, and there weren't enough pastries to share. Before long, their arguing drew everyone's attention. However, it only attracted glances, no one moved. To the others, managing to grab a seat and getting a share of the pastries was already a blessing. No one was concerned about anyone else. Now, the two boys were locked in a stalemate, not giving in to each other. It seemed that whoever did not get a seat would be the spy. The frail boy shouted, you all judge, I clearly sat down first, yet this person rudely took my pastries. What kind of reasoning is this? The stronger boy next to him angrily cursed, hurry and get lost, what do you mean you sat down first? I clearly spotted it first. As he spoke, he reached out to drag the weaker boy. Seeing that he couldn't resist, the frail boy shouted, Linny, Chi Xia, come judge this person is grabbing things, how should this be accounted for? The strong boy still would not back down, get lost, this is clearly my seat. After saying this, he yanked hard, and the weak boy was forcibly pulled up. Linny and Chi Xia exchanged glances. He walked over slowly. The strong male classmate clearly felt a bit guilty, but still stayed in his seat and did not stand up. This is clearly my seat. He mumbled softly. This was a matter of life and death, so he was not willing to give in. The weak male classmate saw Chi Xia and Linny walking over and gained confidence, shouting at the seat thief, counting his misdeeds one by one. Chi Xia's eyes moved, and she said, the root of everything is that traitor causing trouble, but now, I have found a way to uncover the traitor. Chapter 36, Hui Fei and Nuo Lan. Qixia asked everyone to sit still, preparing to expose the hidden traitor. Her gaze scanned the crowd, and she calmly said, "Does everyone still remember the 5th and 6th rules?" Many people had already forgotten what rules were, but upon hearing Qixia mention them, they all pulled out the paper slips from their pockets to check. 5. Everyone will have a number, please remember this number. 6. Everyone will have a number, please ignore this number. Qixia continued, according to these 2 rules, each of us has a number. As long as we sort by these numbers, the hidden traitor will naturally be exposed. As soon as Qixia said this, everyone suddenly understood. How did I not think of that? So it turns out clues were given long ago, but we just ignored them. Let me see if this so-called number is the one on our backs. Everyone began to discuss animatedly, and indeed found the number on the back of their clothes. It turned out that a big number was written on each person's back. Previously, everyone had not paid attention to these details, but now, upon hearing Qixia, they all took it seriously. I am number 1. A boy raised his hand. I am number 2. Another girl raised her hand. I am number 3. Everyone was excited, standing up again, determined to drag out the traitor. The number behind Qixia was 9, and the number behind Linny was 10. Both of them also clearly saw the numbers on their backs. Finding the right method, they soon discovered the problem. Among this group of people, there were actually 2 number 43s. A girl who looked a bit fierce pointed at a girl across from her and shouted, "Hey! You're impersonating me. You shameless person, even pretending to be a mental patient." The other girl looked pitiful as she. The weak girl defended herself, everyone saw it, no normal test taker would be so bold, she must be a disguised weirdo, let's catch her together. The 2 of them were quarreling fiercely, and for a moment, no one could tell who was real and who was fake. They both had their own reasons to prove that they were the real one. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on Qixia and Linny. They hoped the 2 of them could expose the imposter. Qixia looked at the 2 who were arguing fiercely and didn't stop them, instead asked Linny, "Did you see anything?" Linny was slightly shocked. No way? Qixia was actually asking him for help? Or did he already know who was lying, and was now testing him? Linny coughed and stepped forward. "You 2, stop arguing for a moment. Can you tell me, what are your names?" The fierce girl said angrily, "My name is Huifei, this girl is pretending to be me, I won't let her get away with it." The other girl softly said, "My name is Nualan, she is the one pretending to be me." Linny was shocked inside. Huifei? Nualan? Aren't these characters from my apartment? How did they also get into the world of strange tales? Linny remembered what Qixia said, only protagonists can enter the strange tale world. Suddenly, it all became clear to him. Huifei is a main character in iPartment, while Nualan is just a side character. So it looks like Huifei is real, and this Nualan is the weirdo pretending to be her. Although Linny figured out who was who right away, he stayed calm. Both of you have your own reasons, it's really hard to tell for now. Nualan said pitifully, "Please don't wrongly accuse a good person, just look at me and you'll know, I'm the real victim here, I beg you, drag her out and give me justice." Everyone saw Nualan's innocent face full of tears, and they all felt sympathy. "Don't be afraid, classmate, we will stand up for you." "That's right, even if she's a weirdo, she is bound by rules and can't go wild. Once we find evidence, we will definitely make her pay." Huifei couldn't take it anymore. "Damn. I've never been wronged like this in my whole life. If you've got the guts, just eat me already." Nualan pointed at the angry Huifei and said, look, she's trying to scare people again, I'm so scared." Hearing this, many male classmates' hearts softened, and they all looked angrily at Huifei. Huifei was furious. Seeing how Nualan kept acting so fake and pitiful, she wished she could kick her. But since the other was likely a weirdo, if she acted rashly, she would surely suffer. The best way was still to prove herself innocent. But the girl opposite was pretending too well, and she had no solid proof. She could only look toward Linny and Qixia for help. "It's up to you now. I've never swallowed such an insult in my life. If you can help me, I'll truly thank you from the bottom of my heart." Nualan also said in a fake sweet tone, yes, if you can clear my name, I'll be endlessly grateful." After she finished speaking, she even blinked her big watery eyes. So seductive it could steal a soul. Linny couldn't bear it anymore and was just about to step forward and expose the truth, when Qixia suddenly grabbed his arm. Then Qixia suddenly asked Huifei, "What is your audience expectation value now?" Huifei was stunned, then replied, 79%. Chapter 37 Audience Expectation Value 99%. Hearing Qixia's question, the surrounding crowd showed confusion. What does that mean? Why ask that all of a sudden? Why did her audience expectation value rise so much? Mine is stuck at 30%. Nualan suddenly pointed at Huifei and shouted, "She's the fake one."
Everyone's expectation value is 30%, only hers is 79. She must be pretending.
After hearing this, everyone began to look at Hui Fei with suspicion.
That's right, everyone's audience expectation value was 30%. Why is your score 79%? Did Xia find out something wrong and expose the bazaar?
Hui Fei panicked when she saw the situation.
Wrong. It's not like this, I am the real one.
She had no guard against Xia, and upon hearing Xia's question, she instinctively answered.
However, no one listened to Hui Fei's explanation. Still arguing. Xia has already exposed you, what else do you have to say? Could Xia still accuse you wrongly?
Everyone, step back a bit, a desperate rabbit will bite, beware of her desperate attempt to counterattack before her secrets are revealed.
Hearing this, everyone retreated far away, warily staring at Hui Fei. And Nualan showed a proud smile.
Linny thought, this doesn't seem right, clearly Hui Fei is the main character.
Could Xia have made a mistake?
Just as he was about to speak, Xia suddenly pointed at Nualan and said, she is the spy.
Nualan paused slightly, then laughed playfully, are you mistaken? How could I be fake?
Her audience expectation is so much higher than everyone else's, it's obvious she is the imposter. Xia remained unfazed and said, her audience expectation was 30% at first, but then she realized that arguing with you could raise it, so she chose to keep arguing with you to increase her audience expectation, right? Upon hearing this, Hui Fei suddenly felt overjoyed.
You, how did you know?
Xia's words hit right at her heart. At first, she didn't want to argue, after all, the opponent was the bazaar.
If she irritated it, she wouldn't have a good ending.
But Hui Fei discovered that as long as she had conflicts with the opponent, the audience expectation would increase. Moreover, the more exaggerated her performance, the more the audience expectation would rise. In a short time, her audience expectation surged from 30% to 79%. Though she didn't fully understand what audience expectation was, the increase in audience expectation was likely a good thing.
She even wondered, if the audience expectation reached 100%, would this exam end?
At this moment, being pointed out by Xia, Hui Fei felt that Xia was truly a god. Nualan, dissatisfied, shouted, everyone, don't listen to her nonsense, I am the real one.
Look at me, do I look bizarre?
She still wanted to rely on her weak and pitiful appearance to gain sympathy.
However, everyone was no longer willing to believe her, stepping back even further. Of course, they also kept their distance from Hui Fei.
Now, with the attitude of not letting anything concern them, they were on guard against both. Choosing to trust neither.
Linny relaxed, he knew that such a small disguise could not fool Xia. Nualan pretended to cry, you are too good at wrongfully accusing people.
A group of big men is making things difficult for a small girl like me.
Do you have any conscience?
She wanted to make one last disguise.
While Xia looked seriously at Hui Fei, do you want your audience expectation to reach 100%? Hui Fei was stunned, then excitedly said, do you have a way?
Xia scanned the room, pulled out a kitchen knife from the cupboard, and handed it to Hui Fei.
Go chop off her head. Hearing this, everyone froze for a moment. Could I be the first one to meet such high expectations? Maybe I could even be the first student to finish the exam.
Thinking of this, she unconsciously tightened her grip on the kitchen knife. Linny was amazed to find that, at this moment, even as a spectator, the audience's expectation level in his mind had increased by 5 points. Looking around, he noticed that the emotions of the surrounding students were a bit excited. It seemed they were likely feeling the same as him, their audience expectations rising. On the Divine Mercy continent, the viewers watching the live stream all perked up.
Oh my gosh, look! Xia is about to move the knife again. All I see in my mind is that scene of him chopping the little boy. Can we avoid such bloodshed this time? Well, if you ask me, perhaps minors should just stay away.
As Hui Fei tightened her grip on the kitchen knife, she stepped closer to Nulan. The surrounding students all began to cheer.
Chop her to death. Chop her to death. Previously, it was just a quarrel between the two, not related to them.
Now that it could raise their audience expectation levels, it was a different matter. They all fanned the flames, hoping for a big show between the two.
Nulan saw Hui Fei approaching and roared fiercely, are you crazy? Do you really dare to use that knife on me?
Hui Fei turned a deaf ear and continued to walk forward. At the same time, she prayed silently in her heart.
Only 1% left. Just 1%, and I'll reach 100%.
The surrounding students seemed to be injected with adrenaline, eagerly awaiting Hui Fei to chop Nulan to death. This might significantly boost their audience expectation levels in their minds. At this moment, it seemed that right or wrong was no longer important. They just wanted to witness a grand slaughter.
Xia quietly watched from the side, lost in deep thought. Linny was somewhat worried that Nulan might suddenly turn strange, harming Hui Fei. He was thinking about whether he could help her at a critical moment. Seeing that her threats weren't scaring Huifei, Newlin chose to transform. Suddenly, her eyes turned blood red, and her ears became sharp. The tentacles in her hands grew 5, 6, 7, or 8 more. She transformed into a huge octopus. Wow! This creature really transformed in a strange way. I said the more pure and cute they look, the less you can trust them. Who was the one who vowed to protect her just now? What a surprise, this octopus. Whoever wants to protect it can, but I'm truly afraid. Chapter 38, Expectation Level 100%, the show begins. Huifei tightened her grip on the kitchen knife, stepping closer to the strange creature. To be honest, she was extremely terrified inside. After all, she was just an 18-year-old girl. It was hard for her to even kill a chicken, let alone an unknown strange creature. However, she had no way out now. Huifei steadied herself and comforted her heart. This is just an octopus, a single chop will do. The strange creature saw Huifei approaching and immediately took on a more ferocious appearance to intimidate her. Linny sensed its behavior and suddenly had a guess. Could it be that this creature had low abilities and could only rely on appearing fierce to scare off enemies? In fact, Linny's guess was mostly right. Strange creatures indeed had levels. Low-level strange creatures often could only scare enemies by changing their bodies or making noise. For instance, in an empty building, you might occasionally hear footsteps. When taking a shower, you always felt like someone was watching you with your eyes closed. These incidents were all caused by those very low-level small strange creatures. Mid-level strange creatures were one rank higher. They could interfere with a person's mind. Encountering walls of ghosts or being pressed down during the night were usually caused by mid-level strange creatures. High-level strange creatures were much stronger, usually possessing their own territories. For example, the three-member family Qixia and Linny encountered earlier belonged to high-level strange creatures. They could physically hurt people. However, there are certain rules in place. Above that is the legendary level of strange beings, often ruled by a powerful master. They possess their own territory, such as manors, banks, and so on. Next up is the City Destroyer level of the strange, which has the ability to establish certain rules and possesses strange techniques, making it extremely dangerous, rated 5 stars. As for the highest level, the World Destroyer level, very few have seen it. Because when such a strange being appears, it often brings destruction. Right now, Huifei is facing a low-level little strange being. It wanted to create chaos through disguise, but unexpectedly revealed itself. It hoped to scare off the enemy by changing its body, but Huifei was not afraid at all. Instead, she walked toward it holding a kitchen knife. With so many candidates eyeing it, the little strange being felt quite nervous inside. It continued to bluster. "You have such courage to dare to make a move against me?" While threatening, it wiggled its tentacles, trying to scare Huifei away. However, at this moment, Huifei had made up her mind. She was determined to make this octopus-like creature pay a price. Huifei gritted her teeth and sliced down sharply with the kitchen knife. In a flash, one of the little strange being's tentacles was chopped off by Huifei. It squirted out a bunch of black liquid. The little strange being screamed in pain. "You are crazy. You are really insane. How dare you touch me? You have already broken the exam rules. I will strike back." The little strange being wriggled its other tentacles, trying to look ferocious and made threatening remarks. Qixia nodded slightly, as if verifying some speculation. Huifei was also surprised to have successfully severed a tentacle of the strange being. She did not expect it to be so easy. But the audience's expectation level in her mind remained at 99%, with no increase at all. Damn it! Just 1% short. Huifei gritted her teeth and continued to approach with the knife. At this moment, the little strange being seemed completely enraged. It kept spewing black ink and began to take action. Several thick tentacles quickly coiled around Huifei. Huifei raised her knife, intending to chop off a few more tentacles. But this time, the plan fell through. After all, Huifei was just an ordinary person, while the little strange being, although the lowest level, still had physical abilities far exceeding those of an ordinary human. It had not acted before out of fear of the rules. Now that it was injured, it was ready to fight back. The little strange being tightly bound Huifei's neck with several tentacles. It was almost enough to make her pass out. "Ignorant human, dare to harm the noblest of us. Today, you will surely pay the most painful price." The little strange being often relied on intimidation techniques. To put it bluntly, it was just bluffing to scare people. In fact, there were 50 candidates here. If they all rushed together, the little strange being would definitely not be able to handle it. That's why it said such big words, intending to intimidate the others. If they reacted and rushed at it, it would be finished. Seeing Huifei ensnared by the little strange being, Linny was about to take action, but Qixia pulled him back. "Wait a bit longer.
Right now, Huifei was tangled up by the little strange being and seemed close to suffocating. If help wasn't provided soon, she could be in real danger. And right now, a live broadcast was taking place. If Huifei really died here, it would be quite inappropriate. Qixia said, I believe she won't let us down. That marvelous audience expectation level, even Qixia was curious about the effect of filling it up. Huifei was almost suffocated by the tentacles. In her desperate situation, she couldn't care about anything else. She opened her mouth and bit down on the tentacle. Put. These tentacles were like an octopus, very elastic. When one tentacle was bitten through by Huifei, black liquid instantly sprayed everywhere. All the candidates were so scared that they retreated in panic. And Huifei only felt her head was a bit dizzy. Ding. System prompt. You have been infected and are in the process of merging, please wait. At this moment, she felt her head was extremely heavy, and her eyes were barely open. Where could she care about any prompts? Am I going to die? This was her last thought. And the little abnormality revealed a smile of a plot successfully carried out. A mere human, daring to make a move on us. It itself was an extremely powerful source of pollution. The reason it tightly entangled Huifei was to make Huifei bite and wound itself, thereby becoming infected. Because its task this time was to interfere and intimidate, if it rashly killed the examinee, it could very likely violate the rules and face sanctions. At this moment, if the examinee bites herself to death, then it is not its concern. Moreover, it itself also suffered serious injuries, which could be justified on the surface. Huifei only felt something was invading her body, and her whole being started to become numb. Half of her body was her own, while the other half had already become bizarre. This strange scene frightened all the examinees, who dared not make a move against the little abnormality. Now they only wanted to escape. Just when Huifei felt her life was about to end, the long-awaited audience expectation value finally rose. Audience expectation value +1. Current audience expectation value is 100%, the performance is about to begin. Chapter 39, Season Disaster. Boom. Lightning streaked across the sky, the whole world seemed to tremble for a moment. The originally dark red sky seemed to have been painted with deep colors. It appeared even more eerie. Who am I? Only to see Huifei, who had been drowsy, suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes were completely covered by the whites. Finally. I have come out. Her voice carried a bit of madness and a bit of mockery. With just a slight lift of her palm, the little abnormality instantly transformed into a human form. However, its body was already covered in scars. The little abnormality sincerely knelt on the ground, a face full of panic, not daring to move an inch, trembling all over. Season Master Season Disaster. Huifei suddenly burst into laughter. Li Huang, you can never trap me in this lifetime, I will never forget the name Season Disaster. Suddenly. In her mad expression, there was a hint of clarity. Season Disaster, you are lying. You clearly promised me. Clearly promised me. Why? Why can't you even resurrect a few people? What are you? After saying this, she covered her head with her hands, crying out in pain. Seeing this scene, the examinees all retreated in fear. This person is talking to herself, probably gone mad. Run! Someone shouted. All the examinees rushed towards the exit in a swarm. However, Huifei just waved her sleeve lightly, and everyone stayed frozen in place. Their legs seemed to be tied with stones weighing 1,000 pounds, unable to move an inch. Linny tried to move his body but found he couldn't budge at all. And Qixia's expression also became serious, obviously, this. It's a pity that they were all speaking some incomprehensible nonsense. The general content should be a dialogue between two people named Li Huang and Jizai. The two were madly complaining about each other, seemingly fighting for control of their bodies. Linny was astonished to find the audience's expectation level in his mind rapidly declining. Audience expectation -10. Audience expectation -10. Audience expectation -10. With 3 consecutive decreases of 10, the audience expectation in his mind suddenly dropped to just 5 points. Looking around at the other candidates, their bodies were also trembling uncontrollably. From their terrified expressions, it was clear that their audience expectation levels were also changing. Qixia looked at the continuously declining audience expectation and felt greatly surprised. Since raising the audience expectation to 100% doesn't work, does it mean it should drop to 0? Now, the audience expectation had only 5 points left, it would surely hit 0 in just a moment. However, in the next second, Qixia shouted loudly. Wrong. All wrong. We can't let the audience expectation drop to 0, we must find a way to create some chaos. The candidates, hearing Qixia's words, expressed confusion. Since raising it to 100% doesn't work, isn't lowering it better?
Besides, they can't move at all, how can we create chaos? Shi Xia yelled, wrong. All wrong. Our way of thinking is completely wrong. 30% is a threshold, we need to find a way to keep our audience expectation around this threshold, or there will be trouble. Lin Yi, hearing Shi Xia's outburst, felt a sense of dread in his heart. Generally, Shi Xia's emotions were relatively stable. Even when faced with enormous issues, he remained calm. But now, Shi Xia was so out of control, which meant he must have discovered something incredibly serious. Lin Yi tried to move his arms but found he still couldn't move. In this situation, how could he increase his audience expectation? Audience expectation -1. Audience expectation -1. After 2 consecutive prompts, Lin Yi felt even more anxious. Now, the audience expectation was down to just 3 points. Others were in similar situations, all looking terrified, not knowing what to do. Hurry! Find a way to raise the audience expectation. Shi Xia shouted loudly. One candidate, whether pressed or inspired, suddenly shouted, I remember. I didn't wipe my butt after taking a dump this morning. After saying this, he was surprised to find his audience expectation had risen by 2 points. Hearing this, the surrounding candidates all suddenly realized. Yeah, they couldn't move, they could just talk. So they all chose to imitate him. I scratched my finger while pooping this morning. I didn't even get out of bed, I peed in my pants. I'm a pervert, I bit my toenails. Hiss I like to smell my armpits. The candidates had completely gone insane, all saying disgusting, exaggerated things, trying to raise their audience expectation. Fortunately, with their continuous efforts, the audience expectation did indeed see some improvement. However, the best was only around 10 points, to maintain above 30%, it was far from enough. That meant they had to do something even more extreme. One male student steeled himself, seemingly having made a decision. In the next moment, he shouted loudly, I peed. Brothers! I peed. Everyone turned to look. Sure enough, they saw yellow liquid flowing from his pants leg. Everyone showed contempt, some holding their breath. That's so disgusting. After this action, that candidate was astonished to find his audience expectation had suddenly risen significantly. It reached 39%. He joyfully shouted out loud. Ha ha ha. I did it. I succeeded. Upon seeing this scene, a candidate suddenly let out a loud fart. At this point, I have no choice. The other candidates were astonished. They, of course, knew what this candidate was about to do. He wanted to poop right here on the spot. No, buddy, there's really no need. Calm down. Brother. We must stay calm. I beg you, brother, please don't act impulsively. However, a stinky fart had already spread in the air. Everyone's heart sank. Chapter 40, Mocking Calamity, Part 1. An ancient and mysterious ghost theater. It was filled with a hint of eerie terror and a trace of desolation. Xia Fei led a group of examinees to the bottom of the stage. Xia Gu, what should we do now? Xia Gu, it all depends on you. Xia Gu, the exit door seems to be closed, we have no way out. Xia Fei suddenly turned around and found that the door had creaked shut. Everyone, don't panic. Xia Fei said, the theater can't have just one entrance, look for another exit. However, they searched every corner but found no exit. The heavy wooden door at the entrance wouldn't budge no matter how hard they pushed, it seemed to be locked tightly from the outside. Xia Gu, I'm scared. A boy with glasses was terrified, wanting to grab Xia Fei's hand. However, Xia Fei shook him off. Everyone be quiet. Xia Fei shouted, report your audience expectation levels. 30%. 30%. I also have 30%. The boy sniffled a few times, today was supposed to be my 18th birthday. I was happily at home eating cake and having a party, how could I suddenly end up in this hellish place? My life is so miserable. Another boy couldn't take it anymore and said, pull yourself together. Look at those girls, they aren't scared. You're a boy, crying like this, what do you look like? But they are scared, the boy with glasses said resentfully. As soon as he said this, everyone got goosebumps. What a pathetic wimp. Just then, a melodious and sweet operatic voice suddenly echoed from the stage. Everyone was startled awake. Xia Gu, is the ghost play about to begin? I heard the old folks say that once the play starts, you can't leave midway. Xia Gu, are we supposed to just sit here and watch the play? Everyone looked at the empty stage, feeling an ominous premonition growing in their hearts. That sudden operatic voice seemed to reveal the unusual nature of this place. Are they locking them in here just to make them watch a ghost play? Xia Fei said, everyone, find a seat and sit down.
Everyone dared not be slow and hurriedly found seats. The seats here were quite old, covered in a thick layer of dust. But now, they didn't care about that, they plopped down directly. Seeing the panicking crowd, Xiafei instructed, "Be careful, don't break anything here." Upon hearing this, everyone's movements became cautious. The facilities here were old, if anything got broken, they would have to pay. But after sitting in the audience for a while, the stage still showed no signs of life. The show still hadn't started. Could it be that they were looking in the wrong direction? Xiafei looked at the boy with glasses. "You, go up and take a look." "Me?" The boy pointed at himself, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. "That's right, it's you," Xiafei said. No, I can't go up, I can't sing, and..." Before he could finish, other students pushed him. "Yes. It's you. If you don't go up, who will?" "That's right, you look like someone who can sing, go up and help us find out what's going on." The boy's eyes were filled with fear, and he collapsed to the ground. "I beg you, let me go, I really can't do it." He kept begging, kneeling, and knocking his head to the crowd. But at this point, no one would plead for him. Because if he didn't go up, the next one might very well be himself. It's better that a friend dies than to die alone. At this moment, humanity's selfish side gradually revealed itself. Audience expectation level +5. After the argument, everyone's audience expectation levels in their minds increased by 5 points. Everyone suddenly felt more energized. Xiafei's tone turned icy. "Go up." The boy cried out in distress, "Xia, go, please. You can't do this to me. I beg you, give me a way out." Xiafei's voice turned cold again. "This is the trend of the times now, I can't protect you, ask the people here, do they agree with you going up?" "Yes. That's right. We all agree. That's right, he looks like he has talent for acting, letting him go up is the right thing. I wholeheartedly support it." Xiafei said coldly, "I'll count to 3. If you don't go up on your own, we'll throw you up together." He never wanted to enter this kind of exam. It was his family, the Xia family, that forced him to participate. Luckily, there were many candidates with him this time. These candidates were just right to be used as cannon fodder. The young boy knew that there was no way out now. He cast a resentful glance at everyone, slowly walking up to the stage. Given the current situation, he had already become the target of everyone below. It was better to go up and fight for a chance, to see if he could find a sliver of hope. However, today, he would remember this grudge in his heart. The young boy dragged his trembling legs, step by step, towards the stage. He took a deep breath. "I don't want to be effeminate. Is it my fault that I was born like this?" Audience's expectation +10. When the young boy went up on stage, the audience's expectation points instantly increased by 10, and everyone became excited. The young boy had already prepared for the worst, but after getting on stage, he found that nothing happened. His hands and feet were intact, and his body was not missing any parts, so he began to relax. Xiafei angrily shouted at the young boy, "Sing." Others echoed in unison. "Yes. Sing. Why did you go up if you're not going to perform?" The young boy smiled self-mockingly. He had never learned to sing, so how could he sing? But, at this point, he still hummed a random tune, just like in the movies. Audience's expectation +10. Everyone's expectation points increased again. Seeing this, Xiafei also understood a few things. Could it be that the stage was for their performance? While thinking about this, he saw a female classmate quietly pulling at his sleeve. Xiafei turned around and saw, at some point, an audience seated in the back row. It was hidden in the shadows, making its appearance hard to see. Xiafei's heart tightened. Could it be that the performance was starting and the audience was taking their seats? Thinking this, Xiafei loudly shouted, "Damn it, sing seriously, or I'll kill you." Audience's expectation +5. Audience's expectation +3. Audience's expectation +1. In addition, more and more people were taking their seats in the back row. Everyone, seeing these strange audience members, was too frightened to make a sound. The young boy on stage naturally saw those audience members, and he performed even more desperately. Why do you all look down on me? Why do you all look at me with tinted glasses?" As he screamed his heart out, the number of audience members increased. However, towards the end, whether it was because it was uninteresting or lacked attraction, their audience expectation points stopped increasing. It remained stuck at 90%. Xiafei's eyes darted, and he took out a spring knife, quietly handing it to a male classmate. "You, go up on stage, you know what to do, right?" The boy did not want to accept the knife from Xiafei. However, when the knife was placed into his palm, the audience expectation points in his mind suddenly skyrocketed. It reached the terrifying 99%.
The boy hesitated for a moment but ultimately hid the knife in his sleeve, looking coldly at the boy on stage. Sorry, my name is Li Ming. I had no choice. Li Ming hid the knife and slowly walked onto the stage. The boy who was struggling to perform on stage saw a classmate suddenly come up and thought he was there to help. Classmate, why did you come up? This works perfectly, you can play the Shang role, and I'll play the Chou role. Before he could finish speaking, a spring knife was already plunged into his abdomen. Classmate, you. Blood flowed down the knife handle, staining the entire stage red. I'm sorry. Li Ming said faintly. In the end, am I going to die? The little boy mumbled. Li Ming held the knife in his right hand and suddenly pushed the little boy hard with his left hand. In an instant, blood gushed from the abdomen, splattering in the center of the stage. Audience expectation +1. Audience expectation +1. Audience expectation +1. Clatter. The spring knife in Li Ming's hand fell to the center of the stage. At that moment, his eyes completely turned into a strange red. His clothes, somehow, had changed into a bright red costume. Brother, it hurts. Yen. The divine path is also fake. Everything I did is gradually becoming mocking disaster. I quickly found the final answer. Shut up, shut up. I'm about to remember a name that belongs to me. Li Ming's consciousness had completely vanished, as if two people were conversing within his body. While he was rambling, he staggered and performed on the stage. The little boy, who had been stabbed, thought he would die on the spot, but surprisingly, even though he was bleeding a lot, his body didn't seem to hurt too much. A strange force seemed to envelop the stage, making him a part of the performance. Damn it! The little boy cursed, staring in fear at the crazy Li Ming. However, Li Ming's performance seemed to have reached a fever pitch. I lost a heart, and my brother's life. After saying this, Li Ming suddenly reached into his chest, and he had grasped a bright red, beating heart in his hand. All the candidates were startled by this horrifying scene. Some scattered coins were inexplicably thrown onto the stage. Upon closer inspection, these coins turned out to be tips from those audience members. Xiafei's heart fluttered. Could it be that the key to this scenario lies in the tips? Do we need to earn enough coins for this scenario to end? If that is true, then things are too bad. This means every candidate has to perform on stage. This is not a good thing. After Li Ming took out his heart, he did not die immediately. His entire pupils were completely overtaken by scarlet. A new voice rang out. From now on, you are no longer mocking, nor are you an audience below, you are Qinlingnut. The scarlet master of the abyss of mockery, the formless king who mocks fate. Money! My money! The little boy shouted excitedly and began to pick up the coins on the ground. He completely ignored the wound on his abdomen. This was the money he earned with his life, and he had the right to pick it up. Sometimes, fate is truly a mysterious thing. Originally, Li Ming planned to sneak attack the little boy to earn audience expectation points. Unexpectedly, in the end, Li Ming was instead possessed by disaster. The money earned from the performance turned out to benefit the little boy. Watching the little boy excitedly pick up coins, the classmates below were envious. However, they still lacked the courage to rush up to the stage to pick up money. They were afraid of becoming part of the performance. The little boy cried tears of joy while picking up the coins. You all isolated me, made things difficult for me, laughed at me, and now? Before long, the little boy's pockets were stuffed full of coins, and the tips kept coming. Congratulations! You are the first candidate to complete this round of the exam, about to exit the scenario. A purple light instantly enveloped the little boy, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the stage. The classmates who witnessed this were all bewildered. He just completed the exam like that? I get it now, these coins are the key to completion. Damn it! What a big loss, if I had known, I would have gone first. Hurry up! Everyone rushed towards the stage, scrambling for the coins on the ground. Li Ming casually grabbed one and pulled his heart out in one swift motion. The scream echoed throughout the entire stage. They wanted to run, but facing Li Ming, possessed by mocking calamity, how could they escape? The entire stage became a slaughterhouse. Wails, pleas for mercy, screams. Composed into a brilliant symphony. This is a grand performance. Xiafei hid among the crowd, secretly cursing his luck. Although he had prepared well, he never expected such a situation to occur. He thought this exam would be like the last time, letting him complete some side tasks. Unexpectedly, this time, what appeared was this thing called mocking calamity. Xiafei quietly stuffed 2 copper coins into his waistband and grabbed the hand in front of him. Classmate, can you give me this copper coin? The classmate whose arm was grabbed was first stunned, but the next second, she shouted loudly, "Xiafei has 2 copper coins hidden at his waist, I saw it just now." As soon as this was said, all the candidates' eyes turned to Xiafei. Xiafei felt a chill in his heart, a bad premonition rising. "I am your Xia Ge, also your leader, what do you want to do?" Nobody knew who shouted. "Rob. If we grab the copper coins from his waist, that's enough to complete the exam." Not only from his waist, I saw he had some hidden in his shoes too. The crowd swarmed towards Xiafei. The entire stage instantly fell into chaos. The audience below erupted into giggles, more and more copper coins were thrown onto the stage. In the turmoil, another classmate grabbed enough copper coins and was sent out of the instance. The crimson ruler of the ghostly mockery abyss. The faceless king who mocks fate. This performance is called Mocking Calamity. Chapter 42, Turbid Calamity. Chang Lo led a group of candidates, exploring an abandoned prison. This prison looked extremely secure, with heavy iron doors separating each exit. A shocked candidate said, "I have seen this type of prison in movies, if I'm not mistaken, these kinds of cells usually hold serious criminals." Serious criminals? Chang Lo pushed against an abandoned iron door. Even though the door was already rusty, it was still hard to push. If it weren't abandoned, it couldn't be opened by human force, one would need a key to enter. What kind of people were once locked up inside here? Finally stepping inside, they found the surroundings made of thick stone blocks. This was a stone chamber. To imprison someone in a stone house is an extremely rare situation. In this stone chamber, countless slogans were carved all over. They were phrases like "Song of Freedom," "Life behind iron bars," "Unyielding spirit." It was clear that even though those imprisoned here were in chains, they still held on to freedom in their hearts. They dreamed of one day escaping the prison. At first, Chang Lo wondered whether those locked up were even human, but after seeing these words, his doubts vanished. This was definitely a place holding people, but exactly what kind of people was still unknown. Chang Lo asked, "Have you all discovered any rules?" Upon entering the horror world, the most important thing is to first understand the rules here, otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. Generally speaking, once you enter an instance, there will be some hints. For example, in the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital where Qi Xia and Linny entered, the small paper in their pockets clearly wrote the rules. Or like the first time Xiafei encountered Huangquan Station, it also clearly stated the task goals. The reason Chang Lo led the candidates to search everywhere was to uncover the rules here. However, besides those inspirational slogans, no rules were discovered at all. All the candidates shook their heads, indicating they had not found any clues. One candidate said, "Lugu, could it be that there are no rules here at all?" Impossible. Chang Lo directly denied, if there are no rules in a horror story, what would it even be called a horror story? Why was it that all he encountered were such ridiculous instances? No clues at all. The first Ling tunnel was like this, and so is this prison this time. The only difference is that this time, there is something in their minds called audience expectation. But this audience expectation remained at 30%, and it would not change at all. Whether they sang, danced, or fought, the audience expectation did not change. So they had no choice but to give up and continue searching for new clues. "Leg, what should we do now?" Chang Lo thought for a moment and said, "Since we can't find clues in the prison, let's go outside to look for them." They had originally been terrified of this prison, but at this moment, upon hearing Chang Lo wanted to leave, they were all incredibly excited. They quickly began to move towards the exit. A group of people marched forward, competing to head towards the exit. But as they walked, they found something was wrong. The path was actually going upwards. Could it be that this prison was built underground? They had no time to think more, they followed the exit and walked out of the prison. But as soon as they stepped out, they were all dumbfounded. Surrounded by an endless ocean. This was a deserted island. A prison built on a deserted island. Chang Li's pupils slightly contracted. Even though he had thought this through, the situation still greatly exceeded his expectations. A student cried out in terror, "I've heard of such island prisons, where they imprison extremely dangerous violent criminals. Usually, those sent here never have another chance to leave, either they die in prison or drown in the sea. Moreover, such prisons have no warden, and food is delivered only once every few months." When Chang Lo heard the words warden, he fell into deep thought. Suddenly, another student cried out in fear, "Could it be, we were sent here as violent criminals to fend for ourselves?" Upon hearing this, all the students panicked. What a joke! Were they being treated as prisoners? One student suggested, "Can we build a small boat to leave?" But everyone looked at the raging sea and quickly dismissed that idea. Leaving in a small boat would be a dead end. Chang Lo looked at the student who had spoken earlier. "You said food would arrive once a month, how is it delivered?" "Airdrop," the student replied. Just those two simple words extinguished everyone's hope once again. Changlu spoke without showing any emotion. It doesn't matter, we will find a way out. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Leg. So are we going back to the prison now?
Yes, return and search for supplies, then figure out what the audience expectation in our minds truly is.
Understood. Leg.
After several days of observation and research, Changlu made a significant discovery.
Normal rivalry and petty fights could not trigger any change in audience expectation. Only life-threatening situations or major changes could cause a shift in audience expectation.
With this in mind, he formulated a plan in his heart.
Days later, several students who fell into the sea cried out unwillingly, "Leg, you said this was a way out? How?
Changlu looked at the 5 students submerged in water. His expression showed no change.
Audience expectation +3.
By sacrificing the lives of 5 students, his audience expectation increased by only 3 points.
Not nearly enough. Do I need to sacrifice everyone's life?
A bold thought flashed through Chan Li's mind.
As soon as this thought occurred, his audience expectation instantly grew by 10 points. Malicious ideas spread like weeds, sinister deeds began like poisonous vines.
After sacrificing everyone's lives, his audience expectation finally reached 100% after a long time.
His pupils had completely turned black.
A disaster slowly crawled out from the depths of his heart.
The flesh and blood moving overlord, the Buddha who hunts for light.
This time, it was a filthy disaster.
Chapter 43, Ji Zai leaves, Xia is disturbed.
Xia looked at the frenzied Hui Fei in front of her, feeling astonished inside. Right now, she was definitely possessed by something. From Hui Fei's earlier behavior, it seemed that this guy named Ji Zai had ultimately seized control of her body. Faced with such a powerful disaster, Xia felt uncertain deep down.
Because this was something even heaven feared.
In Xia's hand was a life without end.
The worst outcome was simply destruction, starting everything over from scratch. After being possessed by Ji Zai, Hui Fei seemed utterly confused and chaotic.
She kept muttering a few words.
Who am I?
Clearly, she was still struggling to adapt to this body.
Suddenly,
her pale pupils shot towards the crowd, causing everyone to involuntarily shiver. After being looked at by her, everyone felt a bit dizzy. Xia was startled, and connecting it to the fact that they were in a mental hospital, she instinctively understood something.
Could it be the disaster that governs confusion and chaos? However,
before Xia could prepare herself, those pale pupils had already met her gaze.
Xia's thoughts seemed to be dragged into an abyss. I'm so tired.
And once I finish this task, we won't do it anymore. This 2 million is enough for us to live a good life.
Xia, take a break. You are too tired.
I made your favorite scrambled eggs with tomatoes.
In a daze, Xia felt a girl in a white dress walking gracefully towards him.
It was his wife, Yun Yenin. Seeing the scene, Xia suddenly relaxed. What game, what rules, they all became unimportant.
To hell with that. Right now.
He just wanted to live happily with An. Linny noticed that everyone had become groggy and was instantly alarmed. This was definitely something Ji Zai had caused. Linny realized even Xia had been affected and hurried to his side.
Xia.
After shaking him a few times, he found Xia still hadn't woken up. The surrounding classmates had all collapsed on the ground as if they were drunk. Mumbling nonsensical words, some even drooling. No doubt, their minds had suffered a heavy blow. Linny felt anxious. Now that even Xia was affected, who could help them clear this instance?
But soon,
Linny realized something.
Why had everyone been affected while he was fine?
Ji Zai, noticing someone could still stand before him, was also somewhat surprised.
Its ashen pupils shot towards Linny again. Linny met its gaze, realizing he remained unaffected.
Now, it was Ji Zai's turn to be astonished. You, who are you? A hoarse voice came from Hui Fei.
Linny asked, what did you do to them?
Ha ha ha. Ji Zai laughed loudly, I did nothing at all, they simply feel ashamed when they see me.
As he spoke, Linny noticed the audience expectation in his mind was plummeting wildly.
It had already hit a terrifying negative number.
Audience expectation is at -13%.
The others, affected by Ji Zai, were probably also seeing their audience expectations decrease.
But they were now ensnared in confusion and could no longer know their audience expectations.
Ji Zai, seeing Linny standing in front of him for so long and remaining unaffected, felt even more astonished. After all, it was a world-destroying disaster, only.
Thinking of this,
a trace of darkness appeared in its pale pupils.
You actually are. Ji Zai pointed at Linny, showing a hint of fear.
Now, it had just awakened and was still weak in every aspect.
If it really was that person, it feared it wouldn't have time to appear before returning to nothingness again. Thinking of this, Jizai silently stepped back half a step. That terrifying void space, it did not want to go back there a second time. Because there, time did not flow at all, and no one knew how many days and nights they would have to spend inside to see the light of day again. Although these disasters could never die or disappear, coming out just to be sent back would definitely be mocked by their disaster brothers. Thinking of this, Jizai spoke a bit flatteringly. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were here. Linny said, what did you do? Why is everyone asleep? Hurry up and wake them up. Jizai saw Linny seemingly searching for something while speaking. So it kindly asked, are you looking for something? Where's my knife? When these three words came out, Jizai was clearly startled. It chuckled awkwardly. Well, you go ahead, I have a little something to do. After speaking, the whites of its eyes quickly faded. And the people lying around began to slowly wake up. A moment later, Huifei whimpered and opened her eyes. Seeing Linny looking at her, Huifei asked, where's that fox spirit Luolan? Where did she go? Linny glanced at the ground, discovering that Luolan, he did not know when, had already lain on the ground with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Dead beyond revival. Huifei looked at Linny in surprise. Did you do this? Linny hurriedly waved his hands. No, actually, it was you who did it. Nonsense. Huifei scolded and looked at the many candidates lying on the ground. What happened to them? Linny shrugged. It was also you who did it. Huifei said, if you don't want to say, that's fine, it's being broadcast live. I'll watch the replay later. Linny thought, go ahead and watch, you'll find out that it really was you who did it. After Jizai faded away, the surrounding candidates began to wake up one after another. They rubbed their heads, as if they had a long dream. Seeing the lively Huifei, all the candidates tensed up and assumed defensive postures. Linny said, everyone relax, that guy has already left. They stared into Huifei's eyes for half a second, before finally relaxing. Right. Qixia. Linny hurriedly went to Qixia, shaking him a few times. Qixia finally groggily opened his eyes. However, his expression was very dejected, as if he had been seriously traumatized. Qixia, that disaster just left for some reason. Oh. Qixia said in a somewhat perfunctory tone. Clearly. His spirit was still immersed in the world just now. Linny continued, next, look, shouldn't we continue to finish the exam? Qixia said with a dejected expression, it doesn't matter anymore, none of it matters. Linny was suddenly shocked. Why did Qixia's temperament change so suddenly? All the past cleverness and wisdom had vanished, replaced by a sense of defeat. Could it be, his mind was ruined by Jizai? If that's true, it would be terrible. Linny continued, Qixia, I suspect that Jizai's fading may have something to do with the Shenyuan dragon control technique I possess. What do you think? Qixia sighed, I'm a bit tired. After speaking, he lifted his head to look at Linny. Perhaps, this is the last time we meet. Lin Yi's heart suddenly surged with an ominous premonition. Could it be that Qixia was really affected by Jizai? Without Qixia, how would they face the upcoming exam? Chapter 44 Exploring the Psychiatric Hospital. Qixia stood up and scanned the area. In his eyes, there was a bleakness and weariness that had never been seen before. The audience watching the live stream immediately became worried. Qixia, what's wrong with you? Qixia, you must not collapse. Qixia, all our hope is pinned on you. Worried, concerned, and tense emotions were written on everyone's faces. A teacher pushed up his glasses and said, Qixia's condition should indicate that his brain has been harmed. Everyone quickly gathered around. What do you mean? The teacher said, based on my observation, Qixia's mind is always in a tense state. At this time, if a seasonal disaster suddenly appears that can affect his mental state, he is very likely to suffer serious trauma. After hearing the teacher's analysis, everyone's hearts tightened. In the last round of exams, Qixia received a perfect score, causing a grand celebration across the Divine Grace continent. They had already developed a reliance on Qixia. A girl asked, what do we do now? Is there any way to remedy this? The teacher replied, I study psychology. In this situation, we can only rely on his strong mind to heal himself. Unfortunately, I am not by his side, otherwise, I could teach him some psychological knowledge. Everyone's eyes focused on Qixia again, silently cheering him on. Qixia's gaze lingered on Huifei for 2 seconds, then he rubbed his temples. Let's go. Let's find the exam clues. When the others heard Qixia say he would lead them to find exam clues, they all became excited. Right now, they just wanted to finish the exam as soon as possible, they didn't want to stay in this ghostly place for another moment. Linny walked over and asked, are you okay? I'm fine. Completing this exam is not a problem, But what? But, the plan needs to move ahead. Shi Xia said. What plan? Linny asked again.
Shi Xia said seriously, in the upcoming exams, no matter what situation we encounter, do not panic too much, I am still me.
What does that mean? What does I am still me mean?
While speaking, Shi Xia rubbed his temples again and walked out.
Linny and the other candidates hurriedly followed.
After leaving the cafeteria, they found that someone was watering the flowers on the lawn outside. It was a middle-aged woman, dressed in work clothes, doing her job with great diligence.
This should be an NPC of this mental hospital. Seeing this strange NPC, all the candidates hid behind Shi Xia and Linny. They still had a fear of these unknown eerie beings. Shi Xia glanced at the strange woman holding the sprayer and said, "Why are you only watering here? Shouldn't the flowers share the water equally?" The strange woman didn't look up and said dully, "Do not tread on the lawn, if caught, the fine is 50. Upon hearing this, all the candidates shrank their feet, afraid of stepping on the lawn. Shi Xia looked at the strange woman and asked, "Who is the director of this hospital?" The strange woman looked up, flashed a sly smile at Shi Xia, and said, "Patient number 9, are you feeling worse again? Do you need me to call a caregiver for you?" Upon hearing this, all the candidates felt tense again. They naturally knew what calling a caregiver meant. Not only would they get injections and take medicine, but they might also be locked up. This was a common tactic used by mental hospitals to control patients. Shi Xia remained very calm. According to the rules, in this exam, one must either survive 10 days in the mental hospital or find the director of the mental hospital. As for uncovering the truth behind the mental hospital, Shi Xia was not considering that for now. Because that would take a lot of time. After thinking it over, finding the director was the only feasible way forward. Because while surviving 10 days inside seemed simple, it indeed required a lot of time. Shi Xia did not have much time left. It seemed that asking these employees would yield no useful clues. They should have been collectively trained. As soon as this question was asked, it would trigger a defense mechanism, and there could even be life-threatening risks. Shi Xia smiled slightly, not getting angry, and said, "The sun is really nice today." The strange woman looked up at the sky and then lowered her head to continue watering. "What sun is here? It's just a dark red." Seeing that the strange woman was ignoring them, Shi Xia had to choose to leave, but before leaving, he said one last thing. "If you keep watering like this, the flowers have been drowned by you." When Shi Xia and the others left, the strange old lady finally grinned. "Do you know why I've been watering this spot? I've been watering it because there are good treasures buried here. Hee hee." As the group walked a while, they found an old man trimming the lawn with scissors. He was also wearing work clothes, probably a worker at this mental hospital. Shi Xia steadied herself and asked, "Excuse me, how often do you trim the lawn?" The old man didn't lift his head, and the scissors kept snipping with a sharp sound. "Excuse me, director." Hearing the word director, the strange old man stopped the scissors in his hand and looked coldly at Shi Xia. "Great. It seems that he is another trained NPC. As long as you trigger the keyword director, they will exhibit hostility." Just then, footsteps came from not far away. Everyone looked closely and saw a group of security guards in uniforms hurrying over. They were talking as they approached. "This is simply outrageous, these patients have escaped again. Looks like we should increase their dosage." They moved in a neat and uniform manner, holding shields and clubs. The candidates were all frightened out of their wits. What a joke. These strange security guards couldn't be coming to beat them up, could they? Shi Xia counted the number of strange security guards. There were 10, neither more nor less. It seemed unlikely to be an easy fight. "Back to the ward," Shi Xia said. As soon as all the candidates heard this, they rushed to return to the ward. However, it was already too late. The leading strange security guard shouted, "Everyone stand still. If anyone dares to run, I'll break your legs." Hearing this, everyone dared not move. There was no humanity in these strangeness, they might really break legs. Seeing everyone obediently standing still, the security captain showed a triumphant smile. "You have such boldness to escape on your own. According to hospital rules, everyone gets a shot of tranquilizer in 3 days in isolation." Shi Xia said, "You've misunderstood. We didn't escape, we just came out to enjoy the scenery." The security captain walked slowly towards Shi Xia. "Are you their leader? Are you the one who led them to escape?" Shi Xia replied again, "We didn't escape, we just came out to enjoy the scenery." The security captain circled around Shi Xia and said, "Very well. Still holding on to your stubbornness? It seems that I need to give you some pressure for you to tell the truth. If you admit your mistakes, we will lighten the punishment." Shi Xia glanced at the security captain, her eyes showing a hint of disdain. Linny noticed this look and understood that Shi Xia had returned to her usual self. Chapter 45, A Strange Comparison of Intelligence with Qixia? Isn't that pure torture? A few candidates saw the fierce-looking security captain and felt a bit weak in their hearts. If it were them being questioned, they would have probably already admitted defeat. However, Qixia remained as calm as ever. We didn't escape, we just came out to enjoy the scenery. In the world of strange tales, all one needed to remember was the rules. As long as you don't break the rules, you won't easily get hurt. This was also why Qixia was so composed. They hadn't left the mental hospital, nor had they committed any escape-like actions, so it couldn't be considered an escape. This security captain was just putting on a show. The security captain asked, if you didn't escape, then why are so many of you gathered here? Do you want to rebel? Qixia said, we've been in the ward for too long and wanted to step out for a breather. Is that not allowed? The security captain weighed the baton in his hand. Good, it seems like you're determined to go against me? I'm not trying to go against you, I'm just enjoying the rights we patients should have. Walking in the hospital doesn't violate the rules, does it? Qixia deliberately emphasized the word rules. The security captain's teeth ground together, but the stick did not come down. He reached out to dig at his big yellow teeth. Very good, patient 9, I remember you, I will definitely give you special care. A security guard ran up with a strange, obsequious demeanor. Report. Speak. The security guard said awkwardly, Captain. In my opinion, patient 9's condition has worsened, he should be given medication. Linny stepped forward. Hey, what are you doing? Administering medication to a patient without permission? Aren't you afraid of being blamed by your director? The captain of the security team immediately looked alarmed, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. This is rebellion, pure rebellion. Patient 10, are you also going to rebel? Linny felt a bit strange. He thought if he could scare off Jizai, scaring off these little whims should be easy. But unexpectedly, these little whims not only weren't afraid of him, but also ignited their anger. Tie both patient 9 and 10 together, take them to the cold water room for treatment. The security captain ordered. Yes. A group of security guards oddly raised their shields and batons, ready to charge at the two. At that moment, all the candidates rushed out. Stop. You are abusing power. We have kept evidence. If you act recklessly, we will definitely report you to the authorities. If taking a stroll is also a crime, then we are guilty too, punish us all together. That's right. We are in this together, punish us together. All the candidates were outraged, expressing their dissatisfaction. Qixia felt something stir in her heart as she saw these candidates choose to stand with her. The security captain said fiercely, all right, it seems you really aren't afraid of death. Take everyone back to the cold water room. Qixia stepped forward. Enough, stop the act. Do you think I'm joking? The security captain said. Qixia said, we aren't sick at all. If you act recklessly, that is using private punishment, openly violating the rules. The consequences, I'm afraid you can't bear. The security captain's teeth gritted together. When had he ever suffered this kind of humiliation? Before, hadn't those candidates greeted him respectfully, calling out Captain? But now, under Qixia's lead, it seemed these people had all turned against him. Wasn't this smacking himself in the face? As a security captain, he couldn't even handle these little mischief makers. What would happen if this spread? Where would he put his face? One of the little guards, sensing the captain's unusual state, stepped forward and said, Captain, they claim they are not sick, but I doubt that. Oh? The security captain perked up. This little guard was known for being clever, having risen from a small role to the position of class monitor. Hearing it offering advice, the captain suddenly became alert. The little guard said, Captain. They say they're not sick, so we can test them. If they can't answer, then they are seriously ill and should be sent for treatment immediately. The captain's expression revealed understanding. Exactly, if you cannot answer the test question, you need to be sent for treatment right away. If anything happens during treatment, even if the director asks, it won't be our responsibility. Qixia relaxed slightly. As long as action wasn't taken immediately, she wasn't too worried. The little guard stepped ahead, saying, Please listen. This is a question we specially use to test patients. If you can't answer, you are sick. Hearing that the little guard was about to ask a question, the live audience all perked up their ears. The little guard cleared his throat and said, There are two sisters who have a very good relationship. At their mother's funeral, both the elder sister and the younger sister were present. That day, a very handsome stranger showed up, and when they got home, the younger sister killed the elder sister. Why? After hearing the little guard's question, all the candidates began to guess. The sister and the strange man conspired to kill the mother, right? The younger sister is avenging the mother, isn't she? The security guard, a bit strange, shook his head and said proudly. Wrong. The younger sister killed the elder sister to fight for the mother's inheritance. Wrong. That strange man is not human, he is a peculiar disguise, right? Wrong. Hearing that everyone could not give the correct answer, the strange security guard looked very pleased. A proud expression filled his face. The security team leader also smiled. Hurry up and answer, if you can't, it means you all need treatment immediately. After saying this, he weighed the baton in his hand, already thinking about how to deal with this somewhat arrogant man later. The audience before the live broadcast became tense. They didn't expect this unremarkable strange security guard to ask such a tricky question. They all engaged in guessing, but the results were not satisfactory. The loopholes were too big to ignore. The security team leader chuckled and said to the strange security guard, "From today on, you are the vice captain." The strange security guard looked flattering. "Thank you, Captain." The security team leader quietly asked, "What is the answer? Can you tell me in secret?" The strange security guard shook his head. "No, Captain, there are ears on the wall, I'm afraid they will eavesdrop." The security team leader thought so too, then sternly shouted, "Answer quickly, if you can't, I'll send you all to the water dungeon." Chi Xia huffed. "If you all have such a low level, it is too disappointing." The correct answer is, the younger sister thought that she would see that man again at the family funeral. If they held a family funeral again, she should also be able to see that man again, so she killed her elder sister. Chapter 46, The Wind Blows Lightly. After hearing Chi Xia's answer, the strange security guard froze in place. The security team leader sternly said, "Wrong." Isn't his answer wrong? The strange security guard muttered, "No reason, he couldn't possibly answer." The security team leader grabbed the strange security guard by the collar. "Say, did he answer wrong?" "Captain, he got it right." "What?" The security team leader pushed the strange security guard away. "Didn't you say that no one in this place is smarter than you?" "Captain, this was an accident," the strange security guard said stubbornly. He wanted to say Chi Xia answered incorrectly, but he didn't dare to lie about the answer. Yay! Hearing that Chi Xia gave the correct answer, the candidates all cheered. This way, the security team leader found no reason to make things difficult for them. The audience before the live broadcast also relaxed. That's right. Chi Xia's answer, no matter from which angle, was logical. The younger sister chose to kill the elder sister again to see that handsome man. Such a crazy, almost twisted action fits the character of a mentally ill person. The strange security guard, full of discontent, said, "Impossible, I heard this question from a master, you couldn't possibly know the answer. If you can answer my next question, only then will I truly admit defeat." However, before he finished speaking, he was kicked down to the ground by the security team leader. "Get lost. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough?" With that kick, the strange security guard was directly smashed apart. His limbs and body separated, and his head rolled. "What are you pretending to be the class leader for? Go to the kitchen and take care of the fire." It was obvious that the security captain had a very fiery temper. The peculiar security guard didn't dare to say a word of refusal and continued to shift his body, looking for his body parts. "Fall in." At the captain's command, all the security guards lined up weirdly. Of course, except for the peculiar guard who had been kicked apart. The security captain glanced again at Chi Xia and Lin Yi. "Very good. Number 9 and number 10, don't let me find any violations from you. If I do, you'll definitely get to know the means of your captain. Dismissed." As the word dismissed left his mouth, the captain led the team away. At this moment, the peculiar security guard had also assembled his body. He glared contemptuously at Chi Xia and limped towards the kitchen. The students relaxed only when they saw the group of peculiar security guards walk far away. That scared me to death. This mental hospital is terrifying. Who says it isn't? To be kicked apart and still manage to reassemble, I've never seen such a bizarre thing. What should we do now? I don't want to stay here for another moment. All the students' gazes gathered on Chi Xia. Chi Xia looked in the direction the peculiar security guard had left and said softly, "Maybe it's an opportunity." A student seemed to read Chi Xia's thoughts and asked, "Chi Xia, you don't want to go find that little security guard to investigate, do you?" Chi Xia nodded. "Isn't that unwise? Didn't you just see the look it gave you?" The hateful gaze was vividly remembered by the students. It looked like it wanted to crush Chi Xia into pieces. It was no wonder. Originally, it had already been promoted to class leader, but after this incident, it was turned into a kitchen helper instead. This kind of blow was something the peculiar security guard would probably never forget. Chi Xia said, "Do you all still remember Rule 7? This is a legitimate hospital, they won't unlawfully imprison healthy patients." Now, where were they remembering any rules or not? Only Chi Xia remained clear-headed after going through so much. Some students didn't even know where their little notes had fallen. A few students still had their little notes, they took them out and read the rules again. All the students surrounded each other to review the rules once more. Qixia said, according to the rules, as long as they can't find a reason for us to be considered unwell, they can't punish us. So that's how it is. No wonder Qixia was so calm earlier, he was relying on this rule. One student raised a question, what if this rule is fake? Wouldn't that mean? Qixia replied, there are certainly fake rules, but this one cannot be fake. Let's go. Saying this, he walked straight towards the kitchen. His composed and calm demeanor directly influenced the other students. Suddenly, they weren't so afraid anymore. One by one, they followed Qixia's steps. Having Qixia leading was great. When they arrived at the kitchen, they found the peculiar security guard preparing to start a fire for cooking. It had to be said, this guy was quite quick to get into character. Seeing the group of students burst in, the peculiar security guard warned, the kitchen is off limits. Patients are prohibited from entering. After saying that, he shot a fierce glare at Qixia. Qixia looked at him calmly, kid, do you want to be the captain? The peculiar security guard chuckled awkwardly, I'll count to 3. If you don't leave, I'll notify the captain to arrest you. 3. Qixia said, if you cooperate with me, I guarantee you'll sit in the captain's position. 2. You asked this question, it wasn't your own idea. Someone told you, right? 1. Let me think, the person who pointed you to ask is surnamed Feng, right? Clatter. The torch in the peculiar guard's hand fell directly to the ground line. You are all so smart. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. The mysterious person with the surname Feng they mentioned, could it be Feng Qingyang? Legend has it that he disappeared into the world of strange tales, could he have been to this mental hospital as well? The security guard said strangely, Feng Sr. has helped me, since you know him, you should leave quickly. I won't report you. After saying that, he picked up the firewood on the ground, trying to start a fire again. This surprised all the examinees. Who is this Feng Sr.? Why does this little security guard remember him so vividly? And the audience watching the livestream got excited upon hearing the security guard's words. So, Feng Qingyang is not dead? He has been living in the world of strange tales? Chapter 47, Patient Feng Xiu. Qixia saw the security guard's strange reaction and knew she had guessed right again. Without caring about anything else, Qixia asked, where is the director? The director has always been in the hospital, never left. What is the director's name? Upon hearing this, the security guard immediately triggered his defensive mechanism. He staggered to his feet and roared, get out, just get out. I don't know, I know nothing. As he roared, he grabbed some firewood to drive them away. Everyone was forced out of the kitchen, and the door slammed shut with a bang. It seemed that they wouldn't get any clues directly from these NPCs. However, since they knew the director was in the hospital, that was a good start. Qixia lightly placed her finger on a wooden door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Right now, she wasn't feeling well, her mind had suffered serious trauma. Through knocking on the wooden door, she was implanting a kind of false memory in her brain. This was the only mental therapy she could think of at the moment. I can't fall down yet, and is still waiting for me. Thanks to her self-study of psychology, she managed to achieve this effect. Sorting out her thoughts, Qixia said to the other examinees, everyone pay attention, since the director has always been hiding in the mental hospital, our primary task is to find him. He might disguise himself as a maintenance worker, or even a security guard, so now open your eyes wide and follow me to find the director. Yes. All the examinees responded in unison. If it's just to find someone, they can still be of help. Let's go. With a command from Qixia, all the examinees began to explore the mental hospital together. Even the smartest person has limited energy. When a group of people acts together, the margin for error greatly increases. After a brief contemplation, Qixia led the group of examinees directly to the critical care area. The critical care area is separate from the ordinary area, it houses severely ill patients. In almost every patient's room, there would be a dedicated doctor caring for them. A crowd arrived at the lower level of the critical care area. Qixia instructed, there are a total of 6 floors. 2 people will be responsible for investigating one critical care room, and not only do you need to understand the characteristics and names of the patients inside, but you must also find out the names and characteristics of the doctors. Understood? Understood. All the examinees replied in unison. Great. From now on, you have less than 15 minutes. Qixia said, with such a big commotion, it will definitely alert the security. I don't need to tell you how brutal the security captain is, you're all clear about that. I have calculated that it takes about 15 minutes for the security captain to respond to the riot and arrive on scene.
I need you to gather information about each critical care room's doctors and patients before the security guard weirdly comes.
Can you do it?
Yes.
Act.
With Chi Xiao's command, all the examinees rushed into the critical care rooms. Everyone worked in an orderly manner. The girls handled the lower floor while the strong boys headed straight for the upper floors. Chi Xia and Lin Yi arrived at a small single room on the second floor. Inside was a patient suffering from severe delusional disorder.
When the two entered, the doctor and the patient simultaneously looked up at the two.
At that moment, the doctor was strangely feeding soup medicine to the patient, and seeing the two come in, the bowl in his hand abruptly froze in midair.
Who are you?
The strange doctor momentarily didn't react and asked. We are special agents sent from above to inspect the hospital situation.
Everything is fine here, right?
Lin Yi said quickly. The doctor in a white coat hurriedly said, no problem, our patients are recovering very well. As long as they take their medicine on time and rest for a while longer, they should be able to be discharged.
That's good.
As Lin Yi spoke, he walked over.
What is your name?
Also, let me see the patient's medical record.
My name is Li Ruizha, you can call me Dr. Li.
The strange doctor said earnestly, this is the medical record, please have a look. The two agents.
Lin Yi was delighted.
He was about to reach out to take the medical record. He remembered that in such structured jobs, people were usually afraid of their superiors. So he thought to pretend to be a superior inspecting, and unexpectedly, he really succeeded. This foolish strange doctor was truly fooled by him for a moment.
However, just as Lin Yi's fingers were about to touch the medical record,
the strange doctor's hand suddenly froze.
Wait. You are definitely not special agents. You are patients.
The strange doctor's face showed anger. You two are so bold. Security.
Where is the security?
Before he could finish his sentence, a smelly sock suddenly appeared in his mouth. It was exactly what Chi Xia had stuffed into his mouth.
Don't move, if you move again, I'll hit you. Chi Xia said.
The strange doctor could not say a word with the sock stuffed in his mouth.
At that moment,
the patient suddenly did a flip and sat up directly. Chi Xia and Lin Yi were both shocked, just about to move, when the patient suddenly knelt down in front of them.
Two saviors, you have finally come.
The two looked at each other, unable to guess what this bizarre patient was up to.
Two lords.
I have been hiding here for months, just waiting for today.
You have arrived, that's great.
Oh.
Chi Xia said, what were you waiting for us to do?
The bizarre patient said excitedly, you two are saviors, of course, I am waiting for you to save me.
Chi Xia glanced at the medical record on the bed. Name, Fang Xiu. Illness, severe delusional disorder, often fantasizing that he can see deities. Chi Xia suddenly understood.
It seemed this guy's illness had flared up again.
At that moment, a commotion broke out outside. It's outrageous, are you patients planning to revolt? If I catch you, I'll definitely skin you alive.
Without thinking, the security team leader was shouting angrily outside.
Lin Yi walked to the window to take a look.
He saw quite a few strange security personnel already surrounding the entire building with weapons.
Time is running out. Lin Yi reminded.
Chi Xia unhesitatingly picked up the medical record and quickly recorded the information. From the performance of the doctor and the patient, both of them should not be the hospital director.
Ah!
At this moment, a gasp came from outside. Upon closer inspection, it turned out a candidate was caught by the security team leader.
With a strong pull, the security team leader brutally pulled out the candidate's intestines. I told you, don't let me catch you. If you fall into my hands, you will definitely suffer. Chi Xia's gaze flickered. She shouted loudly, everyone run to the roof. Now.
The strange security personnel had surrounded the entire building, and the only escape route was to the rooftop.
And there was only one way out. Chapter 48, Chi Xia forced to the rooftop.
Under the pursuit and interception of the security team leader, all the candidates were forced to run towards the rooftop. Seeing this, the security team leader was no longer anxious. He licked his lips and commanded, everyone pay attention, do not let a single person escape.
Yes.
Now these candidates were trapped on the roof, with no way to retreat.
It is only a matter of time.
All the security guards arrived, strangely energized, thinking that completing this task would surely bring significant rewards.
The exam candidates gathered in the hallway on the 6th floor, unable to go any higher. What do we do now?
They were all terrified by the security captain's brutal grip. At this moment, their bodies shook with fear.
Chi Xia looked down, then at the large lock that was locked in the hallway.
In a deep voice, he said, have two people break the lock, we'll go to the rooftop. Two larger boys stepped forward, picked up hammers, and struck the big lock hard.
However, the big lock was very sturdy and could not be easily broken. A security guard reported, "Captain, they are breaking the lock, they must be trying to escape to the rooftop." The security captain scratched his yellow teeth and said, "Let them break it, once they are on the rooftop, we can handle them better." Clang! After the relentless efforts of the two, the big lock was finally smashed open. Everyone rushed to the rooftop in a panic. But the rooftop was empty, and there were no other exits. If they jumped down from here, they would undoubtedly die. Unless they had a helicopter or some other transportation to rescue them. Everyone focused their gaze on Qixia. Qixia swept his eyes over the crowd and asked, "Have you all completed the tasks I assigned you?" The candidates all nodded, some even took out their notes. "I was afraid I would forget, so I recorded all the information on paper." "That's right, I also wrote it on the back of my hand. I went to room 502, where an elderly lady with depression lives. Her name is Zhang Suihua, and her doctor is Dr. Jean Fan. I explored 305, a little boy with uremia lives there. His doctor is an old man named Dr. Zhao Haiba. I went to room 101, where a beautiful girl named Li Xia is locked up. She has severe suicidal tendencies. Her doctor is named Chen Duo, and when we entered, we didn't see her doctor, and she was cutting her wrists to commit suicide." The candidates eagerly reported their findings to Qixia. Qixia shut his eyes and listened quietly. "Don't rush, we'll find it soon. The name of the director must be unique, it must have a special name." While listening to the candidates, Qixia fell into deep thought. At this moment, the strange beings in the intensive care unit all ran out, continually looking up. Some of them directly gathered with the security guards to form a stronger capture team. A doctor was complaining to the security captain, "Captain, they not only created chaos in the hospital but also stuffed smelly socks in my mouth, woo." "Very good." The captain nodded. "They have seriously violated the rules, we can proceed without worry. To the upper floors." At the captain's order, all the security guards howled and pressed forward floor by floor. Their goal was, of course, to leave no candidate unaccounted for. Seeing this scene, the candidates were terrified to the point of going pale. "This is bad, they are coming upstairs." Linny attempted to activate the power within him. However, there was no response. He neither scared off these strange beings nor materialized anything like a helicopter. "Strange, I could scare away Ji's eye, but why can't I scare off these minor strangeness?" Qixia suddenly opened his eyes. He commanded, "Everyone line up, from left to right, and report the names of the doctors to me." Everyone hurriedly positioned themselves and began reporting the names one by one. Jia Xiaoxia, Kuang Li, Zhang Yalan, Zhou Kong, Zhang Yang, Zhao Huiming, Li Suqin, Wang Qiming, Liu, Qinyu, Ma Ning, Su Yanai, Yang Fud. Qixia listened while secretly pondering. Found it, we're getting closer, it must be a unique name. At this time, another candidate exclaimed. "This is bad, they have already reached the second floor." Moreover, one candidate did not run to the rooftop but hid on the second floor, intending to sneak past. At this moment, he had already been caught by the security captain. The security captain held him up like a little chick, displaying a playful smile. "You really have some guts. How dare you make such a scene in the hospital?" As his words fell, the head of the candidate was already smashed. He pulled out the brain matter inside and began to eat it with great delight. A boy cried out, "This is my teammate. I told him long ago that hiding wouldn't work, but he just wouldn't listen." After the boy finished speaking, he could no longer hold back and burst into loud cries. The teammate who had fought alongside him just a moment ago was now killed, his head smashed open, dead beyond recovery. This blow was incredibly devastating. Qixia comforted him, "Don't panic, tell me, what is the name of the attending doctor in the room you went to?" "Gu Qingyan." "The attending doctor's name is Gu Qingyan." The boy roared loudly. Clearly, at this moment, his emotions had completely collapsed. "I think he is the dean. In terms of temperament and other aspects, he looks the most like the dean. Qixia. He is the dean." The boy continued to speak. However, Qixia shook his head. "No, it can't be so ordinary." Although the name Gu Qingyan had a certain elegance to it, it was still far from enough. There must be something we overlooked. Qixia rubbed his forehead, looking especially serious. He originally thought that the probability of the dean disguising himself as an attending doctor would be much greater than that of patients, which is why he had everyone report the names of doctors first. But these names were simply too unremarkable. Could it be the patients? But as the dean of a mental hospital, would he willingly disguise himself as a patient and receive treatment inside? Is that correct? At that moment, someone shouted. "Not good, they have already reached the third floor." As soon as these words were spoken, the candidates all became flustered. At that moment, they were like a group of weak little chicks, while the security captain below was like a bald eagle. Once caught by the bald eagle, they would surely die.
Xia said, quickly report the names of the patients one by one to me. One candidate, unable to bear the psychological pressure, was about to choose to jump off the building. Others hurriedly grabbed him. What are you doing? Are you crazy? The person exclaimed in panic, I'd rather end it myself than be caught by them and suffer inhumane torture. Xia said, trust me, our direction of exploration isn't wrong. Quickly report the patients' names to me. Chapter 49. The dean turns out to be. The candidates began to report the names of the patients. Feng Bujue, Suexayan, Zheng Dedeo, Juju. Everyone's heart was shrouded in shadow. If they couldn't find the dean, death awaited them. In fact, it wasn't just them who were nervous, the viewers watching the live broadcast were also weighed down by a heavy stone in their hearts. Xiafei had already fallen, and Changlu was even possessed by misfortune. Now the only hope was Xia and their group. If they fell as well, it would mean that this bizarre exam had failed, and the nation's fortune would diminish again. Xia quietly listened to the candidates report the names of the patients. Meanwhile, Linny was pondering how to lead everyone to escape. We can't fail like this, they're just a few low-level anomalies. Listening as name after name flashed in his mind, Xia tried his best to keep his attention in a highly focused state. Zhang Tao, Xiang Xiu, Li Huawang. Wait, what did you say? Xia grabbed the collar of that candidate. The candidate was startled by Xia's action but still said, Li Huawang, I said that patient is named Li Huawang. As soon as he spoke, he felt something was off himself. The name Li Huawang sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Other candidates also started to recall. It seemed they had a slight impression, but where had they heard it? That's right. They remembered. When the calamity occurred, that name had been mentioned. So that's it. It turns out that they had already been given a hint long ago. All the candidates were filled with excitement. At last, the answer was revealed. Someone glanced down and screamed in terror, oh no, they have reached the 5th floor. Xia looked seriously at the candidate, tell me accurately about Li Huawang's information. The candidate recalled, he said he was a high school student, forced to be hospitalized due to severe mental illness. A high school student, huh? In the next moment, Xia suddenly raised her head and shouted to the sky, we found it. I said we found it. The director of Qingshan Mental Hospital is named Li Huawang, damn Li Huawang, can you hear me? Boom! A sudden thunder rumbled from the sky. In the next moment, all the candidates received a notification. Congratulations to the candidates for successfully finding the director. The Qingshan Mental Hospital instance is ending and will soon be exited. In this instance, the candidates successfully identified the director and received a good rating. Rewards will be calculated shortly. With a burst of purple light, everyone on the rooftop was teleported out of the instance. Before leaving, Xia specifically instructed Linny. Remember what I said, no matter what happens, I am still me. Linny nodded, bewildered. What does that mean? What does I am still me mean? However, before he could think more, he was teleported out of the instance. In the next moment, the security team leader, along with a group of security guards, pushed the door open strangely. Upon seeing the empty rooftop, they all froze in place. Where are the people? Where did everyone go? They searched every corner but still saw no one. The viewers before the live stream also saw the prompt on the steel. Each one of them jumped up excitedly. Great! We've won again. Damn! I slapped myself, there was a moment I actually doubted Xia. Don't say it's just you, my faith wavered too. I was afraid that finding the name was the wrong path, so I self-punished. Xia is amazing, I will always believe in Xia. When Linny woke up from his stupor, he found himself back at Super God Academy. Since he entered the exam at Super God Academy, he naturally returned there as well. Linny rubbed his temples and slowly stood up. He didn't expect the director of the mental hospital to actually be Li Huawang. By the way, what did Xia mean by her last words, I am still me? There was no time to think more. 2 teachers from Super God Academy had already helped Linny up. It's good to be back. Class teacher Wang and another teacher smiled at Linny. Linny asked, did we win again this time? Teacher Wang said, otherwise, a small accident happened, let's go take a look. The 2 teachers quickly supported Linny and brought him to a bronze mirror. In the mirror was the scene of Xiafei and Changlu. The bronze mirror was cast with a secret method, allowing the image from the steel to project onto the mirror. In this way, the people of Super God Academy didn't have to crowd at the square for the steel. They could see the live broadcast right in the academy. Seeing Linny return, all the teachers smiled at him. The political education director said, our Super God Academy has achieved another merit for the Divine Grace Continent, this must be remembered. The old scholar chuckled, of course. Of course. Leave this matter to me.
This exam will be recorded in history. Once I publicize it, it will definitely be celebrated by the people of the Divine Grace continent. And at that moment, the female teacher wearing glasses exclaimed, "You all quickly look, who is that?" Everyone's gaze was drawn over. They saw a handsome young man suddenly appear in Chang Li's image. Lin Yi's heart stirred. What a graceful gentleman. In the next moment, the man flipped his fan and gently tapped Chang Li's forehead. "You disaster, it's time to go back." "Ah!" Chang Li screamed in pain, holding his head. In the next moment, the darkness in his eyes gradually faded, gradually regaining clarity. All the teachers cheered loudly, and several female teachers even began to fangirl, shouting at the copper mirror. Lin Yi asked in confusion, "Who is this man?" The political education director said happily, "This is Feng Xingyang, also from our Super God Academy. Speaking of which, he is your senior." Who would have thought he really didn't die? Feng Xingyang? A female teacher exclaimed joyfully, "I joined the Super God Academy because of Feng Xingyang. I can't believe he really didn't die. This is amazing." Lin Yi felt somewhat inconceivable. That was a world-ending level disaster, and it was just sent back with a gentle pat by him? Feng Xingyang slightly bowed to the audience and said, "This time, thanks to your victory, we have gained some fortune on the battlefield, and I could free my hands to deal with these disasters. Thank you." At this moment, Chang Li's eyes gradually regained clarity, and the disaster attached to him had been completely driven away by Feng Xingyang. Seeing that Feng Xingyang saved him, Chang Li knelt down with a thud. Feng Xingyang gently helped him up and said, "The situation ahead is pressing, you should try to win more in the exams. It will greatly benefit our morale." "I will obey your teachings, senior," Chang Li said respectfully. With a gentle push, Feng Xingyang sent Chang Li back to the Divine Grace continent. His figure flickered and appeared in the scene of Xiafei. Such unfathomable techniques shocked all the spectators. What kind of method is this? It's truly too powerful. Chapter 50, The Sound Field of 3-9. Feng Xingyang merely made a light move, and the taunt disaster was driven back. Xiafei and many candidates were finally saved. They collapsed onto the stage, already breathing more out than in. The stage where the performance occurred was in complete disarray. Under the eerie lights, everything was drenched in scarlet. Then, large snowflakes appeared on the screen, making it impossible to see clearly. Just when it was thought the exam was over and rewards would be given, the entire sky was suddenly shrouded in darkness. "What's happening?" a teacher exclaimed. With a thud, Teacher Wang ignited a firecracker from who knows where, finally bringing a glimmer of light. "Something's not right, I've never seen such thick darkness," Teacher Wang said. The political education director said, "Let's go see what's happening outside." When they stepped outside, they discovered that the entire Divine Grace continent was engulfed in darkness. Outside, chaos reigned. The sudden deprivation of light was something people simply could not adapt to. Sounds of fighting, smashing, and confusion filled the air. One teacher murmured, "Is it an eclipse?" "No, an eclipse can't last this long," another teacher quickly countered. The political education director seemed to think of something, his expression growing serious. "Could it be that legend?" Lin Yi asked, "What legend?" The political education director said, "The eternal night." Eternal night? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, as if some memory awoke in his mind. In the Haotian world, as humanity declined, the masters of the Tao awakened Haotian, allowing humans to be sheltered, but Haotian would unleash eternal night every 1,000 years to extinguish the world. Other teachers revealed horrified expressions upon hearing the political education director say eternal night. One teacher blurted out, "That's impossible, that's just a legend. Eternal night cannot exist." Teacher Wang reached out into the darkness, feeling it, and solemnly said, "This isn't an ordinary night, the aura is wrong." The old scholar trembled as he took out an ancient parchment and said, "We'll know after we check." He asked everyone to extinguish their torches to allow the ancient parchment to absorb the aura of the night fully. Then, he cut his finger with a small knife, and a drop of blood fell onto the parchment. The parchment suddenly emitted a dazzling light, glowing particularly brightly in the darkness. On the ancient parchment, 4 large characters gradually emerged. The sound field of 3-9. Have you ever thought, beneath the dazzling neon city, lurk monsters from ancient myths? Have you ever thought that above the moon, which hangs high over the world, there stands a god watching over humanity? Lin Yi's head exploded with a bang. No, this is completely wrong. Why is even teacher Sanjia here? The old scholar was holding an ancient scroll, seemingly reluctant to part with it. He continued to mutter, "In that distant and mysterious Sword Chi Great Wall, countless great demons live. Among them, the most powerful is the Sanjiu Inyu, where 3 refers to the 3 gods, and 9 refers to the 9 great disasters. The 9 disasters are ridicule, season, pollution, thought." But he hadn't finished speaking.
Suddenly, the ancient sheepskin scroll in the old scholar's hand ignited spontaneously.
Damn it!
The old scholar was furious at the sight of his beloved scroll burning. This scroll was more important to him than his own life, and seeing it burn made his heart bleed. In a fit of rage, he hastily hid the scroll under his body, needing to use himself to extinguish the fire.
Are you crazy? The others hurried over to pull him away.
The old scholar shouted hoarsely, "Hurry!
Save the scroll first, don't mind me."
His clothes were already ignited, and he was on fire. Teacher Wang quickly cast a water spell to put out the flames on him. But in the end, the ancient scroll was completely burned. The old scholar, risking his life, only salvaged a palm-sized fragment. After reigniting the torch, he saw the writing on it.
The three gods are night.
The rest was burned and could not be seen clearly. The head of the political education department took the fragment, looked at it carefully, and said, "It seems that this time, it is very likely the god of night that has come." Suddenly, a strong fragrance wafted through.
A teacher exclaimed, "The night-blooming jasmine in the campus has bloomed." Everyone looked down and saw that the landscaping was filled with vast groups of night-blooming jasmine.
And all the surrounding flowers and plants had withered away. In the thickets, bats, owls, and many other small animals that are active at night began to stir.
The night had truly arrived. Ah!
A scream cut through the night sky. The head of the political education department's expression darkened. "This is not good, someone has intruded into the campus at night." All the teachers were stunned.
Who had the audacity to invade the Super Divine Academy?
Soon, the head of the political education department led all the teachers and students to the school gate to take a look. They saw a vast crowd outside the gate, holding torches and shouting,
"Come out! Hiding inside is no skill."
Seeing so many people, all the teachers were shocked. The teacher on duty was lying on the ground, continually moaning. The scream a moment ago had come from him. The head of the political education department quickly walked over to help the injured teacher up.
"Teacher Zhang, are you okay? Directly kill your way in."
Another red scarf said, "Don't forget that person's reminder."
Just as he was speaking,
he suddenly felt a stinging pain on his face, and upon closer inspection, he realized he had been slapped a few times. And the one doing the slapping was the director of discipline. He moved quickly among the crowd, and everyone had received a few slaps from him. Such fast moves. This was the first time Linny had seen the director take action, and he didn't expect his strength to be so great.
A teacher laughed and said, "The director is known for protecting his own, injuring our academy's teachers, isn't that asking for trouble?" Chapter 51, Teacher Wang's True Identity. Did I give too many smiles? The director of discipline sternly questioned, "What kind of stray cats and dogs dare to act wildly in my Super God Academy?"
In the Divine Grace continent, acts of forceful plunder and seizing territory are not uncommon. It could be said they happen frequently. After all, this is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. But Super God Academy is an old-school establishment. There have been those who coveted it before, wanting to occupy it, but in the end, they all met with failure. To think today, someone would take advantage of the night and strike again. Feeling the burning pain on their faces, several red scarves exchanged glances.
They considered themselves top experts in the Divine Grace continent.
Yet now, with prior defenses, they had been unknowingly slapped a few times. They had long heard that Super God Academy had hidden talents, and now they finally saw it was true. One red scarf said, "Let's go all out. Now that the arrow is on the bowstring, we must fire. With so many of us, he can't possibly fight us all." As his voice fell, everyone shouted and rushed to attack the director of discipline.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
No one could see how the director of discipline attacked, they only saw shadows flying everywhere. Just as the director was wreaking havoc, suddenly an old figure flew out from the crowd and confronted the director. The director was struck back, his arm instantly coated with frost.
Xianming Divine Palm?
The director quickly pressed several acupoints on his body to prevent the chilling aura from spreading to his heart. All the teachers rushed over to help the director.
"Are you okay?"
The director coughed out a mouthful of blood and trembled as he said, "It's the Xianming elders, hurry back to the academy." While he spoke, two figures had already blocked their escape.
The newcomers were indeed He Biwang and Lu Zhangke,
the two great saints of the Divine Grace continent. He Biwang laughed heartily, "It's been years, my brother's strength has increased." Lu Zhangke said, "I came back this time to give Super God Academy to my junior, I wonder if he likes it." "Things from my brother, I of course like." The two chatted happily, seemingly not caring about anyone else. Since the saints had descended, then fighting was simply impossible. The director struggled, wanting to return to the academy.
However, Saint He smiled and blocked him.
"I've long heard that your Super God Academy has a protective mountain array, it's not easy to lure you out." The director was startled, realizing they were trying to draw him out. He Wang spotted Linny in the crowd and pointed to Lu Zhengke, saying, "Brother, that boy is the one who won twice in the strange exam." Lu Zhengke's gaze shot at Linny, "Just kill him, he's an eyes. Isn't this supposed to be an extremely domineering martial art? Why is it completely useless?" Just as the two elders were about to strike, the director of education spoke again. "Two saints, after all, you are prominent figures in the divine grace continent, why commit such an immoral act today?" "Immoral act?" He Wang laughed aloud. "Let me think, what kind of reason should I find for you? All right, now that eternal night is approaching, we are acting for the people. As night falls, your Super God Academy should open the granaries and provide relief to the world. History is ultimately written by the victors. As long as they take down the Super God Academy today, they can dictate how it will be remembered in the future." The old scholar suddenly pointed at the two and began to scold them. "Absurd. Truly absurd. Our fortune has finally started to rise, yet you two are committing such a detestable act. Don't you fear being cursed?" He was completely fearless, loudly berating the two for their wrongdoing. "You're so noisy." The dear staff man was about to strike, ready to end the old man's life with one blow. The director of education quickly shouted, "Wait. Are you two not afraid of our principal?" He Wang said, "With my senior brother here, not to mention your principal, even if the king of heaven came, he would have to kneel and pay his respects." The director of education's teeth were clenched tightly. In his mind, the principal was an untouchable presence. Now these two were talking so arrogantly while the principal was away. If the principal were here, would they allow such outrageous behavior? They only dared to attack the Super God Academy because the principal was absent. The director of education felt an intense anger rising in him. The dear staff man said, "Junior brother, you are too soft-hearted. You need to change this flaw. Today, senior brother will clear these obstacles for you, to avoid more troubles later." As he spoke, a cold energy had already gathered in his palm. Everyone's heart sank. Since it was the saints making a move, they had no way to resist. However, they did not sit and wait for death. One by one, secretly gathering their strength, ready to fight to the death. Just as two cold energies surged toward the crowd, Teacher Wang suddenly stepped forward, clapping his hands twice to receive the two bursts of Xianming true energy. Teacher Wang took 2 steps back, while the two saints each retreated a step. "You all go first." Teacher Wang protected everyone behind him, saying in a deep voice. What was happening? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Even the director of education couldn't withstand the Xianming divine palm. How could a teacher match up to two saints? After all, they were at the saint level. And there were 2 of them. "Hurry up and go." Taking advantage of everyone's daze, Teacher Wang spoke again. Everyone dared not delay, hurriedly helping the director of education back toward the school. Only Teacher Wang remained to confront the 2 top saints. The 2 elders of Xianming joined forces for another strike, and Teacher Wang blocked all their attacks, both sides evenly matched. The director of education watched this scene, murmuring, "I should have thought of this. This Teacher Wang does everything in an extraordinary way, it has been unfair to him at our Super God Academy." Linny inquired, "Who exactly is he?" To be able to spar with saints, he must also be a saint. Everyone was astonished. They had not expected Teacher Wang to be hiding his true identity and was actually a saint. To be clear, there were only 3 saints in the Divine Grace continent. Who would have thought that today, they all gathered here? Chapter 52, The Super God Academy encounters a serious crisis. Teacher Wang single-handedly faced off against 2, showing no sign of losing, which left everyone secretly frightened. The opponents were 2 saints, and moreover, they were brothers. The level of their teamwork went without saying. After another clash, Wang and the dear staff man exchanged glances, both sensing the unbelievable situation. It should be known that many years ago, they had already become saints, and with the dear staff man's years of closed-door training, his power had greatly increased. But now, as brothers joined forces, unexpectedly unable to take down a small teacher named Wang. The dear staff man's heart swelled with killing intent. If he allowed Teacher Wang to continue his training, he would undoubtedly become the greatest person in the Divine Grace continent. Today, he must eliminate him quickly. With this thought, the dear staff man quietly took out a small pouch. Inside it contained the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder and a contract. Taking advantage of the moment when Crane Pen Elder and Teacher Wang were engaged in battle, the dear staff man quietly burned that contract. After burning the contract, the dear staff man's entire aura suddenly changed. He seemed to merge with the night. His ghostly movements suddenly flickered, fiercely pushing a palm towards Teacher Wang's chest. Teacher Wang flew several meters back, spitting out fresh blood. His face instantly turned purple. It's the power of darkness. Teacher Wang recognized this strange technique with great difficulty. Crane Pen Elder saw his senior brother displaying great power and asked in surprise, "Brother, what kind of technique is this? Did you just learn it?" The Deerstaff man no longer concealed it, saying, "Junior brother, I have already pledged allegiance to the Night God. We worship the power of the Night God together."
Night God? Crane Pan Elder had never heard his senior brother mention this before.
The Deerstaff man said, "Once the two of us unify the Divine Grace Continent, we will lead the countless people of the Divine Grace Continent to worship the great Lord Night God. At the level of gods, what matters is faith and offerings." The red-scarfed and black-clothed people exchanged glances upon hearing the Deerstaff man's words. To worship the Night God naturally means something to them. If the worship succeeds, from now on, the Divine Grace Continent will fall into eternal night.
To be honest, they were a little shaken inside.
Originally, their world was colorful. If it were to only remain in darkness, even as villains, they found it hard to accept.
The old scholar sternly shouted, "Deerstaff man, do you want to be the eternal sinner of the Divine Grace Continent? Do you know what you are doing? You are pulling countless people into the abyss."
So, the Deerstaff man suddenly erupted, wanting to strike this old fellow dead with a palm. However, just as he rushed towards the old man, a beam of golden light suddenly shone, blocking the Deerstaff man's advance.
The Mountain Protection Array?
It is said that a master set up a mountain protection array in the outer perimeter of the Super God Academy to prevent external invasion. Unexpectedly, today, he really saw this legendary array. The reason the old scholar shouted loudly was to attract the Deerstaff man's attention and create an opportunity for Teacher Wang to escape.
Teacher Wang wasn't foolish either, he naturally seized this rare opportunity.
Taking advantage of the moment when the Deerstaff man was distracted, he gathered his final breath of true energy and finally sprinted into the Super God Academy. Seeing Teacher Wang rush into the Super God Academy, the Deerstaff man was not angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "What good is it? Just a mere Super God Academy, trying to block the steps of the great Night God?" He gently handed the pouch containing the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder to something, merging it into the night.
Damn it! The sage is still using poison.
The teachers and students of the Super God Academy saw the Deerstaff man's method and dared not delay, hurriedly supporting the injured back to the academy. Now that he has pledged loyalty to the Night God, who knows from where this poison will seep in? After all, the night is everywhere.
As the crowd retreated, Crane Pan Elder shouted, "Brother, what if they hide and don't come out like those ninja turtles?"
The Deerstaff man laughed and said, "No problem. They can't escape, we have plenty of ways to force them out." The two brothers tried again, but they still couldn't break through the protective shield. Even with the Deerstaff man using the power of the night, the protective shield remained firm. Looking at the red-scarfed people beside him, the Deerstaff man instructed, "You guys, stay here and shout insults, say whatever sounds bad. I don't believe they can hide in there for a lifetime." Several red-scarfed people looked at each other. They could fight, but now asked to shout insults.
This is something they are not good at.
But considering that they will both be in charge in the future, they can only listen to the Deerstaff guest and curse at the Super God Academy.
In the Super God Academy,
the Director of Politics and Education and Teacher Wang were injured, and for a moment, there was a feeling of chaos without a leader. One teacher reported, "Those people are cursing at the gate of the academy, and their tone is very dirty." The Director of Politics and Education said, "There is no need to pay attention, the Crane Pan Elder and Deerstaff guest are not kind people, so it's not surprising that they provoke curses."
After a while,
another teacher came to report. "They are cursing even dirtier, I can't stand it anymore." The Director of Politics and Education said, "They want to imitate the ancient practices of verbal sparring, there's no need to pay attention." In ancient times, before two armies fought, they would send out verbal sparring to weaken the morale of the opponent.
After a while,
a teacher was furious. "I really can't stand it anymore, I'm going out to fight with them." The Director of Politics and Education and others gathered at the door and felt a chill. These people cursed dirtier and better than those professional spitters. The director let out a sigh. "If only the principal were here, we wouldn't be in this situation."
Linny stepped forward, "I will go out and try."
The teachers quickly stopped him. "That is a sage, why do you want to go out?
You are the exam seat of our Divine Grace Continent, and you must not make any mistakes."
"That's right, you are related to the fate of millions of people in the Divine Grace Continent. You have to consider everyone, not just yourself." Linny did not want to go out to die. He always felt that the Crane Pan Elder and the Deerstaff guest were just ordinary. They were merely minor supporting characters in the legend of the Dragon Slayer, while he possessed the Xianyuan dragon control technique, which might only activate in times of crisis.
In fact, even if the Super God Academy fell, Linny would still be unaffected.
Because he had a token that allowed him to enter the Strange Tale world at will, whenever he wanted, he could escape disaster by entering that world. But the teachers here had treated him well, so he did not want to abandon them. While they were speaking, a teacher suddenly foamed at the mouth and collapsed. Then, more and more people fell victim.
Teacher Wang checked the pulse and said, "It shows signs of poisoning." "What did you eat just now?"
The person, feeling faint, said, "I didn't eat anything, I just drank some water."
"Do you feel any discomfort?"
I feel weak all over, as if I can't use any of my martial arts. It's the 10 fragrance softening powder, there's poison in the water, everyone, be careful, said Teacher Wang. It turned out that the dear staff guest used the power of the night to have Nightingale drop the 10 fragrance softening powder into the well. At this moment, the Super God Academy was in a state of panic, and now it depended on how long that protective mountain formation could hold. Chapter 53, Guijing. The two sides faced off at the gate of the Super God Academy for 3 days and nights, and also cursed for 3 days and nights. Under the eternal night, everyone was a bit tired and weary. Moreover, the academy had been poisoned, so everything had to be done with extra caution. After 3 days, everyone in the Super God Academy had red eyes, filled with bloodshot. They hadn't slept well for 3 days and nights. Fortunately, the protective mountain formation had not been breached, firmly guarding the last line of defense. That morning, the cursing suddenly stopped, ushering in a long-lost tranquility. Could it be that the enemy has retreated? One teacher curiously stuck his head out. Not far away, a young man in a black suit stood quietly. His eyes were like autumn water, deep and a bit charming. His hair was blue, with distinct features, looking casual yet handsome. The teacher made eye contact with him and felt as if his eyelids were 1,000 pounds heavy, unable to open them again. What a domineering gaze, just one glance made him want to sleep. Before falling asleep, the teacher finally managed to send out an alert signal. The dear staff guest and Crane Pan Elder surrounded the young man, looking very flattering. Lord Night God. It was that light barrier that blocked our way forward. They tried their best to avoid the man's gaze to prevent any disturbance. At this moment, the political education director, Teacher Wang, Linny, and others also stepped out. Seeing this charmingly wicked man, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. The man casually glanced at the crowd, and everyone felt a shiver down their spine. Teacher Wang hurriedly said, "Everyone be careful, do not look into his eyes." Once they diverted their gaze, everyone finally felt a bit better. The man quietly stared at the protective barrier, and in the next second, he gently raised his right hand. The light barrier instantly shattered to pieces. With just one move, he broke the protective barrier. Everyone was dumbfounded. The proud mountain defense formation of the Super God Academy was so easily shattered by this man? The dear staff guest and the Crane Brush Elder immediately rejoiced and commanded, "Charge! The treasures inside belong to us." As soon as this was said, everyone shouted and rushed towards the Super God Academy. The political education director silently watched all of this, standing still. One teacher asked, "Director, shouldn't we retreat?" The political education director smiled awkwardly, "Where else can we retreat to?" Thinking that the century-old legacy of the Super God Academy was about to be destroyed under his watch, a hint of sorrow arose in the political education director's heart. In the end, I still failed the principal's expectations and did not protect the Super God Academy. Sighing, the political education director said, "Now that the city is broken, you all should escape for your lives." All the teachers insisted firmly, "We vow to live and die together with the Super God Academy." The red headbands and black-clothed people, seeing the protective barrier they had attacked for so long finally shatter, could no longer wait. One by one, they charged forward with their knives drawn. Just as the enemy was about to step into the Super God Academy, a thunderous voice rang out. "Wait!" Everyone was jolted by this voice, halting their steps. Turning around to look, they saw a figure striding through the air. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of everyone. He had a square face, thick brows, broad shoulders and back, appearing like a towering mountain, giving a strong sense of security. Standing there like an ancient pine tree, exuding manliness. A few red headbands looked at each other, they were intimidated by this man's aura. But now, there was nowhere left to retreat. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously raised their knives and charged at the man. With a big wave of his hand, the man unleashed a powerful palm strike, accompanied by echoes of dragon roars. Everyone was sent flying back by him. The dear staff guest was greatly shocked. 18 palms of the dragon subduing? The political education director was overjoyed. "Principal, you have finally returned." Linny felt that the person in front of him seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere, so he quietly asked, "Is he the principal?" A teacher replied, "That's right, he is the principal of our Super God Academy, Guijing." Guijing? Linny only felt his head buzzing. The legendary hero Guijing was actually the head of the Super God Academy. But upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, this world is filled with characters who have given consciousness to the stories. It was just that Guijing's identity appearing here was somewhat of an overwhelming surprise. The Crane Brush Elder and dear staff guest exchanged glances, wanting to show off in front of their newly recognized master, and then flew towards Guijing to attack. Their lethal move was still their proud dark mystique palm. Guijing waved his hand. The dragon rises and regrets. A roar of a dragon issued forth.
The two aged ones were instantly sent flying away. What dark mystique poem?
In front of Guijing, it was hardly worth mentioning. The two collapsed on the ground, spitting blood, clearly injured severely. The 18 palms of the dragon subduing, the stronger it faced, the stronger it became. Even the ascended saintly dark mystique elders couldn't withstand a single move from Guijing. Witnessing Guijing's might, the dark mystique elders had no temper left. They simply lay on the ground, pretending to be grievously injured. Now it was the time for the Night God Lord to take action. Seeing Guijing arrive, in the gaze of the knight, there was a hint of helplessness. Guijing, why do you keep staring at me? Guijing looked at the knight. Come back with me, you have seriously violated the agreement. The knight laughed at himself. Guijing, you are just a mere mortal, while I am a god, a high and mighty god.
You have no awe for me at all. Guijing said, you are evil, and evil can never overcome righteousness.
Come back with me, this is not a place for you.
The knight was somewhat annoyed. Guijing, as a god, do I not have the qualification to come out and take a look?
According to the agreement, you have failed in the last 2 strange examinations and should retreat 20 miles. Guijing spoke slowly, word by word, but you treat the rules as child's play, not only refusing to retreat but also invading the Divine Grace continent.
What kind of reasoning is this?
In the world, there is no such reasoning. The knight found him somewhat speechless. Guijing, after all, I am a god.
Don't I have the qualification to take a casual walk? No. Don't you understand what you will bring? Everywhere you walk is night.
As he spoke, Guijing's palm power had already gathered in his palm. It seemed that if they disagreed, he would be ready to strike.
All right, Guijing, are you really going to act against me? The knight laughed in anger. Guijing's unwavering aura had said it all. If the knight did not retreat, Guijing's 18 dragon-subduing palms would definitely strike him. The two sides faced off for half a minute.
In the end, the knight laughed at himself again.
All right. Guijing, I will give you this face today. I will wait for you at Hanging Mountain.
After saying that, the darkness that had shrouded the sky began to gradually disperse. The sun slowly broke through. The long-awaited daylight had finally arrived.
Guijing turned around and asked, who are the candidates for the last 2 strange examinations? Linny hurriedly stood up, I am.
Guijing suddenly grabbed Linyi's arm. Great. You won us 2 victories, we finally get a breather.
Chapter 54, Guijing wants to find Xixia.
Linny looked at Guijing seriously. He exuded a spirit of chivalry that made one admire him greatly. Guijing saw Linny and was so excited that he became somewhat incoherent. He pulled Linny, hurry up and follow me.
Where are we going, Hirogwa? Linny hurriedly asked. We are going to the Sword Chi Great Wall.
Linny naturally knew Guijing's temperament. His biggest characteristic was his inability to speak well. So, he asked the most critical question, Hirogwa, why are we going to the Sword Chi Great Wall?
Are you looking for the wrong person?
Guijing said, come with me to suppress demons and eliminate evil. Since you have passed the 2 strange examinations, you must be a remarkable wise man. We urgently need a wise person now.
Linny felt a bit awkward. Not. I am not a wise person.
The true wise person is Xixia.
Seeing this situation, Guijing said, are you afraid? Don't worry, you won't have to go to the battlefield. Just stay at the camp to give us advice.
I Guijing guarantee with my life that I will keep you safe. Linny hurriedly said, Hirogwa, you misunderstood. As a student of Super God Academy, how could I be a coward? We good men should bravely fight and serve our country. These words hit Guijing's heart. He listened with great pleasure but still asked, then why aren't you coming with me? The director of political education stood up, Principal, you are mistaken, the true wise person is Xixia.
Xixia? Guijing asked, where is he now?
Everyone also didn't know how to explain, because Xixia could only be summoned in the strange talk world. Principal, since you are back, why not discuss this in the academy, the director of political education said.
No.
The border defense war is urgent. My return this time is also forced. First, I must drive the knight back to the border, and second, I need to find this wise person to help us strategize.
Guijing said, quickly tell me, where is Xixia?
Linny hurriedly explained, Principal, Xixia does not exist in this world, he can only be summoned in the strange talk world.
What did you call me? Are you also a student of our academy? Linny nodded seriously. At the same time, he secretly cursed, Guijing is indeed as the legends say, not very sharp.
I had already revealed my identity earlier, yet he didn't remember at all. Very good, Guijing nodded in approval and asked, so how can we meet Xixia? I can only summon Xixia in the strange talk world, Linny replied.
Guijing sighed deeply, so that's how it is. The director of political education said, "Principal, how about we return to the academy first, discuss countermeasures, and also report to you about the changes in the Divine Grace continent over the years?" Gui Jing nodded, "All right. Thanks to your victory in these 2 exams, our pressure has not been as great." As they spoke, everyone surrounded Gui Jing and walked back to the academy. It turns out that over these years, Gui Jing had been fighting against those evil beings at the Sword Chi Great Wall. The peaceful life in the Divine Grace continent was entirely due to those evil beings being blocked outside the Sword Chi Great Wall by Gui Jing and others. The Divine Grace continent has a warm sun and a gentle spring breeze, all thanks to the hard work of the border guards. But at the Sword Chi Great Wall, there are sword energies crisscrossing everywhere. The sky is always gloomy, desolate, and forlorn. The buildings there exceed the comprehension of ordinary people. Among them is a mountain that even grows upside down, thus named Upside Down Mountain. On Upside Down Mountain, humans have fought against evil beings for many years, but in the end, humans still prevailed. This includes many powerful beasts, some already reaching the 13th realm or even breaking into the 14th realm. But they were ultimately defeated by human cultivators under the sword. It is precisely because of these chivalrous cultivators bravely fighting outside that the Divine Grace continent enjoys peace. However, in recent years, a remarkably talented figure has emerged among the demon race. In a short time, he has organized the demon race very well. Whether it is demons, evildoers, monsters, ghosts, beasts, or even fairies, dwarves, and insectoids, they all obey his orders. Even the Dark God, the Desire God, and the Dream God have submitted to him. Among his most powerful generals are the 3 gods and the 9 disasters. What is most frightening about this person is his mind. Under his scheming, humans have found it hard to withstand. If it weren't for the existence of the Sword Chi Great Wall, humans would have probably been devoured long ago. On the human side, there hasn't been a single person who could contend with him. In all these years of battles, none has been a complete victory. Humans have been played in the palm of their hand. At this rate, humanity will eventually fall. The urgent task now is to find a wise person who can compete with him. To stabilize the current situation of humanity. No wonder Gui Jing has been so anxious. It turns out this is the reason. When he heard that someone had achieved 2 victories in the strange exam, he could no longer contain his excitement. Traveling thousands of miles back to the Divine Grace continent was all to find this wise person and turn the tide. After everyone listened to Gui Jing's story, they suddenly felt enlightened. It turns out that their principal had been protecting the border from foreign enemies all these years. At this moment, they all felt a surge of blood. The director of political education spoke first. "Principal, if you take us, we can also fight the enemies." Gui Jing shook his head. "The situation is far more complicated than you think. This time, I only need to take Qi Xia with me." After speaking, he realized that Qi Xia wouldn't appear in this world at all, feeling a bit dejected. He had thought he had found a wise person to contend with that man, but it turned out he could only be summoned in the strange talk world. Gui Jing's mood became somewhat complicated for a moment. The director of political education said, "We are not afraid of death. This time, let us follow the principal's footsteps to the Sword Chi Great Wall." "Yes." All the teachers and students said together. Gui Jing smiled with relief. "Although we are resisting foreign enemies, there is no need to sacrifice ourselves in vain. The meaning is very clear. You level of cannon fodder should not get involved in the excitement, just stay here and guard the home." Linny said, "Principal, I will go with you, only I can summon Qi Xia, maybe I can help in some way." Gui Jing nodded in appreciation once again. "Very good. Truly, a fine son of our Super God Academy." He already had the intention to take Linny with him, and now hearing Linny say it himself, he praised him even more. Gui Jing scanned the room and said, "There's no time to waste, come with me now. I know nothing about that so-called strange talk world." Teacher Wang asked, "Principal, do you know what the strange talk world is about?" Gui Jing nodded. "It's an arena created by that young man. He said he wanted to compete with us humans through deceptive tests. If humans win in the deceptive tests, we can expand our territory by 10 miles, but if we lose, we have to give them 10 miles. We humans are already at a disadvantage, and hearing that we can enter the strange talk world without waging war, we gladly accepted. However, none of the test takers we sent into the strange talk world have won. This time, being able to win 2 consecutive matches is truly uplifting." Chapter 55, The Sword Chi Great Wall. After hearing Gui Jing's explanation, everyone developed a sense of awe for the so-called Sword Chi Great Wall. The beautiful lives they have today are thanks to those who carry burdens forward. Gui Jing scanned the room. "The battle ahead is intense, so I'll leave this place to you. Linny, come with me." "Okay." Gui Jing waved his sleeve and took Linny to ride the clouds. The political education director stared blankly at the direction Gui Jing left, unwilling to come back to his senses for a long time. "No. I want to go to the Sword Chi Great Wall to kill the enemy as well," the political education director said gravely. His admiration for Gui Jing had reached a blind level.
Now seeing Guo Jing leave again, he only wanted to follow in Guo Jing's footsteps.
No. If you leave, who will manage the Super God Academy?
Right now, the Divine Grace Continent has hidden currents, you should stay to oversee the situation. Exactly, the principal wants us to watch over the Super God Academy, so we must not let him down. All the teachers comforted the political education director together.
The political education director sighed deeply.
His heart had already followed Guo Jing to the distant Sword Chi Great Wall. Lin Yi followed Guo Jing, rushing toward the Sword Chi Great Wall. The further they walked, the more desolate the scenery became. What was once a lush broadleaf forest had turned into wasteland and desert. The two of them rested under a large tree, and Guo Jing took out a pile of spiritual fruits for Lin Yi to eat.
Lin Yi asked, "Principal, why don't we fly on swords? Isn't that faster?"
Guo Jing replied, "Flying on swords is a method of immortals. I'm just a mortal, how could I use such divine power?"
Lin Yi nodded.
It seemed that although Guo Jing was strong, he was still a mortal. However, with just a mortal body, he scared off the night god, and looking across the world, he was hard to find a second.
Lin Yi asked again, "Principal, is that demon tribe boy really that powerful?"
Speaking of this, Guo Jing became spirited. That boy is a genius unmatched in 100 years, his intelligence surpasses all. Lin Yi became interested, someone who received such praise from Guo Jing was definitely not simple.
Guo Jing continued, "Now, I'm worried about Qi Xia."
"Principal, you don't need to worry, Qi Xia is invincible." Guo Jing had yet to finish speaking, when Lin Yi interrupted. He had absolute confidence in Qi Xia. If it were a martial fight, he might have some concerns, but if it were a battle of wits,
that would be an absolute crush.
Guo Jing relaxed slightly. "In that case, I will rest easy." The two rested for a while and continued toward the Sword Chi Great Wall. On the way, Lin Yi was a bit curious and asked, "Principal, may I ask what position you hold in the military?"
"Why do you ask this?"
"Don't worry, I will do my best to protect your safety." Lin Yi naturally had confidence in Guo Jing's character. He was just simply a little curious. The great hero Guo Jing, his position in the army must not be low. Since Guo Jing was unwilling to say, Lin Yi did not ask further. The further they walked, the worse the situation became.
Mutated dead crows, severed dead snakes, blood-red spiders.
Lin Yi was secretly shocked. It seemed that the battlefield was far worse than he had expected. At that moment, two figures flew over on swords not far ahead. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of the two.
"Commander, you're back, it's truly wonderful."
The two young men sheathed their flying swords and bowed respectfully to Guo Jing.
Lin Yi was taken aback. "Commander?"
Unexpectedly, Guo Jing's identity was actually the commander? With only a mortal body, he could command those with abilities. Upon closer inspection, one had sword-like brows and starry eyes, while the other exuded a vibrant aura. There was no doubt that these must be the protagonists of some novel. And they could fly on swords, their strength must be impressive. But could such cultivators not defeat those great monsters? While Lin Yi was observing the two, they were also sizing him up.
"Commander, is this the wise one?"
They naturally knew the purpose of Guo Jing's journey and, upon seeing him return with someone, logically took Lin Yi for that wise one. Guo Jing was at a loss for how to explain and simply said, "This is not the place to talk, let's go back." The two young men nodded and summoned their flying swords, swiftly carrying Lin Yi and Guo Jing away.
Lin Yi looked at the young man in front and asked, "What is your name?"
This was inspired by Qi Xia. The names of people here had mysteries, so asking for their names was the right approach.
"My name is Chen Sun," the young man replied.
Chen Sun? Which book's protagonist was that? He couldn't quite remember at the moment. The flying sword moved quickly. In just a few breaths, they had reached the Sword Chi Great Wall. Here, beautiful young boys and girls in exquisite clothing were everywhere. Without exception, they were all handsome and beautiful.
Lin Yi looked on in wonder.
The Sword Chi Great Wall was built in mid-air, where gravity seemed to lose its effect.
A group of people stood respectfully on the city wall, waiting for Guo Jing's return. Their eyes unknowingly fell on Lin Yi beside him. Lin Yi quickly smiled and greeted them, "Hello."
These were soldiers stationed at the border, and Lin Yi had a great fondness for them. When they saw Lin Yi greet them, they all nodded back respectfully. Here, the wise one was worshipped absolutely. They lacked a decent wise one, which allowed those monsters to exploit them. Now with Lin Yi's arrival, it was a timely relief for them. A young man stepped forward and said to Guo Jing, "Commander, you finally returned. During your absence, the demon race has continually provoked us, and we simply dared not fight." Guo Jing replied, "Li Ping'an, you did well to bear with it, a moment of patience will bring peace." A beautiful young girl stepped forward and said, "Commander, the night god has returned to its original position.
Did you confront it?"
After saying this, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally fell on Lin Yi.
Could it be because of this kid that the night god returned obediently? Gui Jing said, "It's good that it returned. I'm afraid it has plans I haven't considered, which may lead to great disaster." The girl continued, "Commander, since you are back, should we accept the demon race's challenge?" After saying this, her eyes again landed on Linny. Linny felt a slight awkwardness. "No. I'm not that wise one either. Why are you all looking at me?" His gaze followed the city wall downward, and he was instantly startled. Beneath the city wall lay an unfathomable abyss. Many birds flew up from the bottom but crashed into the city wall, dying. This bizarre scene frightened Lin Yi, causing him to retreat repeatedly. Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, those around all frowned. "No, is this the wise one?" Li Ping'an asked nonchalantly, "Commander-in-Chief, is this the person who has continuously won in the mysterious exams?" Wei Jing nodded, "That's right." Everyone showed expressions of doubt. Wu Jing looked at Lin Yi, "For now, it's safe here." About Qi Xia. Lin Yi smiled slightly, he understood Wei Jing's meaning. He took out a token and said, "Principal, let's go together to the world of strange tales and meet Qi Xia." Chapter 56, Peace Hotel. Seeing the token, all the cultivators became a bit excited, looking at Lin Yi with a mix of disbelief. Even Wei Jing's voice shook a little. "Where did you get this token?" Lin Yi replied, "It was the reward after the first exam, what's wrong with that? This is too precious." Wei Jing took the token and studied it carefully. After confirming it was real, he cautiously returned it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't feel much, treating it like an ordinary pass. Because Xia Fei and Chang Lu each had one too. Hearing Gu Jing wanted to meet Qi Xia, he instinctively took it out to bring Gu Jing into the world of strange tales. Gu Jing continued, "We've put in countless efforts and sacrificed many soldiers just to get one of these tokens for Feng Qingyang." Lin Yi then realized that Feng Qingyang was able to roam in the world of strange tales also because of the token. Surprised at how precious the token was, he thought that since the score for the first dungeon was perfect, it was no wonder a token like this was awarded. Fortunately, this token had already recognized its master through blood, so even if others wanted to steal it, they wouldn't succeed. Wei Jing added, "Keep the token safe, each token can only send one person into the world of strange tales." "Alright, I wanted to introduce Gu Jing to Qi Xia, but I didn't expect that I couldn't bring anyone in." The beautiful girl beside them said, "The demon race has been provoking. If you want to enter the world of strange tales, you shouldn't waste the token energy." Li Ping'an also said, "That's right, energy is hard to collect, we should cherish and utilize it wisely." Lin Yi was a bit confused by them, he hadn't heard that entering the world of strange tales required energy. His token didn't specify any energy was needed, nor did it limit the number of entries. He could go in whenever he wanted. But since they said so, Lin Yi decided to go along with it, saying, "I'll listen to you." Hearing this, all the cultivators were very happy. To their surprise, this guy wanted to enter the world of strange tales right after coming here, making them feel a bit embarrassed. However, they also wanted to witness the wise one's strength, so they gladly accepted. Li Ping'an said, "Since that's the case, I will communicate with the demon race." After saying that, he used some kind of spell. A water mirror appeared out of nowhere, showing scenes of the demon race. In the mirror sat a young boy in red with dignity, surrounded by various strange and large demons. The boy's sharp ears indicated he was not an ordinary person. Li Ping'an sent a message into the mirror, "Let's begin the exam, we are ready." The boy in red smiled slightly, waved his hand, and the water mirror shattered instantly. Lin Yi was taken aback. What did begin the exam mean? Didn't we just finish? Was there going to be another exam? He only wanted to enter the world of strange tales to introduce Qi Xia to Gu Jing, not to have an exam again. Could it be that every time you enter the world of strange tales, you have to participate in the mysterious exams? This is not good. Lin Yi said, "Principal, will you go with me this time?" Upon hearing this, all the cultivators became tense. "What did you say?" "The commander-in-chief can't go with you." Gu Jing hurriedly raised his hand, signaling for them to be quiet. "This time, I will go with him." As soon as these words came out, all the cultivators were frightened. "No, commander-in-chief, you cannot go." "Commander-in-chief, if you go, who will lead the situation?" "Commander-in-chief, think twice, the Sword Chi Great Wall cannot be without you." Gu Jing said, "Alright, I've made up my mind, don't say any more." "I promised to keep him safe." Lin Yi felt a bit strange. "Why are you all so nervous? Aren't we just entering the world of strange tales? It's not like we're going to our deaths." Actually, Lin Yi was getting a bit ahead of himself. The world of strange tales is actually similar to an arena, where those who enter often face life and death situations. Thanks to Qi Xia's help, he was able to come out unscathed and even gain rewards from inside. Hearing that Gu Jing had made up his mind, the cultivators began to take off their magical artifacts. "Commander, take this for your protection. I will also give you this for your safeguard. Commander, take this divine sword. Commander, you should also take this pill. Wei Jing scanned the group and said, "Alright. The Sword Chi Great Wall cannot do without all of you. If you give me your artifacts, what will you use to defend against external threats? Don't worry, Lin Yi and I will be back soon." Everyone had been with Gui Jing for so long and knew his temperament well. Since he had decided, any further persuasion would be useless. They could only cheer him on in their hearts. Gui Jing looked at Lin Yi and asked, "Do you need to prepare anything else?" "No need, we can leave at any time," Lin Yi replied. In the last exam, Qi Xia was affected by the disaster of the season. He wondered how she was doing now. Wei Jing nodded. A group of people waited on the Sword Chi Great Wall for about half an hour. A beam of purple light finally descended from the sky. "Go!" Wei Jing said one word, taking Lin Yi along as they entered the light together. Lin Yi pondered. This purple light must mean something. In previous rounds of testing, they too were enveloped by this purple light before entering the world of strange tales. Before he could think more, his head spun again, and when he woke up once more, he found himself already in the world of strange tales. The smell of decay and rot was already upon him. The cultivators on the Sword Chi Great Wall exchanged looks. Finally, one cultivator spoke up, "This Lin Yi seems a bit weak. He doesn't seem to know any martial arts, and even entering the Strange Tales world requires the commander to guide him." Li Pingyan said, "Alright. No more talk. He is our hope, and we should cheer him on instead." All the cultivators gathered by the water mirror to watch, hoping for their safe return. Lin Yi rubbed his temples, stood up, and found himself in a high-end hotel. He glanced at the tissue box on the table and saw that it was clearly marked with the words Peace Hotel. Peace Hotel? Hiss. Lin Yi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is it really the Peace Hotel in Shanghai? Legend has it that once you step into the Peace Hotel, no matter what mistakes you've made, no one can touch you there. Moreover, the prices of food here are several times more than outside. Even for a pot of boiled water, you have to pay dozens of dollars. How did they bring them here? Lin Yi asked, "Principal, you should have never been to such a place, right?" Wei Jing stood up cautiously, "Be careful. I have never seen such a layout, be wary of traps." Ever since they entered the world of strange tales, the stone tablet also lit up. It displayed that the third round of the strange exam had begun. What's going on? It's not even a month yet, why is there another exam? It seems like this is the president of the Super God Academy and Lin Yi. Could it be an additional competition? Damn. The rewards from the last round haven't been given out yet. Why is there another exam? Are you too sure you don't want to order anything at our restaurant? He smiled, but Lin Yi couldn't feel certain, should he order or not? Without Qi Xia beside him, he felt completely lost. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi recited the golden phrase from 10 days to the end. The next moment, a tall figure seemed to break through the void and appeared before them. He wore a snow-white suit, his tie was perfectly knotted, and his polished shoes shone brightly. But on his head was the skull of a goat. The white goat? Lin Yi gasped in surprise. Wei Jing continued to protect Lin Yi from behind, staring intensely at the white goat and asking, "Who are you?" "Ha!" The white goat chuckled lightly, scanning the surroundings, finally landing on the napkins on the table. Peace Hotel. The waiter saw the white goat and smiled, saying, "Excuse me, sir, would you like something to eat?" The audience watching the livestream in front of the stone tablet was no longer calm. Wait, where's Qi Xia? Why did they summon this goat-headed guy this time? Didn't he awaken the golden phrase from 10 days to the end? How could he summon a beast like this? Oh my god, look at his eyes. They're exactly like a goat's. Is he a goat man? The old scholar was so excited that his hands trembled as he took out a scroll to record. Because he had never seen anyone turning from human to animal before. Lin Yi was secretly amazed. It seemed that the flow of time and the end of days was completely different from here. It had only been a few days, and Qi Xia had already turned into a white goat. Though he knew the white goat was Qi Xia, he still felt a bit strange inside. Especially after the Guess the Finger game, their relationship had grown closer. Now, summoning a white goat made it feel like there was something between them. Guo Jing asked, "Is he really Qi Xia?" Lin Yi nodded. Guo Jing added, "I smell a hint of hostility from him. Are you sure he will help us?" Triggered by his question, Lin Yi also felt uncertain. Was the white goat form of Qi Xia really trustworthy? Because from the current situation, the white goat belonged to the Zodiac camp. The white goat glanced at the waiter and asked, "Do you think your restaurant's food is suitable for me?" The waiter smiled, "Of course, here you can order anything, and we will serve it to you." What an arrogant tone. Did this waiter not know if he was being overconfident or relying on Peace Hotel to brag so boldly? What did anything even mean? The white goat smiled lightly, "Very well, then if I say I want your head, will you take it off and serve it as a dish?" The waiter forced a laugh, it seems we are colleagues. Saying this, he intended to take the menu from the white goat's hand. But the white goat gently sidestepped, saying, I haven't ordered yet, why the hurry? The waiter replied, I see these two gentlemen arrived first, it's better to let them order first. The white goat remained unfazed, continuing to browse the menu. The waiter realized that Lin Yi and Guo Jing were clearly rookies, and wanted to play a trick on them. But now the white goat was holding onto his menu and wouldn't return it, which was quite troubling. Sir Goat, you may proceed. The waiter spoke more softly, the guy seemed not easy to mess with since he first asked for his head as food. He should hurry to retrieve the menu and make a move on Lin Yi and Gui Jing. Gui Jing imitated and said, Hey! We're not ordering anymore. If we must, bring us a portion of your head. The waiter smirked slyly, No, my head is not for eating, you two should order something else. After he said that, he smiled at the white goat, Sir Goat, what do you say? The white goat remained unmoved, still absorbed in the menu. The waiter started to feel anxious, Sir Goat, please return the menu to me. If this deal goes through, the commission will be split between us. Bai Yang blinked and looked at the waiter, how much is the commission? The waiter smiled and said, that depends on how much these two guests spend. Our commission is linked to their consumption. Gui Jing shouted, we said we wouldn't order any dishes. Can't you understand human language? Gui Jing was originally dull, and now being thrown into this strange world, instinctively thought that ordering dishes meant having to pay. They had no money to pay for the meals, they would definitely be punished, so his tone was a little anxious. Lin Yi felt that things were not that simple. He couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. This waiter kept pushing them to order, so there must be some important clue. Unfortunately, he wasn't Qi Xia and couldn't see through it at that moment. Bai Yang, on the other hand, didn't seem to have any intention of helping them. The waiter smiled at Gui Jing, Sir, please don't be anxious. If you don't want to order, just tell me directly, after all, this is a high-end hotel, and everything is based on the guests' wishes. The viewers watching the live stream were all furious. Wow, this is a typical case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Knowing that Bai Yang was not to be trifled with, they focused their anger on their commander. They wished they could rush into the instance and slash the snobbish waiter with a single sword. Bai Yang gently closed the menu and asked, Isn't there other service besides ordering? Of course there is, the waiter smiled, for a neat and tidy gentleman like you, we can also offer maintenance for your suit. Oh, Bai Yang said, what's the charge? Free. A distinguished guest like you deserves the best treatment from our restaurant. Bai Yang blinked, it seems you care a lot about this menu. I wonder what would happen if I tore it apart. After saying that, he made a move as if to tear it. The waiter was startled and his tone trembled, No. Sir. Please, don't. I was wrong, I shouldn't have played tricks in front of you. Bai Yang said lightly, why would you lie in front of a sheep? Chapter 58 A Plate of Peanuts. The waiter was so frightened by Bai Yang that he kept pleading for mercy. The audience was confused. Where did this waiter lie? I don't see it. Could it be that there's something wrong with the menu that Bai Yang figured out? Lin Yi was deep in thought nearby. He didn't know much about Bai Yang's character. Because in the book, it was only mentioned through Yan Jichuan's memories. Bai Yang inherited Qi Xia's intelligence and seemed to have gained a bit more hands-on ability. In the past, when the humans were bullied, Bai Yang led the students to beat the earth snakes half to death. Moreover, he didn't seem to take the earth dragon in charge seriously, there was always an urge to arm wrestle with it. While thinking, Bai Yang spoke to the two, what do you want to eat? Gui Jing hurriedly said, oh, we won't eat. We are not that hungry. Bai Yang pointed to the waiter and said, no problem. After all, it's his treat. The waiter looked at Bai Yang in confusion, thinking, no, brother, when did I say I treat you? Besides, in such a restaurant, the prices of the dishes are ridiculously high, he, a small waiter, couldn't afford that. Bai Yang smiled at the waiter, you're quite puzzled, aren't you? The waiter nodded blankly. Bai Yang said, it's simple. The price of the dishes doesn't match your status. How much is your monthly salary? The waiter blurted out, 3,000. Bai Yang smiled slightly, you stole this menu, didn't you? No matter whether we order or not, you are already playing us. If we order, we would definitely be punished for not being able to pay the exorbitant fees. If we don't order, we would violate the restaurant's rules. Let me think, when you handed over this menu, a service fee was already generated, right? So you see, whether we order or not, we are trapped. In the end, everyone will be punished for not being able to pay the bill. The waiter looked a bit frightened and pointed at the white sheep, how do you know? The white sheep glanced at the waiter's shoes and said, your shoes have betrayed you. What's wrong with my shoes? These shoes clearly look like secondhand, and also, there's a problem with your suit. Hearing the white sheep say this, everyone turned their gaze to the waiter's shoes and suit. Yes, the shoes were a bit worn out, but the suit looked fine. However, since this was a world of strange tales, wearing something old didn't seem to be a big issue. The white sheep continued, what really exposed your flaw is the tie. What's wrong with my tie? The waiter touched his tie, looking confused. The audience hurriedly looked at the waiter's tie, which seemed ugly but otherwise had no problems at all. The white sheep touched his own tie and flicked his suit, quietly saying, do you see? This is the standard appearance of a successful person in a suit. The audience saw the white sheep's actions and gasped in admiration. No way, this white sheep seems to be quite pretentious. He is a bit pretentious, but he really looks handsome. Look at his little suit, it's really sharp. So, does that mean the earlier shot of him in a suit also has meaning? The waiter looked at the white sheep's tie and then at his own tie, seemingly comparing them. Could it really be that he exposed his flaw because of this little tie? The white sheep continued, next time you want to deceive someone, dress properly and tie your tie right before coming to deceive, okay? In such a high-end restaurant, a disheveled waiter would never appear, the only explanation is that you are a fraud. After hearing the white sheep's explanation, the audience finally understood. I said this guy was weird, turns out he's a fraud. Sigh, I noticed it long ago, his suit is so shabby, he's definitely not a real waiter. You realized it, but why didn't you say anything until White Sheep mentioned it? The waiter, realizing that his trick was exposed, chose to stop pretending. He tugged at his tie and said, so what if I'm a fake? You've already accepted the menu and have incurred a service fee, I see you don't have any money, right? Wei Jing's heart sank, accepting a menu was also a trap, it seemed the rules of Strange Tales indeed didn't suit a rough man like him. The white sheep looked at the waiter, did you forget what I said? I said this meal is on you. What a joke, the waiter said weirdly, now, the big trouble is yours, those two haven't even touched the menu, when the manager comes to collect the service fee, he will only deduct it from you. The white sheep blinked and said, looks like you still won't give up. Let me think, your real identity is actually a water delivery worker, right? Besides those shoes on your feet, the suit and tie you're wearing are all stolen, right? The waiter still wouldn't admit it, so what if I am? You've already touched the menu, you still have to pay. The white sheep picked up the menu, if that's the case, I really will rip it. At that moment, the waiter truly became limp. No. Bro, let's talk it out. I'll pay, this meal is on me, just deduct a little. It turned out, until this moment, he was still bluffing, wanting to intimidate the white sheep through the manager to get the menu back. Only when he saw the white sheep really about to rip the menu did he truly back down. The audience started discussing again. Why is this waiter so afraid of the white sheep ripping the menu? Are you stupid? Didn't White Sheep say it earlier? The waiter is a fraud, and this menu was naturally stolen by him. If White Sheep really rips it, the cost will definitely fall on his head. Oh. Dude, you seem to understand quite well. Of course. I'm known as the exam prince. Then why don't you take part in the strange exam? I'm only 17 this year, wait until next year and I'll show you. Nice. Until now. The sound of applause came from outside the door. Then, a delicate woman walked in gracefully. She was dressed in a crisp suit, spotless. Her wine-red hair was neatly pinned up, looking clean and sharp. Her exquisite features were lightly made up, sweet and charming. A pair of beautiful feet rested in elegant high heels, not too big, not too small, just right. Upon seeing her, the waiter's expression changed instantly. Man, manager. The woman glanced at the waiter on the ground and said, what a disgrace, why aren't you rolling out? The waiter dared not linger, he fled like a rabbit. The woman lightly bowed to the three people and said, I'm truly sorry for your bad experience, that guy is just a temp at our restaurant. Ha ha. Bai Yang laughed lightly, you guys are really something, whenever something goes wrong, you say it's just a temp. The woman smiled slightly, let's do this. To show my apologies, this meal is on us, just order whatever you want. Bai Yang handed over the menu, what do you want to eat? Hui Jing hesitated a bit, while Linny had already taken the menu in hand. Principal, what are you eating? I'll have a serving of peas sauce duck. Hui Jing said, then I'll have a serving of beef jerky. The woman smiled at Bai Yang, and what about you, sir? She seemed to value Bai Yang's opinion very much. Bai Yang said, I'll have a serving of peanuts. A plate of fried peanuts was brought out. Bai Yang took one and placed it in his mouth, chewing lightly. His thoughts seemed to drift far away. Brother Bai Yang, I earned a point today and a pack of peanuts. Chapter 59, Spirit Sense. In a place like this, the food was not trustworthy at all. Hui Jing only tasted a small bite and stopped. Linny naturally did the same. Only Bai Yang seemed to be enjoying it wholeheartedly. A plate of peanuts was completely devoured by him. Hui Jing heard that Qi Xiao was responsible for the first two tricky tests, so he did not act rashly and quietly waited. The strange manager looked at Bai Yang with an eerie smile. Sir, our restaurant's dishes are acceptable, right? Bai Yang popped another peanut into his mouth and chewed lightly. The taste is just average. The strange manager was not annoyed and said, now that you three have finished dining, it's time for you to help our restaurant, isn't it? Bai Yang dusted off his clothes lightly. Didn't you say we were esteemed guests? Now you want us to help? Isn't that a bit contradictory? The strange manager said, originally, it was supposed to be Xiaoli who assigned you tasks, but I didn't expect that temp to sneak in. He not only stole Xiaoli's clothes but also came here to cause trouble for you. Don't worry, we will definitely punish this temp severely. You saw it, my white suit makes it really hard to do heavy work. Bai Yang said. The strange manager chuckled, don't forget, you are taking an exam now. If you fail to complete your task, do you want to stay in the ghost story world forever? Bai Yang picked up another peanut and slowly chewed it. Alright, the strange manager said, I won't beat around the bush. Since you've entered my restaurant, you are under my management. Currently, our restaurant is lacking a dish of frozen tofu, and you need to go to the Peace supermarket to buy it before dark. If you fail to bring it back in time, and it affects our esteemed guests' dining experience, you will bear the consequences. After hearing the strange manager's words, Guo Jing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this task is understandable. If faced with a task that couldn't even be understood, that would be troublesome. Bai Yang listened to the strange manager's task, just blinked, saying nothing. And Lin Yi had been pondering one question, would Bai Yang help? From Bai Yang's current performance, he appeared even prouder than Xixia, who was summoned before. The strange manager asked again, this is your first task. Do you all understand? Lin Yi asked, what time does it get dark, and where is the Peace supermarket? The strange manager looked up at the clock on the wall and said, it's 10:58 a.m. If you don't buy it back before midnight, it counts as a failed mission. As for the Peace supermarket, it's right across from our hotel, not far at all. These questions are within the rules, as long as asked, she must answer. If it were just to buy something, this task wouldn't be difficult at all. However, this is the world of strange tales, who knows if there are hidden dangers lurking? Lin Yi asked again, what about the money for the frozen tofu? The strange manager replied, you'll have to figure that out on your own. It seems the difficulty of this task lies here. The strange manager's beautiful eyes scanned the room. Alright, do you have any more questions? If not, hurry up. Our chef is still waiting for frozen tofu to make a great dish. The white sheep sat quietly without speaking. Lin Yi thought carefully and seemed to find no more questions. Seeing everyone was silent, the strange manager stood up. If that's the case, good luck to you. After saying that, she gracefully walked out with her long legs. As soon as the strange manager left, Guo Jing couldn't wait to say, Xixia, right? Thanks to you, we've passed the tests twice. The white sheep shot a glance at Guo Jing. You've got the wrong person, I am not Xixia. Guo Jing turned his questioning gaze to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was also confused. Could it be that the white sheep really had no memory left? If the white sheep truly had entirely new memories, things would be dire. At that moment, a shouting noise came from next door. Wrong, wrong. Manager, I was wrong. I will never dare to impersonate a formal employee again. Then came the sound of a belt whipping against a body. The wails grew louder. Guo Jing had important matters to discuss with Xixia. He didn't expect the white sheep to say she wasn't Xixia, which made things difficult. Though he was full of passion, his biggest trait was being dull and not good at thinking. At that moment, seeing that martial artist could actually change was something he had never encountered before. Currently, he couldn't judge whether the white sheep in front of him was good or bad. Because the martial artists summoned by the summoners weren't necessarily all good, they could be evil too. There was once a summoner whose summoned martial artist was a great demon, apparently named Fang Yuan. Before the summoner could seek help, Fang Yuan grabbed the martial artist that summoned him and refined him in an instant. This incident caused a stir and made many students afraid to participate in the awakening ritual. Now faced with the white sheep having a goat's head and a human body, it was indeed somewhat terrifying. Guo Jing had no choice but to look to Lin Yi for help. Lin Yi stepped forward. White sheep, where do you think the key point of this task lies? The white sheep blinked. How would I know? It seemed there were indeed no memories of Xixia. Trying to win over the white sheep in a short time was akin to a dreamer's fantasy. This is somewhat challenging. Lin Yi quickly thought about what reason would convince the white sheep. The white sheep cared most about his 4 students. A black sheep, a money-losing tiger, a human snake, and a human mouse. However, before Lin Yi could speak, the white sheep winked at him again. I've heard the fame of 18 palms of the dragon subduing, but... Lin Yi was taken aback and immediately realized. The strongest thing about the white sheep was actually spiritual hearing. Since he mentioned 18 palms of the dragon subduing, he must have sensed something unusual. Also, the white sheep had winked at him multiple times. Why did he not react before? This brain, really too slow.
Had to wait for the white sheep to hint so clearly before coming to understanding. Guo Jing heard the white sheep praise his 18 palms of the dragon subduing and was about to say something. Lin Yi hurriedly said to Guo Jing, "Principal, I don't know this guy with a sheep's head and human body either, we can't trust him, he won't help us. Since the white sheep wants to put on a big show, let's fully cooperate and perform at once." Guo Jing looked at the white sheep warily and said, "It's fine, if he tries to harm you, I will do my best to protect your escape." Lin Yi secretly thought, "Sorry, Wei the hero, we really don't mean to put on a show for you." At that moment, the shouting from the next room seemed even louder. "Manager. I was wrong. I was wrong. Is it alright if I lick your shoes?" A shadowy game was afoot. It seemed like both rooms were putting on a performance, and for a moment, it was hard to tell who was entertaining whom. Chapter 60, Buying Frozen Tofu. The three of them walked out of the Peace Hotel, preparing to buy the frozen tofu needed for their mission. Guo Jing took out the beef jerky from his pocket and said, "Good thing I was prepared, maybe we can exchange this beef jerky for some money, then we can use that to buy frozen tofu." Lin Yi said, "Principal, you don't look like it's your first time here." Guo Jing nodded, "Of course, I came here once when I was 18. Thinking about it, it's not strange for such a famous person like Guo Jing to have been written about as a main character by countless authors. It's no surprise he has entered the world of strange tales. As the three walked out of the Peace Hotel, they found themselves surrounded by buildings featuring the word peace. Peace Clinic, Peace Mahjong Hall, Peace Elementary School, Peace Game Room. It seemed this was a street entirely dedicated to the word peace, suggesting that the Peace Supermarket should be nearby. The white sheep had remained silent since leaving the Peace Hotel, constantly scanning the surrounding buildings, as if listening for something. Strange beings roamed everywhere. Upon seeing the three emerge from the Peace Hotel, they all curiously stared at them. Some even cautiously inched closer towards them. Guo Jing said in a low voice, "Stay close to me." After saying that, powerful energy gathered in his palm, and he unleashed a move called Flying Dragon in the sky. Having battled great demons along the border for many years, Guo Jing understood the significance of intimidation. He unleashed the 18 dragon-subduing palms, intending to warn these strange beings that they were not to be trifled with. Sure enough, after witnessing Guo Jing's domineering move, many strange beings started to retreat slowly. But there were still some daredevils lingering around them. The white sheep noticed Guo Jing's forceful technique, and his expression flickered slightly, but he remained silent. As they moved forward, they indeed saw a store with the words Peace Supermarket written on it. An old strange being with a bald head was sitting at the store entrance fanning himself. Upon seeing them, he immediately stood up. "Oh, hello there. What would you like to buy?" Lin Yi was about to speak, but Guo Jing quickly asked, "Do you have frozen tofu?" The bald shopkeeper looked them up and down with a cheerful expression, saying, "Of course we have, frozen tofu was our supermarket specialty, how could we not have it?" Guo Jing asked, "How much does it cost?" Frozen tofu was $3 each, how many do you want? Guo Jing replied, "We don't have any money. Can we exchange this beef jerky instead?" As he said this, he pulled out the beef jerky. The bald shopkeeper's eyes visibly lit up upon seeing the beef jerky. "Is this from the Peace Hotel?" Guo Jing nodded, "That's right, can you tell us how much frozen tofu we can get in exchange?" The shopkeeper grinned widely, "This is fantastic. In my lifetime, I didn't expect to see beef jerky from the Peace Hotel." He smacked his lips and said, "It's a 1-for-1 deal, 1 beef jerky for 1 frozen tofu." Guo Jing was overjoyed, not expecting that the task could be completed so quickly. This beef jerky was essentially free for him, he hadn't thought that the shopkeeper would agree to the exchange. So, did this mean their mission could be completed swiftly? Lin Yi felt that something was not quite right. This exam seemed very different from the previous two. Everything was going too smoothly. It had none of the eerie atmosphere of the previous two tests. One link followed another, as if they were following a specific script. The bald boss smiled and said, "Please come in to get the frozen tofu." "Are you coming in together, or one by one?" Guo Jing said, "You can take it out and we can trade it here." "That's not possible," the bald boss replied. "The reason it's called frozen tofu was because of the word frozen. If I take it out, it won't be fresh anymore. You should come in with me to get it." Lin Yi felt something was strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. This place clearly didn't look like it sold tofu, yet the boss insisted it did. Something must be off here. It's a pity Chi Xia isn't around. Lin Yi missed the days when Chi Xia took him on adventures. Bai Yang quietly watched from the side, making no move, as if the test weren't for him. Guo Jing said, "What kind of tofu can't be taken out? We have to take it away sooner or later, there's no difference between taking it now or later." The bald boss gestured for them to come inside. "You will know once you come in with me." Guo Jing looked at Bai Yang, who showed no reaction. He then turned his gaze to Lin Yi, "Don't worry, I said I would protect you, and I will." Lin Yi understood then that Guo Jing had always wanted to show off, and it turned out he was trying to shield him.
If anyone broke the rules, it would be him first. A warm current surged in Lin Yi's heart. No wonder the mischievous Yanghua could become a great hero after being influenced by Gui Jing. There is definitely a connection to the example set by Gui Jing. The bald boss urged, "Come on, don't waste time, please." Gui Jing said, "I'll go in first to check things out. If there's no danger, then you can come in." Lin Yi quickly said, "No need. It's better to act together, we can look out for each other." Gui Jing thought for a moment and said, "Alright, just follow me." Bai Yang still said nothing, seemingly lost in thought. The three followed the bald boss into the supermarket and soon discovered that the goods inside were very old and could hardly be eaten. In a place like this, there couldn't possibly be any frozen tofu. Most of the shelves were stacked with canned food. Lin Yi was slightly startled. This supermarket looked a bit like the one in the Land of Demise. Inside, there were a large number of canned goods. Something is off, this place feels very wrong. Guo Jing also seemed to sense something was not right. He said in a deep voice, "I advise you not to play any tricks." In fact, he treated these little oddities like games. What he truly feared was the rules here. If they broke the rules, even with his high martial arts skills, he wouldn't be able to withstand the judgment of the power of the rules. The bald boss smiled and said, "You are joking, my little shop always conducts business honestly and never deceives customers. Otherwise, how could we display the word peace?" As they spoke, they had already reached the back. The boss pointed at a cutting board and said, "Who wants to go first?" Guo Jing said, "What do you mean, first? Didn't you say you would take us to get frozen tofu?" The boss nodded and said, "That's right. But the frozen tofu was wrapped in your brain, and if you don't lie down, how can I take it?" "What did you say?" Both Guo Jing and Lin Yi were shocked by the boss's words. It turned out that the so-called frozen tofu was actually their brain matter. Not much inspiration, it's a bit dry, but let's manage with it. The author has run out of talent. Chapter 61, The God of Fraud. The bald boss asked, "So, how about it? Who wants to go first?" Guo Jing said, "I will kill you with one palm." The bald boss showed no fear at all. "Just a moment ago, you were the ones clamoring for frozen tofu. Now that I bring you to get it, you are unwilling. If you take our brain matter out, how can we survive? That's none of my business. My shop has always operated this way. Those customers say my knife skills are good and often present me with banners. If you don't buy anything, please leave." At that moment, someone shouted from outside, "Boss! Is there still frozen tofu today?" The boss shouted, "We're not selling today, no more sales, I ran into a few difficult customers." The white sheep suddenly spoke, "Wait." The bald boss looked at the white sheep, "What? Do you want to buy a portion?" "I want to see how you take out the frozen tofu, if it's suitable, we'd also like to buy a portion." "You want to see how I take out the frozen tofu?" The white sheep nodded. The bald boss shouted outside, "Alright, you can come in." A fat peculiar creature walked in, ignoring everyone, and shouted at the bald boss, "Hurry, take it out, I've been raising it for 3 months." After saying that, it lay down on the counter by itself. The bald boss picked up a skull knife and actually removed the entire head of that fat peculiar creature. "Here, fresh frozen tofu." The bald boss handed the entire head to the fat peculiar creature. The headless fat peculiar creature didn't die, but excitedly accepted its own head and swallowed it in one bite. Then, it walked out contentedly. Gui Jing and Lin Yi looked at each other. Is this really happening? Hearing the fat peculiar creature, it seems this head took 3 months to grow. At this moment, they finally realized that the task assigned by that peculiar manager was impossible to complete. After all, they are not peculiar creatures, their heads can't grow back once removed. What would they do if they took their heads? The bald boss put down the skull knife, wiped his hands, and said, "So, how is it? Isn't my skill still pretty good? Who among you wants to go first?" Guo Jing protected the two behind him. "Why don't we leave first and think of another way?" But the white sheep said, "Wait, your skills are indeed good, so I've decided to take a portion of frozen tofu." The bald boss was delighted. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and lie down." The white sheep said, "I have a question, that person just now didn't seem to pay, right?" "Oh, him? He's a regular customer, we usually settle the bill after autumn, keeping it on account." The white sheep blinked, "So that's how it is." The bald boss said, "Of course, this shop is an old brand, no one can default on their debts. Your total cost is 3 sticks of beef jerky, you won't default, right?" Guo Jing was a bit excited. What a joke, this white sheep wouldn't really let them do an operation, right? Lin Yi pulled him, signaling him to calm down. Since the white sheep had spoken, they must have discovered some extraordinary clue. "Since you say you are a 100-year-old shop, have you ever encountered any strange customers?" "Strange customers? What do you mean specifically?" The white sheep said, "For example, those with brain issues."
The bald boss laughed. Of course, with so many customers coming and going here, I'll always encounter those with issues. Give me an example, the white sheep said. The bald boss recalled, I remember one customer came to get frozen tofu, but he had a tumor growing in his brain. What was his name? Let me think. He wore glasses, looked gentle, but I didn't expect someone so young to have a brain tumor. What was his name? The white sheep asked again. He said his name was Chu Tianxiu. As soon as this was said, Lin Yi's heart sank. This isn't right. Isn't Chu Tianxiu the boss of the Paradise Mouth in 10 days until the end? How did he come here for a cranial operation? The white sheep coldly said after hearing the bald boss's words, I've already found you, show yourself. The bald boss was still pretending to be innocent. Show myself? I don't understand what you mean. Are you all still getting frozen tofu or not? The white sheep suddenly swung a punch at the bald boss, but he easily dodged. Then came a sound of silver bell-like laughter. Ha ha ha. Xia, you're still so impatient. This laughter was half male and half female, making it hard to distinguish if it was a man's or woman's voice. What's happening? Are they fighting now? Wei Jing and Lin Yi quickly got ready for battle. Lin Yi, Xia, did you think hiding here would make it impossible for me to find you? And you, Gui Jing, do you still remember our last encounter? Wei Jing looked confused. He quickly recalled in his mind. But he still could not remember where he had seen this person. The Aries coldly sneered, don't listen to him, he doesn't have a single truth in his mouth. The man seemed to laugh even more joyfully, and he said softly, when a lie is believed by everyone, it becomes the truth. As he spoke, the bald boss's figure gradually transformed into that of a young man. His face was hidden in the darkness, making it hard to see his features. Wu Jing shouted, who exactly are you? The man said, it's simple, if you want to recognize me, just take a closer look. As he spoke, he gently removed the mask from his face. Just when everyone thought they would see his true face, they discovered that there was still another mask beneath it. Seeing that several people were being played, he let out an even more joyful laugh. Wei Jing was furious and unleashed the powerful dragon subduing 18 palms, but unexpectedly, the man easily dodged. At this moment, Wu Jing was completely shocked, for there were very few people in this world who could dodge his dragon subduing 18 palms. This person not only could dodge easily but also played with them effortlessly. Lin Yi felt that the mask looked somewhat familiar, so he asked, who exactly are you? I am Chang Shi, and I never tell lies. Chang Shi? Lin Yi was suddenly startled. Could it be the god of deception? Tinkering with the hands of time. Wandering through the shadows of destiny. The embodiment of deception and mischief. Praise the fools. Chapter 62, Deception. You are all done for. Chang Shi stood in the shadows, his tone laced with mockery and ridicule. You have violated the rules, and you are about to face the judgment of the power of the rules. Hearing this, Wei Jing was suddenly startled. He naturally understood what the consequences of violating the rules were. Back then, he had violated the rules, and the terrifying power of the rules was about to judge him. Fortunately, in the end, he summoned that warrior with the last of his strength to send him out of the world of strange tales. And that warrior was judged by the power of the rules and turned to ashes. From then on, although Wei Jing was a summoner, he could no longer summon any warriors. Now, hearing that he had violated the rules again, Wei Jing tensed up. The Aries spoke, don't believe him, he is just toying with us. Chang Shi laughed heartily, Aries, you are really interesting. Interesting? Aries slowly said, your trick is too low-end. Oh? Then tell me, where did I show a flaw? You are full of flaws. Ha ha ha. Chang Shi laughed again. Aries said, you can mimic the surface of the god of dreams, but you cannot mimic his essence. Oh, I am all ears. Chang Shi stopped laughing and looked at Aries. Aries said, you used our subconscious to create this copy, and your starting point is not wrong, but you shouldn't have sent attempt to deceive us from the very beginning. No way? I think the design has no problem at all, Chang Shi said stubbornly. Aries said, from that moment on, I was wondering which god had come. It's a pity that although you can mimic the surface of the god of dreams, you cannot mimic his essence. If it were the god of dreams, he would definitely bring us into a deeper dream. Chang Shi was so angry that he shouted, nonsense. Are you saying I'm not as good as the dream god? It's obvious, Bai Yang said. Chang Shi said, if I didn't show up, you would never guess who I am. I did not lose. Wrong. From the moment we entered the supermarket, I guessed it might be you, the god of fun. What did you say? You actually called me the god of fun? Do you know what the consequences are? Chang Shi shouted angrily. Bai Yang said, I've always wanted to test the power of a god, and today is just a chance to practice. After saying that, he threw a punch at Chang Shi. As Chang Shi backed away, he said, are you crazy?
Do you know what you're doing? You dare to attack a god?
Bai Yang said nothing and continued to attack Changshi. With a body of earth-level strength, he fought fiercely.
Changshi just kept dodging and did not fight back.
If you don't stop, you'll really break the rules.
Even if you beg me, I won't be able to save you then. Changshi said. Still bluffing, Bai Yang said. Taking over a believer's body can't exert real power, right? Changshi laughed again. Xia, why don't you become my believer? With your talent, you could definitely make deception thrive.
Bai Yang said, if I believe, it would be in the goddess of wisdom.
Ha!
I'll go tell the goddess of wisdom that you have a crush on her. Before he finished speaking, one of the masks on his face was knocked off by Bai Yang.
Damn it!
Changshi said while retreating, stop.
Bai Yang, do you remember? We once drank together. Can't you say one true word?
Bai Yang chased after Changshi, hitting him. Lin Yi and Gui Jing looked at each other, puzzled.
This is not right, is it? Is chasing him and hitting him really the key to breaking the situation?
Changshi dodged while still talking. Alright, Bai Yang, can you tell me why Chu Tianqiu is the key to breaking the deadlock?
Chu Tianqiu is just someone I know, yet you take him as a topic. Isn't that the biggest flaw?
I read from your subconscious that Chu Tianqiu indeed has a brain tumor.
Where is the problem? The problem is that you are too obedient to us. Everything goes too smoothly. Isn't that also a flaw?
A piece of beef jerky cannot equal a block of frozen tofu.
I see.
Changshi showed an enlightened expression. Next time, I will definitely deliver a perfect performance. As he finished speaking, one of the masks on his face fell off again,
revealing a youthful face.
The young boy looked around in confusion. Where is this place? Who are you guys? Seeing this, Bai Yang finally stopped. A god just occupied your body.
Changshi was surprised. Huh? This is impossible.
At this moment, the surrounding scenery slowly faded away, revealing the true form. The hidden candidates around slowly began to awaken. They rubbed their sleepy eyes one by one.
What happened? Where are we? Oh no! We have been chosen to participate in the third bazaar exam.
Chapter 63, University Strange Tales. The students woke up groggily from their dreams, and seeing Bai Yang, they were all shocked.
A creature with a goat's head and a human body truly scared them.
Seeing Lin Yi standing beside him, they all ran behind Lin Yi.
Lin Yi, who is he?
He is Xia, Lin Yi said.
Ha? What? He is Xia?
Then why does his head? They were still a bit afraid of Bai Yang, keeping their distance.
Wei Jing reassured them, everyone, don't panic.
It was he who drove away the god of deception.
He saved us.
Hearing Gui Jing speak, they finally focused their attention back on Gui Jing.
Soon, someone recognized Gui Jing's identity.
Oh my god, it's really the president of the Super God Academy.
President, does your school still accept students?
President, how did you also enter the Bazaar Tale instance?
Gui Jing raised his hand and said, everyone calm down, let's see what Xia has to say. Everyone's attention gathered again on Bai Yang.
Bai Yang scanned the crowd and looked at Changshi. Tell us what happened to you just now. Changshi scratched his head and said, just now, a guy who claimed to be the god of fate asked me if I wanted to believe in him.
And then? Then I believed in him.
Since he is a god, he must be powerful. Why is it that you believed in the god of fate, but what came was the god of deceit? Changshi's face flushed. I fell for the god of deceit. Seeing everyone's gaze focused on him, Changshi awkwardly smiled. You guys don't need to ask about the details of the process, anyway, I let everyone down.
Bai Yang blinked. But Lin Yi thought of something.
Legend has it that if you believe in the god of deceit, you can no longer tell the truth. Then, what Changshi said could very well be all lies.
Bai Yang asked again, do you have anything strange on you? On me? Let me think.
Changshi said, I have a divine alignment degree in me. Just now, the divine alignment degree suddenly cleared to 0, and I didn't know anything anymore.
Did I really become possessed by a god?
Lin Yi pondered, since this guy is speaking in reverse, then the divine alignment degree is not actually cleared but should have increased to 100%, like the audience expectation value. In the last exam, they all had an audience expectation value in their minds, and this time, only Changshi had a divine alignment degree.
Could it be that only those who believe in a god would have the divine alignment degree in their heads?
Keep in mind that everyone had the audience expectation value during the last exam. When one person's audience expectation value reached 100%, disaster would possess them. But this divine alignment degree is somewhat different, only those who believe in a god would have it.
Bai Yang said, I basically understand what's going on now.
Everyone perked up their ears when they heard Bai Yang speak. Whether it's a god or disaster, they both need a vessel to appear. This so-called tricky exam is actually a trial created by those things to select vessels.
Upon hearing Bai Yang say this, everyone became tense. Someone asked, so you mean we shouldn't believe in gods?
Not entirely, Bai Yang said, if you believe in the God of wisdom, you will gain supreme wisdom.
If you believe in the God of birth, you can transform into a giver of children. Ha!
After hearing Bai Yang's words, everyone was quite shocked, some even feeling a little yearning.
Why haven't those gods approached me? I can also argue. I love my country too.
At this moment, the stone tablet in the Divine Grace continent had returned to normal, beginning to live stream real-time footage.
What just happened? Why couldn't we see anything? It seems like a candidate was possessed by some god of deceit, but now it's fine. Oh, look, it seems our candidates are in a school this time.
At this moment, the candidates also regained their senses and realized their surroundings. It looked like a campus, and they were standing on the playground as if they had parachuted in.
Is this our exam site this time?
The candidates didn't dare to move at all, just looking around with their eyes. The school's facilities were fairly complete and would have been considered a good school in the past.
Basketball court, track and field, green belts, bridges. What do we do now? Can we move? Why don't I have a task? Did any of you receive a task? I don't have one either. Is it an exploration-style copy? There was no doubt, everyone's gaze once again gathered on by Yang and Lin Yi.
In the first 2 rounds of exams, the candidates grouped with them had all been taken away.
Hopefully, this time they could also be taken away.
Lin Yi was also a bit puzzled. Logically, school-type copies shouldn't fall under exploration-style copies. There should be clear rules, but until now, no clues have been found.
Forget it, let's rely on Aries. Why think too much when there's already someone to lean on?
Seeing everyone looking at him, Aries said, everyone, don't be too nervous, look around and see if you can find any clues, but don't leave the playground just yet. They dared not leave and didn't even dare to move. Seeing Aries and Lin Yi moving around the playground, they slowly relaxed and started to follow.
Look around the basketball hoop, check the rubber floor, and peek into the greenery. Lin Yi noticed Gui Jing was observing seriously and asked, Principal, did you find anything?
Gui Jing smiled cheerfully, oh, nothing much, I was just thinking whether to renovate the Super God Academy and borrow some good things for our school.
All right.
You were supposed to find clues, but you're thinking about renovating the school. But he's the principal, so Lin Yi replied, good idea, actually I had this thought long ago. Suddenly, Aries stopped, his gaze fixed on a certain spot.
What did you see?
Lin Yi leaned closer. The other candidates also gathered around.
Aries said, look at this slogan, is there anything strange about it? Everyone followed Aries' gaze.
They found that the slogan read, respect the way of teaching, the learning style will be good.
Could it be that this slogan has a problem? Everyone looked at the slogan and fell into thought. Aries asked, do you have slogans in your schools?
Yes, we have a lot of slogans in our school. Our school has them too, although it's not very good, it is still filled with slogans.
That's right, our school has them too. Aries said, look at this slogan and see how it's different from the ones in your school.
After everyone took a close look, they noticed that these slogans seemed a bit odd.
Be a teacher with high knowledge and integrity. Have a kind heart and moral character.
Education is not about pouring knowledge, but igniting a flame.
Virtue comes first, teaching comes second. Aries asked, did you find anything?
A candidate raised his hand and answered, it seems different from the slogans in our school. Our school has slogans that encourage students.
Upon hearing this, all the candidates remembered.
That's right, most of their school slogans were.
Chase your dreams and make the most of your youth. Victory at the start, success in exams. Youth should have lofty ambitions, riding gallantly across the plains.
Use dreams as sails and struggles as oars.
The candidates suddenly understood.
So all these are slogans for teachers?
Aries nodded, exactly. Chapter 64, Multiple Choice? No. It's a true or false question.
A school filled with slogans for teachers seemed a bit unusual. At that moment, a portly middle-aged man was approaching from a distance. He wore an old suit and walked very slowly. His hair was thin, and he looked a bit plump.
They could hear him speaking from far away, you finally made it.
Everyone was on high alert, warily staring at the approaching middle-aged man. The middle-aged man waved to the candidates and said, everyone, don't be tense, I am the principal of this school.
The candidates remained hidden behind Aries, unfazed. Look at how nervous you all are.
The middle-aged man chuckled and said, I sincerely welcome you all to our Ginkgo High School. Still, no one paid attention to him. In the world of strange tales, it's better to say less, and they all understood this.
The middle-aged man didn't mind, still smiling and saying, the weather is really nice today, you all came to our school on such a good day, come, let me show you around. Nice weather? In the world of strange tales, the weather was always dull and dark. Where was anything nice? Hearing the middle-aged man wanting to take them on a campus tour, everyone stood still, unwilling to follow him. The middle-aged man continued, looks like the campus tour can be skipped. This is good, I am slow to act, if you don't go, it saves me from getting tired. It seems that this guy is still an optimistic person, seeing that everyone ignored him, he still cheerfully made excuses for himself. He looked around and asked, is everyone here? Saying this, he started counting the number of people with his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ha! Why are there 52 of you? That's 2 more. Gui Jing stepped forward and said, is it because of me? He and Bai Yang themselves weren't candidates. Bai Yang belonged to the warrior category, while he had already passed the legal age. And Lin Yi, due to having a token, was recognized as a candidate by the dungeon. At this time, Bai Yang also spoke up, does it matter? The middle-aged man hurriedly waved his hands cheerfully, it doesn't matter, everyone coming to our Ginkgo High School is a most honored guest. Seeing Gui Jing and Bai Yang talking, the middle-aged man looked extremely happy. Our Ginkgo High School is considered a first-class school here. Whether it's the teaching staff or the students' performance, we are among the best. He started to babble about the school again. The candidates listened drowsily, recalling scenes of them doing exercises while the principal spoke non-stop at the podium. But hypnotic as it was, they didn't dare to really sleep. This is the world of strange tales, and the middle-aged man's words could very well be the key to breaking the situation. However, this middle-aged man talked for a long time like he was eating peanuts, but they still didn't extract any useful information. Alright, the school introduction is done, now it's time to make a choice. Everyone perked up when they heard the middle-aged man say this, it seemed that what followed was the key part. The middle-aged man cleared his throat and said, now you all make your decision, choose to be a teacher or a student? We can also choose an identity? Upon hearing this, everyone started discussing. Let's choose to be students, if we choose to be teachers, we might have to teach those strange beings. That's right, being a student is better. What if they make us teach those strange beings and we don't know enough knowledge, how will we deal with those strange beings? I also think being a student is good, after all, we are used to being students in school, we know what students should do and shouldn't do. A discordant voice said, how about we still choose to be teachers? Just thinking about those credits gives me a headache, I didn't pass my last exam. I also think being a teacher is better, what if being a student makes us learn some strange language, then we would be finished. What is a strange language? If we learn it, wouldn't we have another way to make a living? No, buddy. I'm just making a comparison, do we really need to be so serious? Who can outwork you at the job every day? After some discussion, most candidates thought being a student was better, while a small number thought being a teacher was easier. The middle-aged man smiled and asked, have you all thought carefully about what to choose? Lin Yi pondered for a moment, also unsure which identity was better. Meanwhile, Gui Jing kept thinking, is there a third identity to choose, like the principal? A candidate asked Bai Yang, Xixia, what identity do you think we should choose? Bai Yang said, just choose according to your interests. Since Xixia said so, they just got ready to play freely. A candidate proposed, how about we unify and choose the same identity, it will make it easier to act. Another candidate agreed, I agree. If everyone chooses the same identity, it can also indirectly avoid killing each other. If students have to kill teachers, and teachers have to kill students, this way we can avoid brother killing brother. I must say, having many people gives great strength. Many overlooked details were discussed. A candidate proposed, let's do this, let's have a show of hands, please raise your hands if you agree to choose the student identity. Soon, more than half of the people raised their hands. Those who agreed to choose students accounted for at least 70%. While those who agreed to choose the teacher's identity were less than 20%. There was also a small portion of people who chose to abstain. It must be said that a show of hands for voting is always a good choice method. It can effectively unify opinions. The middle-aged man saw that everyone was discussing enthusiastically, and he was laughing aside, seemingly very satisfied with the atmosphere. Have you all made your choices? The middle-aged man asked again. A candidate stood up, we have made our decision, we choose. Wait. Before he could finish speaking, he was covered by Bai Yang's hand over his mouth. The words got stuck in his throat. She could even smell the faint sheep scent on Bai Yang. Bai Yang continued, we choose the teacher's identity. Huh? Why? Everyone looked confused. Didn't we agree to choose based on interest? How did the choice suddenly change? Bai Yang said, I overlooked it, I thought this was a multiple choice question, but I didn't expect it to be a judgment question. What do you mean? Is there a trap? Bai Yang said, everyone pay attention to these slogans, they all say teacher's code. This is clearly written for us to see. If we choose wrong, we might be directly eliminated.
What, this?
So that's it. Everyone was enlightened after listening to Bai Yang's explanation. But this old man really knows how to dig pits, right?
He kept smiling and urging everyone to make choices, but it turned out to be a judgment question instead.
Almost fell into his trap. Chapter 65, The Overbearing and Eerie Principal.
Seeing that he didn't trick anyone, the middle-aged man remained unbothered, still wearing a cheerful expression.
The candidates secretly cursed the old man dozens of times in their hearts.
The middle-aged man asked again, and seeing that everyone had no different opinions and all chose the teacher's identity, he slowly said,
"Well, since everyone has made their choice, please follow me back to the office."
After saying that, he turned around. Only then did everyone notice that the middle-aged man's back was covered in blood holes. It looked like it had been poked by students with pens, rulers, and other learning tools, making it somewhat terrifying.
Bai Yang said, "Let's go."
The crowd then moved their feet and followed the middle-aged man forward. He walked slowly, taking his time, and it took a long while to reach the teaching office area. Fortunately, the principal's office was only on the second floor, otherwise, one might doubt whether the old man would collapse on the stairs.
Once back in the principal's office, the old man immediately changed his demeanor.
"All right, teachers. Welcome to Ginkgo High School. Please remember the following rules.
First, I am the boss of this school. Second, I am the boss of this school. Third, I am the boss of this school. Is that clear?"
Clear.
Louder. I can't hear you. Clear. Everyone dared not be vague and quickly shouted out.
Very good. Teachers, please strictly follow the teacher's code. If I catch you violating the rules, heh. He changed from a smiling face to a serious one. Everyone was frightened and felt a chill, and when they recalled the blood holes on his back, each one became obedient.
Very good.
The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction and said, "As teachers, you must set an example and establish a good model. Please remember the following behavioral norms. First, the teacher's lounge is absolutely safe, but one can only stay for 2 hours at a time.
Second, all teachers must develop comprehensively, enhance their cultural literacy, and showcase the teacher's extensive knowledge. Third, manage your classes well. Fighting between classes is not allowed.
Fourth, take good care of students' physical and mental health. Leaving early or skipping classes is not allowed. Fifth, do not accept gifts or meals from parents. Sixth, do not privately set up tutoring classes or side jobs. Seventh, during class hours, teachers are allowed to audit, but no more than 3 teachers at a time. Eighth, the school has a teacher's dormitory. It can be a resting place for teachers. The school will turn off the lights at midnight, and no one is allowed to go out after that, otherwise, they will bear the consequences. Ninth, the school has a storage room where there are middle-part wigs, suspenders, and basketballs.
Please do not look at any item for more than 2.5 minutes.
10th, unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering the storage room."
After listing 10 rules, the middle-aged man did not care whether the examinees remembered them or not.
The strange middle-aged man glanced around and said, "This teaching task lasts for 10 days.
If there are no mistakes within these 10 days, then everyone's teaching task will be considered complete.
At that time, I will issue certificates of completion and rewards to all teachers."
Is that clear?
Understood. Very good, the strange middle-aged man continued. "Friendly reminder, the rewards for this teaching task are fixed, a total of 500 strange coins.
All teachers who survive until the end can share this money. Do you understand what I mean?"
Everyone looked at each other. They certainly understood what the old man meant.
He wanted everyone to fight against each other.
The fewer people who survive until the end, the more rewards each one would get.
But this reward is rather shabby, isn't it? Only 500 strange coins. Absolutely, the old man must have pocketed the rest.
Since everyone has no questions, come over to draw lots. The number you draw corresponds to your respective identity number. As he spoke, he picked up a pen and added 2 more numbers.
51, 52.
It seems these 2 extra people were not part of his plan and were added last minute.
Everyone took turns stepping forward to draw slips from the box.
Lin Yi drew number 10, while Bai Yang drew number 1, and Guo Jing drew number 18. Once everyone had drawn their slips, the strange middle-aged man said, "I have already arranged the class schedules for each teacher.
They are posted in the teacher's lounge on the 3rd floor. Please strictly follow the schedule and complete your teaching tasks. If there are no problems, you may leave now.
I hope we meet again in 10 days.
Good luck."
In the end, the strange middle-aged man even threw out an English phrase, which was quite fashionable.
The examinees rushed out of the principal's office to check their class schedules on the 3rd floor.
This class schedule determined their upcoming tasks. They had to be well prepared.
Arriving on the 3rd floor,
they indeed found a huge lounge with large letters overhead, Teacher's Lounge. According to the rules set by the strange middle-aged man, it was absolutely safe in the teacher's lounge. Unfortunately, the time was short, and one could only stay for a maximum of 2 hours. Examinees hurriedly checked their class schedules. A student called out, oh no. I'm actually the first. The first class is my Chinese class. Upon closer inspection, it was a female teacher who shouted. Everyone noticed she had drawn identity number 8, and the schedule showed that the first class was indeed for teacher number 8. The female teacher sobbed, "Can anyone help me out and swap? I don't want to be first." But who would want to swap with her? Everyone knew in their hearts that being the first teacher to teach was surely very dangerous. After all, no one had ever experienced teaching for the strange one. A male teacher reminded, "It doesn't seem that swapping classes was mentioned, right?" The female teacher sobbed, "At our school, swapping classes is allowed. Our physical education teacher often gets sick and swaps with other teachers." Forget about not being able to swap classes. Even if it were allowed, no one would want to swap with her. A girl unwillingly said, "My family has some assets in the Divine Grace continent. Anyone willing to swap with me will definitely be rewarded handsomely." So it turned out she was a wealthy young lady. Seeing no one responding, the female teacher offered an even more tempting condition. "Half of my family's assets. Half of my family's assets." Unfortunately, still no one responded. In the end, the female teacher cast a pleading look at Bai Yang. "Xixia, please. Help me." The ram said, "The rules don't say you can change classes. You should be the first to teach." But I'm afraid." The ram said, "According to the rules, 3 teachers can audit the class. I can go audit your class." The female teacher, seeing this, could only nod with tears in her eyes. Chapter 66, The Terrifying Power of Rules. Ding-a-ling. Ding-a-ling, the sound of the class bell rang, signaling the official start of the first class. The female teacher tidied her appearance, holding her books with a nervous heart as she walked into the classroom. As a teacher, one must pay attention to their appearance, because this school is filled with slogans about teachers, afraid of being caught by these strange students. To prepare for this class, the female teacher did put in some effort. Stand up. As soon as the female teacher walked into the classroom, all the students eerily stood up in unison, greeting her. "Hello, teacher." "Hello, students, please sit down." The female teacher glanced around and nearly had a heart attack. There were over 30 eerie students sitting in neat rows below, all wearing blue and white uniforms. Their faces were pale, as if they were sickly and weak. Looking down from the podium, she saw more than 30 students eerily staring at her, like a group of hungry piglets. The female teacher's heart raced, and she almost dropped her books. However, seeing the ram, Linny, and Guijing sitting at the back row, she felt a little more at ease. These 3 were arranged to audit the class. "Hello, everyone, my name is Jiang Qi, you can call me Teacher Jiang." As soon as she finished speaking, all the students burst into eerie laughter. Jiang Qi steadied her mind and took out the prepared speech. "Students, today we will learn a classical poem, Quiet Night Thoughts." As she spoke, she took chalk and started to write this poem on the blackboard. This was a famous poem by Li Bai. At this moment, Jiang Qi took it out to buy some time and get through the difficult 40 minutes. However, as soon as she finished writing the first line, a female student raised her hand and said, "Teacher, we're not learning this poem, we've already studied it." Jiang Qi turned around and saw a girl at the front row raising her hand. This girl had a ponytail and looked somewhat pure and cute. Jiang Qi said, "Okay, let's review it again today." Another female student cried out, "Teacher, she is our class monitor. Since she said we aren't learning, shouldn't you listen to her opinion? Is she really the monitor?" Jiang Qi smiled, "Okay, monitor, what do you think we should learn?" The monitor revealed a cunning smile, "Teacher, we should learn Lu Sun's text." "Teacher, can you explain what this sentence from Lu Sun means? We can't make sense of it." Jiang Qi smiled, "What sentence is it?" "In front of my house, there are 2 trees, one is a jujube tree, and the other is also a jujube tree." "Teacher, can you explain this sentence?" Jiang Qi was taken aback, her literary skills were not very high, how could she answer such a profound question? This sentence says that there are 2 trees in front of Lu Sun's house, one is a jujube tree, the other one is also a jujube tree. Put. All the students scoffed. "Teacher, your explanation is wrong." "Teacher, what you said is no better than saying nothing." "Teacher, can't you answer this question?" Jiang Qi, feeling tense, stammered, "I really don't know the answer to this question." But before she could finish, Jiang Qi suddenly clutched her chest and fell straight down. She died. Jiang Qi violated Rule 2 and was deemed insufficient in teaching ability. "Oh. So fragile?" All the students shrieked and rushed up to devour Jiang Qi. This. Linny was about to stand up, but the ram pressed him down. "I didn't expect the power of this rule to be so domineering." The ram's eyes flickered. The audience watching the live broadcast erupted.
Isn't it, our test taker just died like that? It seems like she went from entering the classroom to dying in less than 5 minutes, right? Damn, this quest is too hard, it's not something a person can play. Isn't it, how could they even eat the teacher? Is that right?
Wei Jing was also surprised to see this scene. He didn't expect that the female teacher just said she didn't know, and then was gruesomely eaten. It was a bit too ruthless. That group of students bizarrely disregarded everything, devouring Jiang Qi's body without a second thought for the 3 who were still in class. The calf tastes good, it's been a while since I had something this fresh. I don't want to eat the brain, if she's that stupid, I'll become stupid too after eating it. Save me a bit of the liver, I need to replenish my zinc. Jiang Qi's body was soon completely devoured, and the students continued to discuss it with lingering delight. This teacher is too easy to play with. Class leader, can you not ask this kind of question next time? Let her live a bit longer. Next time let us from the back row have a turn, it's always you from the front row, how boring. I'm not full yet, I want to eat more. How about? Saying this, his gaze shot toward the back row, and all the eerie students turned their heads in unison, staring at the 3 people behind. And they only turned their heads, not their bodies. This horrifying scene was enough to scare the faint-hearted right out of their wits. Yet Bai Yang roared, "Get back!" Seeing they couldn't scare the people behind, the students turned back with reluctance. There was once a teacher with a weak heart who died of a heart attack after being frightened by them. They had had a delightful feast. Unfortunately, this time, the 3 listeners seemed a bit tough. Guo Jing looked at Bai Yang, "Did you know she would die?" Bai Yang's tone was calm, "The first sacrifice was inevitable, I just didn't expect her to die so quickly." "So what about us?" Guo Jing saw the group of eager students and had no idea what to do. Bai Yang said, "It's not our teaching time yet, we are safe." One student yelled, "Hey, teachers in class, there's still time left before the bell rings. Why don't you continue teaching?" The class leader also called out, Yeah, teacher, at worst I won't ask this question anymore. Can you continue the class? Shut the hell up. If you keep making noise, I'll twist your heads off and kick them like a ball. Bai Yang slammed his book heavily on the ground. All the eerie students were momentarily stunned by Bai Yang, but it was just for a moment. It was just a show of intimidation. What can a listening teacher do? Isn't it still going to be killed later? All the eerie students looked at Bai Yang as if they had him all figured out. Bai Yang roared, "Everyone quiet down and study by yourselves, if anyone makes noise again, come with me to the principal's office." Upon hearing the principal's office, all the students bizarrely quieted down. "Let's go," Bai Yang said, leading the 2 out of the classroom. TCH. As soon as they left, all the students burst into laughter. I thought he was something great, turns out he ran away with his tail between his legs. Those horns on his head are pretty nice, I might suck on them later. This batch of new teachers is decent, they even have beasts like this, we can improve our meals again. I'm already looking forward to his class, I hope he can come meet us soon. Chapter 67, The Grim Reaper. Linny, Bai Yang, and Guo Jing returned to the teacher's lounge, and the test takers rushed over. What happened? She died. These 2 simple words made all the test takers' hearts sink. From when they left to when they came back, it was only a bit more than 10 minutes. A boy shouted, "I said this was a certain death situation, why don't we run away?" Where can you run to? This is the world of strange tales. But we can't just sit here waiting to die, giving these ghost things class, isn't that putting the old birthday star on a noose looking for a dead end? Xia, do you have any ideas? Aries said, "The cause of her death is very strange, it seems she died of cardiac arrest." Has anyone seen a similar case? Everyone began to recall. Someone asked, "Is there something unusual about the way she died?" It was too fast, too quick. She didn't even have a chance to struggle, just as if her soul was suddenly pulled away, Aries said. Linny suddenly jolted and said, "I think I have some impression of her situation, it's similar to the killings in Death Note." Death Note? All eyes turned to Linny. Linny said, "Legend has it that the Shinigami threw a Death Note into the human world. Whoever picks it up can become the Shinigami's agent on Earth. As long as you write the name of the person you want to kill in the Death Note, that person will die immediately, and the cause of death will be cardiac arrest." Shinigami? The candidates all shivered in fear. Even Aries paused for 2 seconds. Has anyone ever picked up this Death Note? Aries asked. Linny said, "It is said that a person named Light Yagami picked it up." Aries lightly tapped his fingers on the table twice, as if marking a point. "The Shinigami has come," a boy shouted and ran out directly. "No, dude, what are you doing? We can't fight against the Shinigami, haha." He ran out while talking. Another boy saw this and also ran out with him. The 2 jogged quickly to the bathroom. "Dude, do you have a cigarette?"
The other boy took out a cigarette and lit it. They both took turns smoking. They had gotten along quite well. Ever since entering the world of strange tales, they had begun to know each other and had built a tiny bit of friendship. Exhaling a puff of smoke, the boy said, "Do you know why I ran out?" "Li Xiang, I knew you were not an ordinary person from your earlier talk. You are definitely not someone who would back down in the face of danger, so I came with you. Wang Hao, I treat you like a brother, so I'll be honest with you. I can't just wait to die like this. Just look at those idiots in the lounge, they are just waiting to die. Brother Xiang, what do you want to do?" Li Xiang took a deep puff and said, "I have decided to believe in the divine." "Ah? Brother Xiang, isn't that idea a bit bold? Besides, gods are invisible and untouchable, where do we even find a god to believe in?" Li Xiang said, "Do you remember that Changshi? He believed in the god of deceit, and it led us into chaos, seeing how powerful the divine is. So, are you also deciding to believe in the god of deceit?" "No. The god of deceit already has believers, and besides, I can't find the god of deceit. So, Brother Xiang, what?" "I have decided to believe in the Shinigami." "Ah?" Li Xiang's eyes glimmered. "Do you remember what Linny said? Since Jiang Qi died of cardiac arrest, believing that the Shinigami is not far away, we just need to find the Shinigami and believe in it to have a chance of survival. But, the Shinigami is not a good god, will this not be wrong for us to do?" Li Xiang said seriously, "Wang Hao, I confided this secret to you because I consider you a brother, and this is a guide for you to survive. Yet you still hold on to such so-called justice. Let me tell you, the Shinigami is also a god and can give us the power of faith." As he spoke, he took another deep puff and said, "In my opinion, that Qixia also believed in a divine entity, and it's an evil god." "Ah? That's impossible, right? Brother Xiang? Why is it impossible? Did you not see his head? It's completely like a goat's head. Which normal person would have that? So, Brother Xiang, do you mean? We can't listen to him anymore, he might have believed in an evil god and wants to lead us all to our deaths in this mission." "I see. That's why he didn't help Jiang Qi, turns out he believed in an evil god." At that moment, a suspicious-looking boy in blue walked in. "Yo! Two teachers, having a smoke?" The two were startled at once. In a hurry, he threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out. "Who are you?" Li Xiang asked. "I am your most beloved student, two teachers," the boy in blue said with a smile. Li Xiang and Wang Hao felt a chill in their hearts. Their student, was that not creepy? They never expected to encounter something strange in the restroom. Both of them trembled and were about to run. The boy in blue, however, grabbed them both. "Teachers, don't go yet, I have some good cigarettes. Want to try?" What a joke, smoking something strange, wasn't that asking for death? No, we've smoked enough, just let us go back to the lounge." The boy in blue pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and blew out a smoke ring, then offered the cigarette to them. "Come on, this cigarette is very expensive. It's hard to get, just have a puff." The two dared not take it. The boy in blue said, "I heard you two mention wanting to believe in the Grim Reaper?" Both of them were suddenly shocked. If this got out, they would definitely be ridiculed and oppressed by those righteous people. They just hoped this boy in blue wouldn't expose them. The boy in blue continued, "If you truly believe in the Grim Reaper, I can guide you." Hearing this, Li Xiang's eyes brightened. "Is that true? Teachers, how could I lie to you? You know my identity." Li Xiang nodded and took the cigarette the boy offered, taking a puff. Then he passed the cigarette to Wang Hao. Wang Hao's fingers trembled slightly, but he also took the cigarette and took a puff. The boy in blue then smiled satisfyingly. "Teachers, the prerequisite for believing in the Grim Reaper is to kill all your compatriots. What do you think?" A cold glint flashed in Li Xiang's eyes, and he nodded heavily. Chapter 68, in different areas. In the teacher's lounge, a male teacher's legs had gone soft. Because the next class was his. "Can someone save me? I can do anything for him." But now everyone was struggling to survive. Who had the mood to help him? A boy rushed to Aries' side. "Big brother Aries, you must have a way, right?" Aries gently shook his head. The boy's heart instantly turned to ashes. He shouted helplessly, "No! I'm not going to class. According to the rules, the teacher's lounge is absolutely safe. As long as I stay here, I won't die." Everyone had the same thought. Going to class was simply going to die, so it was better to find loopholes in the rules to see if they could escape a disaster. According to the rules, since the teacher's lounge was absolutely safe, they could stay there for 2 hours, then run out and back in, exploiting the bug infinitely. They could last 10 days without a problem. Moreover, there was also the teacher's dormitory. If all else failed, they could hide there. The audience watching the live stream began to stir. It seems that this Aries is not all that great. If Qi Xiao were here, he would have seen through this small difficulty long ago. Is this Ares deliberately sending the candidates to their deaths? Has he changed form and lost his true nature? Not of my kind, his heart must be different. Qixia is so powerful, he finished a 72-hour dungeon in just 1 hour. This Ares is just not doing anything. In my opinion, this Ares is not even as good as a hair of Qixia. Just when everyone was anxious, Li Xiang and Wang Hao returned. They first looked at Ares and said, "This time, we want to be audit teachers, is that okay with you?" Everyone had already decided not to go to class, so what was the point of discussing audits? Seeing no one pay attention to them, they looked at each other, seemingly understanding something. Ding ding ding. As the bell for the next class rang, the boy stared intently at the watch on his wrist. He had already calculated it, planning to run out and back in just before the bell rang. However, in the next second, the boy collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest, without even having time to struggle. Declaring him absent, the rules decided direct death. Some didn't believe it, carefully checking the boy's breath and pulse, confirming without a doubt that he was dead. The examinees could no longer hold back and all screamed in fear. It was a complete deadlock, impossible to finish. Li Xiang and Wang Hao threw the boy's body out, instantly devoured by a group of strange entities. A girl forced a smile and stepped forward. "Next, it's my turn." At this moment, she seemed very calm. She looked up to the sky and said, "Dad, Mom, are you watching? Your daughter might not come back." A middle-aged couple watching the live broadcast held each other tightly, seemingly unable to accept everything before them. "My good daughter," the girl said resolutely, "I will choose to attend class, consider it paving the way for future students, hoping they can take fewer detours." Linny looked at Bai Yang. "Have you thought of any solution?" Bai Yang shook his head, "No solution at all." At this point, Linny also had some doubts. He wondered if Bai Yang genuinely had no way out or if he simply didn't want to help. At this moment, Linny started to miss Qixia. If Qixia were here. The girl scanned the room and said, "Everyone, cheer up. Right now, besides ourselves, no one can save us. I have a suggestion, listen closely." Upon hearing her words, everyone looked at her. The girl collected her thoughts and said, "Since the class schedule is already set, let's follow the order of the teachers in the schedule. The next class is mine, so the teacher I'm listening to will be the 3 teachers following me, and so on. What do you all think?" Brilliant. Unexpectedly, this girl, who doesn't look special, could come up with such a brilliant idea. Linny glanced at Bai Yang and found him still silent. With Bai Yang's intelligence, he couldn't possibly not think of this, so why hadn't he said anything? If they followed the girl's method and continued on, perhaps the later examinees might find a glimmer of hope. As class time approached, the girl confidently walked out, holding a notebook. The 3 listening teachers followed closely behind. However, not long after, the 3 listening teachers rushed in, their faces full of horror. Too frightening, she has already been devoured by those students. The panic grew even stronger. Linny looked at the class schedule and felt a twinge of fear. Because the next class was his. "Bai Yang, it's my turn to teach." Bai Yang said calmly, "Go ahead." Lin Yi's heart sank. "Aren't you coming with me?" "I've already attended class once, this opportunity should be given up." Bai Yang replied. It seemed he truly wasn't planning to help. Linny initially wanted to leave it all to Qixia and just play along, but this time it was Bai Yang who was summoned. And, this Bai Yang seemed a bit unreliable. Remembering the examinees who had died before, Linny felt a trace of fear in his heart. Guo Jing approached. "Linny, I'll swap with you." Linny felt warmth in his heart but still said, "No need, principal." Guo Jing replied, "Since you are a student of my Super God Academy, as the principal, I should protect you." "No need, principal. Everyone must take turns, besides, the rules didn't say we could swap classes. It's better not to rashly change." Guo Jing felt a bit frustrated. "It's a pity my brain isn't quick enough to figure out how to break the deadlock. We still lack a true wise person." Bai Yang remained silent. The audience watching the live broadcast instantly became tense. What now? It's Lin Yi's turn to teach, and the previous examinees couldn't last 5 minutes. Lin Yi is also likely in danger. What else can we do? The white sheep doesn't help, and we can't do anything outside either. Sigh. It was hard to find a genius for the exam, and I didn't expect it to fall so quickly. I really can't believe it. How did the good Qixia turn into a sheep? I miss Qixia every single day. As the class time approached, Lin Yi organized his thoughts and slowly walked out. Before leaving, the white sheep finally spoke. If you want to save someone, do it your own way. What does that mean? Lin Yi completely didn't understand. But class time was close, and if he didn't go, he would be erased by the power of rules. As the class bell rang, Lin Yi pushed open the door and entered the classroom.